Good morning, everybody. Kia ora, Bulavanaka, Malo Alele, Talofa Lava, g'day. We are back here for our third and final day of the TYR Torian Pro for 2026, live from Pat Rafter Arena. Jeremy Austin and Pip Malone with you, and we have seen some remarkable stuff over the last couple of days, and today is the day we find out who our three qualifiers for our men's, women's and teams divisions are going to be to represent our region in San Jose CrossFit Games 2026.
Day 3 is everything that matters. The tickets are on the line. There's still some wiggle room on those leaderboards, and there's those third spot positions really are wide open to a number of athletes.
You talk about wiggle room, not so much in the team competition. There's a really clear-cut 3 teams that have been exceptional right across the first 2 days of competition. I can't see that changing.
No, I don't see it changing either. Rec Gym have, in that 4th place position, have given it a red-hot crack, but our top 3 teams being Homefront, CrossFit Proven, Snake and Kia Maya are just untouchable at this point.
We've had some great races as well. There's been seconds between 1 and 2, 1, 2 and 3 right across our first 2 days of competition. Maisie Wild, Georgia Pryor. I've seen some pretty good stuff over the course of the 11 years of the Torian Pro, but that race with Maisie and Georgia, handstand walking down to the finish line, was pretty special.
It was the execution as well. They made it look effortless, even though it wasn't effortless, but it's just making it look easy, which is what we want to see from these athletes.
Snake saying they're very surprised with where they are, but the caliber of athlete in their team paints a very different picture. They are only 6 points out of the lead. Homefront, CrossFit Proven trying to hold them out, and Kia Maya, Mahi Dogs in that 3rd position, and a big gap back to 4th. Rec Gym doing pretty well considering they've got 2 teams. We don't see that too often when you have got 2 teams and they're both sitting next to each other in the top 5.
No, and you can really see where obviously the training together, I would love to be in that gym when they're all throwing down. It would be unreal.
Oh, the banter, got to go back and forth. Individual competition, just as exciting. And the females, the jumble on the leaderboard, it just keeps changing event by event, day by day.
There was so many shake-ups yesterday. We have a few clear front runners. Cara Milligan coming out, taking the event win. Ellie Turner is just still up the top though. She did what she needed to do on the sled, and then they had 200 points up for grabs. Saturday night, Maddie Sturt, just the consistency all weekend long so far from Maddie. And some surprise packets. Steph Collins came in with that massive event win for number 4. And then coming into event 5, things changed again. We had Bella Vallejo. She walked on her hands away with it and took it from our other females.
It has been exciting. Maddie Sturt, as you mentioned, probably the finish you really needed at the back end of day number 2. And we're talking off air earlier, she hasn't actually won a Torian Pro yet. And there is the chance for her to do that. And she jumps herself into the lead, but only 3 points back to Ellie Turner, who has had a remarkable competition so far. Cara Milligan holding out that 3rd spot, but that top 5 is way open. Bit of a gap back from Ella Price, back to Jess Green. But Bella Vallejo flying the flag for the mums.
There's still lots of room for error as well on that leaderboard. We've seen what's happened as well with Grace Walton. Really tried to make a run at that top heat and that top 10 yesterday, and it looked like she was going to do it. And then event 4 and event 5, she just wasn't able to come through.
Our men's competition, just as exciting. And one event that really has set this Torian Pro apart from any others is the caliber of athlete that are finishing each event in that 1st place. Zach Thomas, sled pulling on this floor just seems to work for him. But Bailey Martin
did exactly what he needed to do in event 4, taking that event win. And then Jay Crouch, he wasn't going to let anyone else have it. It wasn't actually an event win, it was a heat win. did have Jacob Wheeler from the first heat take out the entire event, but Jay Crouch, you can see the relief on his face where things really haven't been going quite to plan for him. And I mean, he said it himself in his interview. He just needed to remind himself that he is the best and he can do this.
Ricky Garrard still well in control after 2 days of competition. Jay Crouch in second, Bailey Martin jumping himself with a little bit of space back to Justin Medeiros in third position. Zach Thomas jumping himself equal with Isaac Newman in fifth position. And that is going to be a dogfight for our top 8 males for the rest of the competition. 2 more events to come, and it's going to be an exciting day here at Pat Rafter. A third member of our team, Gemma Ashworth, she is standing by on the competition floor.
Good morning to you both. Yes, I am on the floor here at Pat Rafter Arena. It's a little bit colder this morning, but things are definitely going to start heating up. The judges are already on the floor getting ready for our first heat of teams, so stay tuned. It's going to be an incredible morning.
It sure is, and we are going to get started with probably the 2 words that the athletes have been dreading. King Arthur, and it is Mark II, this one presented by Frog Grips.
For time, 27 worm squats, 21 worm thrusters, 15 worm clean and jerks, 90 strict handstand push-ups, 15 worm clean and jerks, 21 worm thrusters and 27 worm squats. They've got a 16-minute cap. This one is going to come down to managing the reps, managing the fatigue amongst all 4 teammates.
And both of us have competed on teams previously, and managing that fatigue level, easier said than done at this stage of competition. Lane assignments for our first heats of our teams. Claremont with a fairly decent day yesterday. They're going to be sitting in lane number 3. And at this stage, none of these teams in contention to go to the CrossFit Games. Really, it's one of those days of competition where you just need to start taking the pressure off yourself and go out and have a little bit of fun with it.
It's where you need to see what's left in the tank, and you can't let the fatigue come into your mind. Your body might have a few things that it's trying to tell you, but your mind needs to stay in it. There's still 2 events to go. There's still points on that leaderboard. And all of these teams will be looking to make a jump.
4165. Number of local Brisbane teams, and what a bonus to be living so close to the arena, to the competition. And very early start for our teams. The jam-packed schedule today. A few special guests coming in to broadcast as well. Underway, and absolutely no rush. And we mentioned yesterday about the amount of volume the teams were doing with the worm and having to lunge at the full length. We're going to throw that out the window today, and we've got a bucket load of work they're going to be doing.
Packed all the worm volume into this event for King Arthur. We touched on it a little bit yesterday with the worm weight. It's about 165 kilos in total, which is 365 pounds. You see most of the teams are going male, female, male, female on their setup on the worm, and that's because the weight is differently distributed down the worm. So there's 2 approximately 100-pound bags and 2 70-pound bags making it up.
And this is the no arm version. As long as it's sitting pretty and balanced, you really don't need to grab hold of it and put any more pressure on any more bits of your body. He's Tamaki getting to work and leading the charge with CrossFit More in the centre. That sun streaming through the open air stadium. CrossFit More looking in great shape, especially for their first time in elite competition at the Torian Pro. East Tamaki, we have seen them in regional competition for many years. qualifying for the CrossFit Games out of Wollongong. And that's been a minute, hasn't it?
It has been. Sometimes you lose track of time at this event because we have so many athletes and teams that come back year after year. You like realize, oh my God, they've been around forever.
Talking to one of the stalwarts of New Zealand CrossFit, Henry Hecky, yesterday, and he brought up the names of Luke McGrewer and John Templeton, Aaron James as well, just rolling back the clock, and they were the sort of staple of the New Zealand athletes coming through, and have a number of New Zealand teams and individual athletes spread right throughout our competition. Renegade, CrossFit East Tamaki, CrossFit Moore, and CrossFit 4165. The top three from our first heats of our teams, Chocolate Box Strong and Claremont. And there's a Lawson in that white shirt for Claremont. And no, he's not a dolphin trainer from Esperance, he's just from Esperance.
I love how many people fell for that.
For those who are unsure, no, there's no dolphin facilities over in Esperance in Western Australia. But thank you for humouring us. 16-minute cap, and all that says to me is just grind.
It is an absolute grind. Managing the rest time as well, making sure we're minimizing the time spent not moving the worm. Communication also key. We have one athlete that will generally take the lead on communicating with the team when they're going to pick it up and set.
And probably one aspect that's going to be beneficial this early in the morning, lack of people in the stadium, nice and early on a Sunday. Let's get a feel for what's happening down on the floor. Gemma Ashworth.
You talk about communication. There is more noise coming from the floor at the moment than I think from the stadium as people are starting to take their seats, but it is so loud. You say that one person is obviously trying to take a bit of a lead, take that captaincy on board. Over in CrossFit Quarter, the girls are telling the boys what to do, and it's obviously looking incredible. It's a great start to the morning. This is a ruthless workout, and these athletes are already feeling it.
Girls telling the boys what to do. That just doesn't happen on the competition floor, Gemma.
And it needs two more, I think, in my opinion.
We let you think that you're telling us what to do, but we really know who's in charge.
You better believe it. 5 minutes down. 16 minutes on the time cap. Now the separation for the teams, 4165 and CrossFit Moore. The athletes starting to head back for the first stage, the middle portion of King Arthur 2. And it is 90 strict handstand push-ups, and this is going to be difficult for some of these teams.
And what is making it even more difficult is we saw in the shot before, the teams all have to stand out on the floor holding onto that worm. So the worm has to rest on the shoulders of the other three athletes while one athlete is completing the handstand push-up. So the fatigue is building even for the athletes that aren't moving. They're still having to hold that weight, and it looks uncomfortable, and it is uncomfortable.
Not a whole lot of work being done by the other three team members, just the weight and fatigue on the shoulders, but a good chance to recover, get that heart rate down, get the breathing under control. 90 reps. Nothing to sneeze at really, but if you separate that in between 4 team members, this would be right up my wheelhouse.
It would be a lot quicker as well to chip away at those 90 if all 4 athletes could be down there rotating through, but they're having to run back down the floor and then take some weight, switch out with an athlete. The transition times as we move through these heats, we're going to see teams that have really had to practice this over and over in their gyms to make sure that the transition's smooth, because so much time can be lost in the middle of this event.
.455 is our split time for our first team to get to the wall for the 90 strict handstand push-ups. A bit of a change from the original programming of a deficit handstand push-up where the kipping was going to be allowed. This is a completely different aspect now. And you mentioned with that added fatigue over the weekend, probably the last thing these athletes feel like doing or their bodies want to be doing is a strict gymnastics movement.
Really tough on the shoulders, and as well with the doing the worm thrusters, you're already using that pressing movement, so it's fatigued before you get to the strict handstand push-ups. The athletes also have to stay inside that box on the floor, keeping the standard, so they're not allowed to move their hands wider outside those lines.
CrossFit more current leaders, gym owner and individual competitor Beck Glenister leading the charge. Speaking to her before competition, she was just so ecstatic that she was able to bring her team and her gym to the TYR Torian Pro for the first time. And just achievements as you go along in your life as an affiliate. This is one of those ones you can tick off and go, this is an experience I can share with more people.
It's inspiring for other members as well that might be thinking about competing. Being able to bring an affiliate team into a competition like the Torian Pro sort of dangles the carrot for the other athletes in your gym to be like, hey, something to work for next year.
The structure of the 90 reps, 4165 now jumping in with 10 reps to go. Just in the background, wiping down the sweat that is on the floor. We go back to 2012, regional competition, the strict handstand push-ups were there. Actually, they didn't have to be strict handstand push-ups. I just made it harder on myself.
There are a lot of athletes that prefer to do handstand push-ups strict, and they're actually quicker strict than kipping.
4165 are your leaders. Beck Glenister heading back across it more in lane number 5. 4165 battling with another North Brisbane affiliate, CrossFit more. Ten minutes, 20 seconds. We'll keep our eyes on that as our split time for our handstand push-ups. .11.5 down, 16 on our time cap.
What an absolute mind boggle as well for those teams standing there unable to move with that worm resting on their shoulders while they watch 4165 start to rep out and move ahead.
15 worm clean and jerks. Jordan Clamp at the fronts. How do you keep getting your team members at this stage? There is so much fatigue. Get them to keep moving.
You'll sometimes hear all 4 team members yelling at each other, but they know what's at stake. There's so much time wasted standing there staring at the worm. Just have to push past what your body's saying sometimes. In competition we do. There's obviously the time and place to listen to your body, but in competition, such a short period of time, and that 16 minutes goes by so quick.
It looks like the last couple of reps for 4165 at the top of your screen. Clean and jerks will be completed. And they'll move on to their worm thrusters. 21 required. Only 3 minutes. And I'm not sure that any of our teams in our first heat are going to get the work completed. Last 2 portions, 21 thrusters, 21 squats, 2.5 minutes. Yes, they are in the lead. Getting some advice from the sideline. The bonus of being inside Pat Raft Arena and in a tennis stadium, the crowd is right next to you.
A lot of these athletes will have their coaches right there next to the floor, able to give them instructions.
The good news, the 21 worm thrusters, they can get through them pretty quickly. But the back end of that, they're doing 21 squats into 27 squats.
Well, by the time they get to the 27 worm squats, they're probably welcoming not having as much pressure on the shoulders. The worm will just be sitting on the shoulders as opposed to that pressing movement they've been doing. Even though you're not reaching full extension with the worm on the clean and jerks and the thrusters, it's still that time under tension on the shoulders. That quick movement of moving it from one side of the head to the other. It's a half of a press.
It doesn't seem as though any of the team members for 4165 are actually calling. So they probably know exactly what they're going to be doing in realms of range, how many reps, how many sets. They've only got 60 seconds now, but probably no need to go through that communication factor when you know you're only going to be doing 5 or 6 reps each time.
Sometimes as well, before they pick it up, they'll say we're doing 5. They'll yell out a number, and so all the athletes will know how many reps they're going to do before they drop it.
4165, they are leading the charge from heat number 1. And they are not going to be beaten in this heat. 4 heats to come. "20 seconds, R4165 going to get to work with these squats. The tank is emptying quickly. CrossFit more are coming, as are Claremont, who've made a big jump after those handstands. And it looks like 4 reps for 4165 on their worm squats out of 27. Ouch. The further you get, obviously, the better on the leaderboard. But the more fatigue you're going to put your body under.
Oh, that worm is just relentless, and it just keeps coming in this event. Got to use it while you've got it. Teams moving through first worm squats, thrusters, and clean and jerks. Trying to give themselves enough time on those strict handstand push-ups in the middle. Then that added difficulty of the rest of the team having to hold that worm on their shoulders and stand there while one athlete completes a strict handstand push-up reps. By the time you get to the back end of this event, everything in your body would be screaming.
Our first heat of our teams in the books for our third and final day here at the TYR Torian Pro for 2026. We'll be back. Heat number 2 very shortly. See you then. Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena for our third and final day of the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Second heat of our teams coming to the floor for their second last event. It is King Arthur Mark II, presented by Frog Grips.
For time, 27 worm squats, 21 worm thrusters, 15 worm clean and jerks, 90 strict handstand push-ups, 15 worm clean and jerks, 21 worm thrusters, 27 worm squats. They've got a 16-minute cap. During those strict handstand push-ups, the other 3 team members will be holding that worm on their shoulders on the floor.
Our lane assignments. One of the home front teams, the other team currently at the top of the leaderboard. Carbon method. Down in lane number 8 and 2,444, and Tommy Woodham. Oh, he's trying to pump everyone up. Should pump yourself up, buddy, and a very happy 24th birthday to Tommy Woodham. Not just part of the 2,444 team, coach of Oscar Jessup in the adaptive division as well. Tommy, he looks like he's having the greatest day so far. Continue on, please.
Best way to spend your birthday, in my opinion.
Our second heat, waiting patiently. And a great shot just before of the corral with the athletes, and no doubt they would have been watching exactly what was happening to heat number 1. And not often the athletes get to see what's happening on the competition floor while they are in the corral. Does that instill more or less confidence in you if you're seeing what's happening and how that's unfolding?
Well, when you've just seen a whole heat not be able to finish, it does add a bit of nerves. You don't always have the privilege either of being able to have a screen out in the tunnel to know what's going on. Sometimes you can sneak a look at what's going out on the floor. In this sort of event, the teams really need to stick to their own game plan, stay in their lane, try and minimize their rest time as much as possible, and also no reps with the worm.
Oh, the last thing you need is any no reps, but with the worm just makes it so much worse. More on that. Let's head down to Gemma.
Lanes 1 and 2 are getting absolutely blasted with the sun. It looks like home front CrossFit Blue have opted to keep the worm on the side, almost blocking their faces from the sun. They haven't actually chosen to swap at all throughout those 21 squats. Whereas Chocolate Box, they've just kind of grin and beared it, and they're already on to the next part.
Something we don't always get at CrossFit competitions. We do have an open air stadium here, so the sun blasts straight in at this time of the morning, which can also be really nice as well, to have that natural temperature and not having to work out in air conditioning first thing in the morning. But definitely going to play a part in Homefront CrossFit Blue, just being able to keep that team synchronized. When you can't see each other, it gets a little bit difficult.
Homefronts. Patron, Emma Lockie, and Somi Bartley. As Gemma mentioned, getting absolutely roasted by that sun, lane number 1. It's not too often you see athletes with their shirts off at 8 o'clock in the morning. But fair play to Lockie and Tommy down there. We saw that yesterday with the sun beaming in late yesterday afternoon for the muscle-ups, but it was coming in the other side as the sun was going down.
We notice as well a lot of the athletes are opting for no shirt, because with the worm it just eliminates that discomfort with the worm dragging your t-shirt down.
Four teams moving forward to the next segment. Carbon Method, Hunted Fitness, Southend CrossFit, and CrossFit Chocolate Box from Sydney.
You can see how much extra time is spent under tension when the communication doesn't go smoothly. Worms have become a staple part of the team competition at the CrossFit Games, and it really does set the teams apart. The teams that want to have a serious crack at the podium at the CrossFit Games, the worm needs to be bread and butter. They'd be working on this as much as they can, making sure that all the transitions are clean.
Quarter of the way through our second heats of our second last event for our team competition. The better you are at the worm, the better you're going to be as a team in every single aspect of competition.
Well, it just pulls it all together, doesn't it? It's not only the communication and the teamwork, but it's also everybody needs to put the same effort in or it doesn't work.
We've seen that many years with Mayhem, and they just almost overuse the worm just to make sure everything, every aspect of teamwork was nailed down. And you get that done, and everything becomes so much easier. So I can't think of any other movement as a team of 4 that is more brutal than the worm.
Well, if you can nail the worm as a team, then everything else is going to come together. Carbon Method are going to be the first team onto the strict handstand push-ups.
Adrian Rodriguez, he's got a few of these. Got a great start from the Carbon Method team.
The athletes are going to want to not go to failure on these. If you've got a big set, you want to leave a couple in the bank, because they've got to go out and swap out and hold that worm on their shoulders. So they're not going to really get much rest.
And as you mentioned, you don't want to go to full fatigue with your handstands. But you could only get one potential opportunity to do it. Elizabeth for Carbon Method now heading back. And another important component of this is the transition time. You mentioned in heat number 1 that the other 3 team members have got to hold that worm. You've got to come in and switch out as fast as you can. 100 Fitness from the Gold Coast are currently in 2nd. And only 2 teams now make that 3 with Chocolate Box. Charlie Bolton heading back to the rig for the strict handstand push-ups, Carbon Method. Matt Bathgate. One of those athletes has completed every single CrossFit Open. I can fly that flag as well. Can't say I've done very well in the Open each time. But 6 regional competitions for Matt Bathgate. He's at the far left of your screen. Two 444. Damo Kypriotis as Bathgate heads back. They'll swap out again. Elizabeth Rusi swaps places with Imogen.
And you can see how much rest the other athletes are not getting by standing there with all that weight on their shoulders.
And where do you stand? How do you recover with the worm there? For more on that, let's head down to Gemma.
Some of the athletes choosing to stand with their hands on their hips, obviously trying to open up their lungs, trying to get the air back in. Over in lane 7, CrossFit 2444, athlete just giving one of the girls a nudge to stand up straight as she was leaning down, putting her hands on her knees. Just obviously that's putting a lot of pressure down the posterior chain. So yeah, it's interesting to see how these athletes are trying to recover, especially some of the boys at the front of the worm opting just to have it drooping over their shoulder, just trying to get their oxygen back in.
Yeah, standing up tall, Gemma, is definitely the best way to be. You don't want to be hunched over, loading up that lower back. That's going to hurt, trying to touch it to the ground for the reps, for the clean and jerks, and also on the squats later.
Hunted Fitness, Harry Calverley has got most of that worm dripping on one side, Sam Mason at the other. So they are compacting their 3 athletes as quick as, well, close as they can. And how much more fatigue does that put on you?
He actually looks the most comfortable out of everyone on the floor there. I like the tactic with the weight hanging over his back. You can see if some athletes have got it on their right on their shoulders, pushing their necks forwards.
It's like Charlie Bolton doing a little bit of a Irish jig while he's got the worm on his shoulders. CrossFit Chocolate Box. Hunted Fitness. Leah Michelle and Harry waiting patiently Now, one thing I did notice about Sam Mason's handstand push-ups, just taking a little bit longer to go through his reps. Adrian Rodriguez having a good time. Imogen Christie, not so much, holding on to that worm for dear life.
I was going to say, holding on for dear life, willing it to be over.
Sam Mason tagging out now. Looks like he's going to take over. Harry Calverley is going to come back down. Harry not in too much of a rush to get there. Ten and a half down. 5.5 remaining. Oh, this is easy stuff for Harry. And pushing that head out, trying to get everything stacked on top of each other, which is exactly what you want to be doing.
Has his torso nice and straight over the top of the shoulders. They're not allowed to arch at the back and have their butt on the wall. Also got to show the judge you've got full extension at the top of the rep before going for the next or coming down.
Carbon method, enough done with the handstands. Now the clean and jerks start. 2 444 starting their clean and jerks shortly. Maddie Bathgate at the front. Elizabeth Rousey, Adrian Rodriguez and Imogen Christie. 4 worm squats out of 27. Our score to beat from 4165 in the same lane. The furthest away from the sun beaming in. I wonder if there's something in that. Hunted Fitness, that worm is all over the place in lane 6.
And when the athletes are dropping it on the floor, trying to make sure it lands in a nice straight line so they can set quicker.
We just know if it doesn't, you know things aren't going well for the team.
And you're just spending more time bent over, loading that posterior chain, having to reshuffle it. It just chews up the time. And in an event where most teams aren't finishing, every bit of time counts and every rep is going to count. Nice and straight on the floor from Carbon Method.
Well, it's just been like that every single rep, and that's why they're doing so well.
And you can see they can grab it straight away. They don't have to shuffle it. All 4 athletes are able to grab either side and get straight into the rep without loading up the lower back more than they need to.
Moving forward now, thrusters, 21 required. Now they move quick enough through these thrusters, they're gonna have enough time to take the lead in the team competition.
They just copped a no rep. All 4 athletes need to be below parallel on that squat.
Rusi getting some really good depth out of that squat. It must be difficult because Bathgate in front is so much taller and nice and straight once again. Now that's an aspect that probably teams don't practice either. Putting the worm down where it's easier to pick up, as you mentioned. If it's nice and straight, it's way easier.
That's where time with the worm counts. And it's difficult as well when the athletes start getting out of sync, because you might have some athletes come out of their squat too early when others haven't quite reached parallel yet or below parallel, and then that's when they're copping a no rep on the thrusters.
Now, like what Matt Bathgate's doing with his head, he's just tilting it out of the way. That worm going right over the top of Elizabeth Rusi's head. Now, that one not straight. Imogen having to fix that up at the back. But aspect of height, if you don't have to worry about moving your head out of position, that makes it a lot easier as well.
Got less than a minute left. Every repetition is going to count for places on the leaderboard.
Inside the last minute. And 4 squats is all that's required to take the lead. Carbon method. They're going to have time to get it done.
They're going to need to stay synchronized here.
The new leaders are Carbon method. And looks like they're going to round out with 11 squats. And again, tough going. And what a way to start the final day. King Arthur 2.
Another heat where we haven't had any teams finish. This one is just absolutely brutal. The hard work starts straight up. See the athletes managing that worm amongst their 4 teammates. And the sun on the floor as well. But Carbon method, they were out in front early on and they managed to hold it the whole way through. They had really nice quick transitions between their athletes on the strict handstand push-ups. And we saw towards the back end where the fatigue really sets in and then it can really fall apart on the worm when everyone starts getting out of sync. But they're our team to beat so far.
And with 10 squats in for Carbon method, your new leaders. 3 more heats to come. We'll get things packed up, reset. We'll be back for heat number 3 shortly. See you then.
Day 3 of the TYR Torian Pro. Say hello! Yeah! That's what we want to see. Taking a photo of yourself on the big screen. Alright, there we see our athletes in the corrals already come on to the Pat Raft Arena for heat 3 of King Arthur 2 here at the TYR Torian Pro. This event proudly brought to you by Frog Grips. It's funny you look out at all our athletes, and about 95% of them all are wearing frog grips. Not because it's a fad, because they just are simply the best grips. If you don't have a pair, go out and visit our frog grip vendor. And see what all the hype is about.
Torian Pro. Welcome to it, wherever you're joining us from right around the world. Halfway through our team competition for this morning, and very fortunate to have event director, half of the partnership, kicking and screaming all the way into broadcast. John O'Snape, welcome.
We are. Thanks, mate. Great to have you. And how good's this view?
I know.
Mate, if I knew it was this good, I would have been here earlier.
You do less work here as well. It's
Absolutely.
Good.
How good.
We're going to have a bit of a chin wag all the way through the next heat. Just really touch base on the Torian Pro in its infancy, now all the way through to a qualifying event for the CrossFit Games, which is absolutely massive. But as you look at the event overall, surely you've got to be happy with the way things are progressing.
Oh, mate, it's amazing. You know, we started this event over 11 years ago, and it was just a passion project. So you couldn't have convinced me that we would be here today in a major stadium with this many athletes and this many spectators. Yeah, mate, it's pretty surreal. Every time I turn up to this event, I have to pinch myself.
Our lane assignments for our third heat of our teams. Some impressive performances from Raw Iron. In lane number 4, they are your top qualifier in this third heats. And Nevada slowly working their way through the heats and making their way up to the pointy end of the team competition. I'm gonna have a look at Zoe Bartle for Nevada, CrossFit Fremantle, the elite gymnast at 20 years of age. And I'm sure she's got 1 or 2 handstands in that kit bag. On the way, Patrick Hoey for CrossFit Hawthorn East, leading the charge for the Melbourne-based team in lane number 8 at the top of your screen. And plenty of action happening, not just inside the stadium, where qualifying spots are up for grabs, outside, community divisions, end of the village. We spoke to Sean Coog yesterday from Frog Grips. He just goes, he doesn't know if it's happening more year-on-year stuff, but he says the vibe out there is just increasing every single year.
Yeah, it's a lot of people say that that's where the party's at, out in the community arenas, and that's part of kind of, you know, what we try to create here is we try to create an opportunity like a festival, like a fitness festival, so people can come along and be interested in the sport and try all the awesome food that we have on offer, shop at all the great vendors that come along. So we try and create a really overall great experience for everyone.
And when you sit down with Mike, and you probably sat down over many years, and you've gone, okay, what's our goal? What's the tip of the spear for the Torian Pro each year? Do you do a sort of rinse and repeat model, or do you go, hey, we can improve this aspect, we're going to focus on that this year, or what's the thought process behind all that?
Yeah, we're always trying to go bigger and better and create more opportunities to grow the sport and get more people involved. You know, the whole ethos of this event was to give aspiring and elite athletes an opportunity to compete and you know, sharpen their steel against the best in the world, but also to get as much of the community involved and expose them to the methodology of CrossFit. You know, this event was born from an affiliate, so I'm an affiliate owner as well with my business partner, Mike Towner. And you know, this event is really special to us on 2 levels, where it really does promote the CrossFit methodology, but it also exposes everyone to the sport that we love, which is the sport of fitness.
Kept going back 11 Torian Pros ago, back into the original affiliate.
Has it been that long?
Yes, yes, it has. 2015. Things have progressed considerably since then.
Absolutely, yes.
But back in the day, there was some individual athletes from United States and Canada that came out, and even from Europe.
Yeah.
We had Jackie Dahlstrom come out and win one year, and having that exposure and opening the borders, obviously an opportunity for athletes to come out and experience what we've got. And Cora Milligan, I was speaking to her on Friday, and she just goes, this is like 1 in a million chance to come out here and experience this, because we never get the chance to do it.
Yeah, and we've always tried to bring the CrossFit Games to Australia. You know, Australia's a long way away from the rest of the world, so a lot of people don't get the chance to go and experience the CrossFit Games. So we always wanted to bring those superstars out here, and yeah, we've had some great athletes come and join us. And in 2019, Rich Froning came out, and that's when we moved it actually to a major stadium. You know, when Rich announced that he was coming out, very quickly it became apparent that we were going to need a bigger boat. So that's when we moved the event from when it was in our gym at CrossFit Torian, and here we are now, still back at Pat Raft Arena in Brisbane.
We've changed a little bit from the old days of Facebook Live.
Oh, mate, it's weird sitting up here in the broadcast. You know, we spend months and months, you know, planning these productions, and it's cool to be up here. You know, you've been with us since day one, so it's been a journey for us all.
Hasn't it what? I'm just touch on that for a second. You said there's months and months of planning. Is it like 11 and a half months of the year planning, or do you give yourself a little bit of downtime post-event to sort of just soak it all in and sort of chip away? The important stuff that you have to fix, there's always things to fix. And you go, things that went well, you go, okay, good. Big tick for that one. But do you give yourself some downtime before you get stuck in again?
Yeah, we get a little bit. I guess that, you know, the process from here is obviously the bump out. We need to get, you know, everything out. And then we go through a reporting and debriefing phase. So, you know, we keep notes on what we're doing well, what hasn't worked, and then we do a bit of an after-action report where we get the team together and just flag all those things that we didn't do well and we can improve on while it's fresh in our minds. And then we get about 4 weeks off, and then it's back to planning. So I use the analogy a lot. It feels like the Christmas tree that you put away and you feel like you're putting it back together almost instantly. So yeah, we spend about 10 to 11 months planning this event, but obviously it ramps up as you get closer to go time. But yeah, there's a lot of pre-work that goes into seeing what you see here today.
What we're seeing currently is Ben Goodall heading back to the wall from Avada CrossFit Fremantle to get things started for the 90 strict handstand push-ups. More on what's happening on the floor. Let's head down to Gemma.
Sore Performance have been in the lead most of that worm, and Avada CrossFit Fremantle have just been chipping away, and as I said, I've just got back to the wall first of all, but also in the previous heats, it wasn't down to the worm, it was down to the athletes who could get through those strict handstand push-ups first. And it will be the real test to see who has a bit of everything in this workout.
Avada CrossFit Fremantle. First reps on the wall done. Andrew Daly, son Hayden celebrated his 5th birthday on Friday. Oh, to be 5 again. Wouldn't that be nice? No responsibilities.
Take me back. I didn't know how good I had it.
So I know you don't have too much to do with the programming side of things. You leave that little realm to Mike.
No, that's all for my main man, Mikey.
Do you sit down together and as a spectacle of what the crowd is going to see, what the athletes are going to experience, do you get together to talk through that, or do you just leave all that to Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a balance, right? So, we're here to find the fittest and test the fittest, but I also love to put on a show. So, Mike, he's incredible. He's so good at what he does, and he's got a great balance between making sure that there's integrity around the test, but also that these workouts just play out so well for the spectators, right? So, that's what's exciting about the sport, and if you can craft those workouts in a way that achieves both, that's how we like to grow the sport.
Seeing spectacle on the floor. And we saw a spectacle on the floor last night as Brianna from Avada CrossFit Fremantle smashing through these strict handstands. Mister, didn't they really set the world on fire last night?
They've become probably the highlight of the year and the main attraction. Those guys are incredible. Yeah, it's just so exciting. They're so creative, so entertaining. And yeah, the crowd just loves it. I mean, they came off the floor last night and were saying that the crowd was too loud and they couldn't actually hear the music and get their timing right. But I was like, nobody noticed.
And no one cares.
Yeah, and no one cares. Especially the girls are in the crowd. They're all, yeah, there's no complaints there.
Absolutely not. And so good that they've got the opportunity now to go to the CrossFit Games and expose themselves to a whole different audience. And I don't know if the worldwide audience is ready for them.
No, yeah, I don't think they know what they're in for. I'm so excited for those guys. You know, they deserve it, and they deserve to be on the biggest stage in this sport. So, yeah, it's awesome that they've got that opportunity. And yeah, I think the fans over there are just going to be in for an absolute show. I know that they're all working on their routine. They're getting as ripped as possible. They're heavily in training. Yeah, it's going to be an absolute showstopper.
CrossFit Games in San Jose at the end of July. 20th anniversary of the CrossFit Games, and all divisions, age divisions, adaptive, teenagers, the teams and individuals all competing in San Jose. It is going to be one massive celebration. Some mistakes now being made by Avada CrossFit Fremantle. And Brianna now heading back to the wall again. Brianna going to work again. Only a couple of reps to go before your leaders start to make a move into the next portion of King Arthur 2. Now let's talk about King Arthur 2 quickly, Jono. 2022, King Arthur came out, and Tia Claire Toomey, who's going to be hopefully joining us on the broadcast today, says the hardest event she's ever done in any competition.
Yeah.
So what does Mike do? Mike goes, hang on a minute, hold my phone.
How can we make this harder? Is that even possible?
Well, we're about to find out in a couple of hours' time. But is that something that you go, okay, that works, let's do that again?
Yeah, it feels like this year with the program, it's almost like our greatest hits. You know, bringing back King Arthur 2 was, yeah, it's just such an infamous workout, and it's such an exciting workout too. We love that, you know, chipper style, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, none of the athletes have had a chance to practice on the wall. You know, the wall's been the big talking point about the new exciting object. And
it was funny last night with the briefing. And normally with the briefing, all the athletes are pretty quiet and whatever, and then the wall comes out, and there was just sort of like there were chooks in the hen house, just
no,
battering away, just going, oh wow! And it's Royce height, so
yes.
Royce Dunn's roughly about what 6'1"-ish.
Yeah, so yeah, it's 6 foot.
It's Royce height.
Yeah, Royce height. Yeah, and he'd probably have more luck trying to just run through it, I think, trying to get over it.
And we get to see the wall come into play a little bit later on. But Avada continue on. They are your leaders. A big mistake earlier on, dropping the worm, and Zoe Bartle having to come back to the team, then having to go back to the wall to finish the last 5 handstands. But they have 5 reps to go for the 15 clean and jerks. 21 thrusters and 27 worm squats to come. Carbon Method, your current leaders from heat number 2. 10 squats out of 27. No teams yet to finish. Now, feel sorry for the guinea pigs at CrossFit Torian who have to go through and test all this stuff for Mike as well. Have you got a group that your go-to group every time, or are you picking different athletes? I know Royce and Swanee are 2 of those athletes in particular that you use to sort of test things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always hard because, you know, we don't have this deep pool of testers because most of them are always competing, and you're wanting to, you know, during that testing phase, you're wanting to get, you know, guys and girls who are super capable and can really kind of give you great data on how these workouts are performing. So we were lucky that, you know, Royce is not competing this year, and we roped in a bunch of our coaches to kind of be our core group of testing these workouts. So shout out to all the CrossFit Torian coaches for stepping up and being the guinea pigs this year. It's hard work.
And sorry.
It's yeah, sorry at the same time. It's a lot of late call-ups. I need you at the gym now. We're doing another test.
Again
and again.
Avada CrossFit Fremantle, that lead is now decreasing. Sore performance. They are moving up. Your top 2 teams. 3 minutes left on the clock. Houston, Noema at the front. for Saw Performance. Can they start making a dent in the lead? Andrew Daly, the 32-year-old, at the front for Avada. And Houston just having a quick look over and noticing that Avada have dropped the worm. They decide not to. Extra fatigue, yes. But they are going to find themselves jumping into the lead now. Grid Performance move into third. And we may be seeing a new leader as we head into our final 2 heats of our second last event for our third and final day of the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Last 5 reps for Avada before they move on to their worm squats. They have got a whole lot of time in the bank and could potentially get this finished. Avada, 27 reps to get. If they get 10, they're our new leaders. Seven reps down for Avada. They've still got just under 90 seconds to get the work completed. Saw Performance trying to play some catch up, and the wheels starting to fall off for Avada. Here come Saw Performance. Houston, Kaya, Ruben, and Gina. They move into position. The team from West Australia are your new leaders. And we're still not going to have any teams get King Arthur Mark II completed underneath the 16-minute time cap. Extra squats from Ben and Brianna for Avada.
Oh, no rep there.
But Pip and I were discussing earlier on just about if you can work with the worm as a team, everything else is going to be simple because this is the hardest implement to use.
Oh, absolutely.
And I know Mike
Done well.
I know Mike's going to go every year. Oh, we're doing the worm every time.
Yeah.
Avada, CrossFit Fremantle.
It's a key piece to testing teamwork.
20 reps, 7 reps short of finishing. Avada will be happy with that result, but still no teams getting finished. We have 2 more heats to come before we find out if we can get this ticked off and give Mike Towner a harder challenge next year. A good start from Saw Performance. As Gemma said, they were in the lead for a fair bit. But then Avada taking over those handstands. 90 strict handstands before they get on and try and finish. The 15 clean and jerks with the worm, 21 thrusters, 27 worm squats. The hardest part of the event is taking the worm back to the start line for these teams.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just a bit of
Got to help out the equipment teams.
making our lives a little bit easier.
Got some great going from our teams. We've just ticked over 9 a.m. here, Brisbane local time. And we're already 3 heats deep. 2 more heats to come. John O'Snape, I know you're a very, very busy man. Appreciate your time in coming in, giving us a little bit of insight as to what happens behind the scenes of the TYR Torian Pro.
Thanks, Rookie. So good to have you here, mate. Back again.
Wouldn't be wouldn't be anywhere else, would I? Hey,
No.
year 12 next year. Let's
Yeah,
go.
let's go.
Sign me on. But get back to work. I know you've got a massive team. You've got to try and balance and try and keep in the right direction and keep everything on time and get ready for some big presentations tonight when we crown who's going to go to the CrossFit Games, which is always an exciting time.
Oh my gosh, we are in for an exciting finish. Yeah, I checked the leaderboard this morning and I was like, okay, wow, we're in for a big one today.
Teams might be already set, but our males and females, who knows? This is going to be anybody's, which is going to be an exciting time. But thanks for your time once again, and we look forward to catching up after the event and have a bit of a reflection, and let's plan for next year.
Absolutely. Thanks, Rookie. Thanks for having me.
All good. All right, that will do us for 3 heats of our teams. Our last 2 heats coming very shortly. We'll see you soon.
Hey, going, who we got up there? Great to see all the supporters up here bright and early on Sunday. Enjoying the Sabbath here at Rafter Arena. As heat 4. Team's almost ready to come out and put on a show. In after 2. All right, Brisbane, you got friends, family here in heat 4. They're going to love to hear your support. So let's give it up to our team athletes as they make their way back out to the floor.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter. 2 more heats to come. Our team competition, we are edging ever so close to getting a team finished. Pip Malone, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back. Pleasure to share my headset with Jono.
Good to have half of the team here, the Torian Pro directors, Jono Snape and Mike Towner. And Jono mentioning that he's just so amazed and surprised at where we were in 2015, we're now 2026, and things have just skyrocketed.
Oh, haven't they what? It is the event to be at.
Oh, isn't it what?
My biased opinion.
This is our second last event of the weekend for our teams, and our lane assignments for our 4th heats. We have 2 heats to come, no teams yet finished. And we're looking forward to seeing how close they can get. 20 reps for Avada CrossFit Fremantle. Our time to beats, Torian Blue, have been on the charge this weekend already, and 2 Torian teams in this heat. Bill's Powerhouse off to a great start in event 1 on Friday, and they're trying to finish strong on day number 3. 3-2-1-6. Closest to screen. Finn Proctor ready to roll, closest to screen. Helen Rawlinson, where are you going? Josh and Shiloh. Josh currently living in Brisbane, the team based out of Hamilton, New Zealand. And qualifying for the Torian Pro, and Josh going, sorry guys, I'm moving to Brisbane. Probably not ideal for team cohesion and training. As our team get underway. 20 worm squats out of 27. We are 7 reps away from finishing. We are edging ever so close, heat by heat.
But we saw how difficult it gets towards the end. It looked like they had time, and then they just get to that last set, the wheels fall off. The athletes have nothing left in the tank at the end of this event. It's absolutely brutal.
5'6", Nick Fuentes. Alex Herawini for Torian Blue. OY CrossFit Mecca. They are the team in the lead, but only just getting to work straight away. Bill's Powerhouse getting the worm there first, but taking a break. It's probably an important factor we haven't really touched on is when and where do you break with the worm? Because it's not an easy implement to get into position.
No, not at all. And they're already got so much time under tension with the worm. They're going to have to hold it on their shoulders while the athletes are chipping through those 90 strict handstand push-ups in the middle. These teams would have practiced this in their affiliates and figured out where is best to rest. We've seen some teams that have rested with it on their shoulders during the thrusters.
Heath, Howai, changing positions. Livy and Serena maintaining their positions on the worm. But as you mentioned earlier, in Heat 1, different segments, different weights. Where do you put each team member? Obviously, height's going to come into the factor as well. CrossFit Torian, Jack Jeffrey.
CrossFit Torian have got that advantage of having all athletes that are similar heights as well.
Jack Jeffrey, Simone Arthur, Drake Walter, and Christy Hollard. Part of our Torian team that have progressively jumped up heat by heat, day by day. .565. Not looking that comfortable in the back of your screen. Themselves and Injustice, two teams yet to move forward. The 15 clean and jerks required before the 90 strict handstand push-ups.
We haven't seen any teams yet go touch and go with these clean and jerks. All of these teams have been opting to do singles. Drop it at the bottom and reset.
And Mecca, we're just about to go. Heath, not ready. So another short break before they get underway. And 20 out of 27 reps, we are getting close to a finisher. And are we going to see any from this heat? Let's find out. Gemma Ashworth.
The stadium is starting to get louder. And I think it's starting to affect the communication on the floor, being able to hear your teammates over the noise and the support of the people around. Obviously, that noise is only going to get louder and louder as the heats go on. But straight away, Mecca actually did not drop the worm until they started on their cleans, and that's definitely given them that advantage as they're the first ones to the wall. So it will be interesting if the teams in the back who are watching try to take on the same strategy.
Yep, that part that you said, Gemma, where they're not dropping the worm at all, they've moved straight through the first three movements. It's put them way out ahead, just saving so much time on the ground. We've seen a lot of teams really chew up a lot of time shuffling around on the floor.
Mecca on screen. Howai McGann just chalking up his hands while he's resting, passing the chalk down the line to Heath and Serena, all the way down to Livy, who's going through her handstands. There's some experience right there, chalking your hands, getting ready while you're standing there doing absolutely nothing. So having the chalk in the pocket, one of those, you've spoken about it all weekend, it is those 1%ers that's going to get you across the line.
And this is where we see, as our top teams start to come out on the floor, we're going to see transition times become a lot smoother. These teams will have dialed in transitions. They won't be wasting any time. They would have practiced this in training, and they know exactly where to push and where to not waste time.
Livy Kitson-Clark back. Swap over now. Serena Hendry goes back for Mecca. The top three teams are Mecca, Torian and Torian Blue. Eden Garrell continuing her handstands. Christy Hollard making her way back. Jack Jeffrey doesn't mind a handstand. And he is going to be the athlete to go back to the wall. Far left of your screen. 5.65 and Injustice still battling with those clean and jerks for the worm. Eden Garrell, she is back. Mitch Harley just taking a little bit of extra time with that walk back to the wall. Damo Kypriotis done. Now some massive changes starting to happen with our teams as rep schemes getting shorter and shorter as fatigue kicks in. Owen McGann in the background for your leaders. So much chalk on the floor.
It's a very, very sweaty event.
Seen some athletes in previous heats. Sam Mason, one of those, with some slower handstand push-up for Hunted Fitness. And some athletes who've just found the handstand push-up portion just simple and be able to chew off a lot of reps.
Definitely at an advantage if you've got one or two teammates that can pump out a big set of strict handstand push-ups. Takes the pressure off the athletes as well that maybe aren't as strong at them. Just do their part for the team, get a few reps out and then swap them out.
Well, Brianna for Nevada CrossFit Fremantle doing exceptionally well. Adrian Rodriguez for Carbon Method. Just being able to put them in a position. That's all you need. You just need a chance. So there's some athletes in the field that have done extremely well. Guy Parkins back for 5.65 for the swap out as Winnie makes his way back for Torian Blue. Livy Kitson-Clark continuing in the background, and that worm for Mecca looping.
This is the section of the event that is doing all the damage on the back end, is having to stand there with all that weight on their shoulders. It's not rest, it's time under tension. It's hard to breathe as well, standing there. You want to try and stand up as straight as possible, but the worm wants you to start hunching over.
Yes, there is a balance of the worm work into the gymnastics and straight back to the worm. Torian now ahead. Torian Blue not too far away. And Mecca, communication is just not happening for them. Now you get that level of frustration. How do you get rid of it quickly?
Take that extra couple of seconds to talk to your teammates and make sure everybody knows what's going on and what their role is.
Heath Mitchell doing a lot of work, holding on to that worm, and you might think it's just standing around with a load, but you're so much taller than your other team members. You're going to be taking majority of that weight. Couple of reps to go for Torian. Torian Blue into second, Mecca into third. Final rep now, Christy Hollards. CrossFit Games competitor. Knows exactly what to do in the team situation. Bouncing back from giving birth to baby Billy last year. Five minutes remaining. And CrossFit Torian trying to work their way into the final heats for the final events on the final day. Currently sitting in 12th position. .56 points back from Torian Blue team. They have a chance to get this completed. They have a lot of time up their sleeve. But as you mentioned, all around the same height, that means a shorter range of movement for all of the team members.
It also makes it smoother on the movements like the thrusters, where they're all going to hit below parallel at similar times. You can see how smooth they are. All of their hips are dropping at the same time because they've got similar heights.
Compared to Torian Blue, Alex Herawini a lot taller. And Chennai Vicky sitting there in that second position. Oh, Mecca, another mistake. And composure is key when we're getting this deep in. And Christy Hollard, team captain. And you can hear her from here. She's yelling very loud. Gemma mentioned it before, at things on the floor getting very loud. Communication's going to be tough. They are going to absolutely smash this time cap. Jack Jeffrey, Simone Arthur, Drake Walder, and Christy Hollard making up CrossFit Torian. And taking a break. And this is a deliberate break, it wasn't a rest. They're being very strategic. 17 reps remain for CrossFit Torian. Torian Blue with a no rep. Mecca, can they bounce back? Mecca seem to have jumped back into second position. This is better from the team from Auckland. 27 squats for Mecca. 10 reps for Torian. And they are looking super strong. Drake Walder, the youngster, sitting in that third position, coming in late to the Torian team, but has performed well as a youngster for his first experience at the Torian Pro. And CrossFit Torian 14:24. .90 seconds under that time cap. Mecca have bounced back from a few mistakes. They are going to get finished as well.
You can see how much fatigue these teams are carrying. 27 worm squats on paper doesn't seem like much, but at the back end of this event, absolutely brutal.
Oh, Livy just yelling at the team to continue. The last 3 reps coming. Oh, why Livy, Heath, Serena. I'm not sure if OY could actually run forward, so we had to back it up. That's a good comeback after a few issues on the way down.
They recovered really well because some teams in the previous heats weren't able to recover when it started going south on the worm on this back end. As soon as the no reps start coming and dropping it, it's very hard to pick it back up again at this stage.
Torian Blue seem to be in a bit of bother trying to get their synchronization sorted. No rep again. Seems to be Eden Garrell at the back, just not hitting the bottom point at the same time. And they're going to run out of time. Torian Blue, freezing hots. They came home strongly. Brody Scott, Harry Bader, Dana Shields and Ruby Camps. Big movers. Not sure they were close enough to Torian Blue. But CrossFit Torian tick the box, 14:24. That is well under that time cap.
And the first team to finish as well so far. That's
But only 2 teams so far out of 32 teams down. We only have 2 over the line. How many more from our final 8 are we going to see?
Mecca and Torian both executed the start of this event beautifully. Mecca were holding on to that worm the whole way through the first 3 movements. They didn't drop it. It put them out in front heading into the strict handstand push-ups. But CrossFit Torian, they smashed through the strict handstand push-ups and overtook Mecca. CrossFit Torian as well, really strategic with where they were dropping the worm. I don't think I saw them accidentally drop it once. Every time they put it down, it was on purpose. They stuck to their strategy. And Mecca doing a really good job coming back from that little mistake on the back end. A lot of teams haven't been able to do that at this point with all the fatigue they're carrying.
Heat 4 in the books. And there are your 2 teams getting finished. 14:25 official time now. And 15:11 from CrossFit Mecca. Tough going, 3rd and final day. As we put Heat 4 in the books, and we have got Heat 5 coming very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Day 3 continues of the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Welcome back to Pat Raft Arena, the TYR Torian Pro for 2026, kicking off for our 3rd and final day, and it is event 6 for our teams. King Arthur Mark II, presented by Frog Grips.
For time, 27 worm squats, 21 worm thrusters, 15 worm clean and jerks, 90 strict handstand push-ups, 15 worm clean and jerks, 21 thrusters and 27 worm squats.
Sounds easy. Gymnastics prowess of Snake CrossFit. Georgia Pryor, Maisie Wild. What are we going to see out of those young ladies? Your leaders, home front, CrossFit Proven, 491 points back to Snake. The 2 Jakes, Maisie, Georgia, 485 points, only 6 points in it. Kia Meyer wrapping out at top 3. There are Yelena Simons, Tribe making their way into the top heats. Very impressed with both rec Gym teams. And the cohesion, camaraderie of Concepts, with so much experience in their team, set themselves up for a great day 3. Northbound with some question marks over their cohesion earlier in the week by their own admission, but they are performing exceptionally well. Qualifying spots on the line for the CrossFit Games in 2 events' time. And with a big gap between 3rd and 4th, it could have already been sewn up. Now, knowing you've got a bit of a gap, do you just get to a point, hey, 2 teams have finished, if we get onto the worm squats at the back end, that's going to be enough, or are you just going for it?
No, we're going to see these top teams still fight it out till the end. That's what they're here to do. It's not over until it's over, Jeremy. Anything can happen.
"16 grueling minutes ahead of us. But if you're any quicker, it's only going to be 14:25. CrossFit Torian, your time to beat. Tribe with some very heavy hitters. Oscar and Alessio. Height difference massive. The speed of squat from Snake was the biggest thing that's jumped out at me straight away. They are moving a lot faster than the team on their left and our rights. Homefront CrossFit Proven, who are your leaders overall by 6 points. And they are going to be the first to move. Fast going. Break from the Homefront CrossFit Proven. Rec Gym Black Concepts. Lane 8 to the far right of your screen, all chasing down the team that we earmarked to do well, but they've really undersold themselves.
Oh, they really have. We're really early on into this event, but transitions is really going to count amongst these top teams, and strategic breaks to manage that fatigue.
We talked about floating yesterday with toe to bar. Have a look at this worm. It is just so smooth. Jake Douglas at the front, turning his head around and talking to his team, slapping his leg, telling them exactly when they need to move.
And one thing you have to remember is Jake Douglas has had Georgia Pryor and Maisie under his wing for years now as well. They've brought in the second Jake into the team, who's become part of their family, but Jake, Georgia and Maisie, they've trained together for years. They know how each other move.
Sometimes it's the unspoken communication that works best. Kia Meyer jumping into second, just ahead of Rec Gym Black, and Rec Gym coming into 4th. Back in 6th is Homefront CrossFit Proven. Zane and Joel swapping positions. For Rec Gym Black, Lock in James swapping positions as well. Northbound, pull up alongside. It just seems to be a little bit of a more conservative start for home fronts. There's Rec Gym Black. And really just had, talk about surprising, Snake wasn't the big surprise. The Rec Gym teams, they have performed exceptionally well.
And all of these teams, none of them are being tempted to do any touch and go reps.
Kia Meyer making their way into the lead and stepping forward. For more on that, let's head down to Gemma.
The Kiwis are getting behind the Kia Mahi dogs. Bryce is the voice of that group, really taking the lead. I was actually watching their squats and we were speaking about height difference. There was a real diagonal going with Michelle at the back there, and I was actually a little bit concerned about how that might affect them later on in the workout, but the cleans and the thrusters were just so smooth. They managed just to chip away. But yeah, let's see how we keep going in this event.
Rec Jim Black moving into second ahead of Snake CrossFit HWPO. Bryce Shearer has punched through about 20 reps already. We had a chance to catch up with the team as we left the arena last night. And they are in very good spirits and probably know they're in a very good, secure position heading into day 3.
They did say, though, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing. It is certainly a nice position to be in. Maybe a little less pressure, but you have to put your foot on the gas and keep it going.
Bryce finishing up as Jake Douglas takes a break for Snake. As Homefront CrossFit Proven finally get done. They are behind by about 40 reps on the handstand. Christina Lividatakis is going to sort that issue out immediately. And that's how you do strict handstand push-ups when you're in a rush.
He is so fast on these.
25 reps for the first set. Some great stuff from Lividatakis. And been earmarked as Christina Aguilera for her singing prowess, believe it or not. That could be a lie as well. She said she's not a very good singer at all.
She was also not happy you found out about that.
Oh, she was not. Snake continuing. And the speed of the handstands is unbelievable from some of her athletes. Lividatakis coming back. Aiden Tawaki done for Kia Meyer. Joel Molina, he's got a bucket load of handstand push-ups as well, as does Zane Shellebear-Healy. But Snake look like they have jumped back into the lead. Michelle Hayes, just to the right of your screen in that white top. Mitzi loving these movements.
Michelle Hayes with that really quick little scoop of the head towards the wall.
And a big switch out now. Georgia Pry getting through a big set, swapping out to Maisie Wild. We'll wait for the judges' hands in the air at the rig.
Now, these are teams that have practiced with this worm a lot because there hasn't been much movement at all on the floor. We've seen with the previous heats how much dancing around the floor and movement there was because they were so uncomfortable under that worm. These athletes are staying braced and tight and trying to minimize energy.
Snake CrossFit's no surprise after that big set of handstands from Georgia Pryor. Maisie Wild finishes up. And it looks like Kia Meyer are done as well. Jake Douglas just conferring with his judge. What do we need to do and when do we need to do it? Kia Meyer to work already. Aiden Tawaki at the front, starting out his career in the Army, moving to the Navy as a diver. They are trying to make their way up the leaderboard. Homefront CrossFit Proven, proving why they are in the top 3. They have made very easy work of those 90 strict handstands and just taking a little bit of extra time on the first section of the worm, and it's put them into 3rd position at the back end.
The back end is really where we see the mistakes happen. These teams need to stay on the ball, try not to get any no reps, drop it by accident. Seen the fatigue really set in with our previous heats, and when mistakes start to happen, it just gets more and more difficult to pick up that worm and get everyone back in sync.
Kia Meyer 18 points out of second place. They are in the lead. That second place I talk about is Snake CrossFit HWPO. And both teams ahead of Homefront CrossFit Proven, the Kiwi contingent. Raw with Kia Meyer moving on. 21 thrusters, 27 worm squats, and they will have the job done. 1 rep to go for Snake, 5 to go for Homefront CrossFit Proven. Kia Meyer have really found their jam this morning.
They're going to rest with it on their shoulders.
No rep for Snake. As Kia Meyer just seemed to be in such a good rhythm. As you were mentioning before in other heats, their hip positioning is the really telltale sign that they're doing well. If they're dropping at exactly the same time with their hips, we know the squat's going to be good. Snake in there, sync as well. Kia Meyer, they are done. 27 to go, they are well ahead. They just need to maintain some composure here. And smart going, Emily Julian trying to spur the team on. Snake trying to stay ahead of Homefront CrossFit Proven, bringing those gaps even closer together on the leaderboard. There is 6 points between 1 and 2. And yeah, you want to go to the CrossFit Games, but you also want to finish first.
And experience coming through there. Snake just getting a no rep. All the athletes kept themselves composed, stayed under that worm, just kept moving.
Rec Gym, lane 3 are moving forwards. Can they catch Homefront CrossFit Proven? Snake taking a break. Kia Meyer are not. They are your leaders at the top of your screen. Hayden Tawaki, Emily Julian, Bryce Shearer, Michelle Hayes. And Bryce, again, the voice of the team, is going to bring them home. Snake into second, clearly. Homefronts, they are into third now. The last 5 reps for Kia Meyer. The light at the end of the tunnel is getting closer and closer. They are going to smash the time to beat by 2.5 minutes. Kia Meyer, an event win on day number 3, and that's what it means, because they know they have wrapped up a spot to the CrossFit Games for 2026.
I've got goosebumps after that, Jeremy. What a beautifully executed event from Kia Meyer.
I just don't think you could have said it any better. Beautifully executed, everything spot on. Homefronts, another break. Snake, they are going to finish second. Results for Homefront and Rec Gym are important. This could determine who finishes on top of the leaderboard going into the final event of the day. Snake, another top 3 finish.
Rec Gym, Homefront CrossFit Proven.
Oh, mistakes starting to come in. Rec Gym taking a break. Homefronts, a mistake. Zane just telling Joel, switch out again. synchronization for home front, just a little bit out of kilter. Rec Gym have got a chance to finish third. Rec Gym Black now moving into position in fifth. Home fronts, they're going to get it done. It hasn't been pretty, but the handstands really got them home. Another top three for home front CrossFit Proven. And the worm just so unforgiving again. Rec Gym, great result from them. Sophie Robertson sprinting home.
You can really see even from our top teams that once that fatigue sets in on this back end and mistakes start happening, it is really, it just chews up the time trying to fix it.
Just over 1 minute remaining. Rec Gym Black trying to push. Ayla Alice. Two females in the team. Lockie and James, the two males. Concept to the far end. Andrew, Bailey, Emily, and Maddie. Fair play to the judges too, trying to judge four people squatting at the same time. Concepts battling with Rec Gym Black. Concept are going to get there first. And lane number 8's just ahead of Rec Gym Black in lane 7. The final two teams are going to run out of time. Oscar nearly went to put that worm down there, and the other team member said, no, you don't. 10 seconds. And Tribe and Northbound, our final two teams who won't get over the line. If you go back to Torian's result, that's going to be an important one at 14:24 from Heat 4. But Kia Meyer, perfect execution, as Pip mentioned. And that's all you need to do every single time. And it's just very difficult to get it done. But no mistakes from the Kia Meyer team, enabling them. Joel Millennia, a little despondent. Plenty to work on for home front CrossFit Proven with that worm.
We knew one or two of these teams were going to do something special on this event. Snake and Kia Meyer off to an early lead. And you can just really see from the start the teams that have that cohesiveness with the worm. Really smooth through the reps. Home front CrossFit Proven made really quick work of those handstand push-ups, putting themselves back up into that top three with Snake and Kia Meyer. But Kia Meyer, their teamwork, it was just perfect from start to finish. They worked as one. You can see Emily Julian at the end yelling at her teammates to finish strong.
You can just see what it means. Not just putting yourself in a good qualifying spot, but an event win. The TYR Torian Pro, like, take that any day of the week. Snake CrossFit coming over in the top three spot as well. Kia Meyer are on fire. Let's head down to the floor with Gemma Ashworth.
Kia Mahi Dogs. Bryce, why was that workout so good for you as a team?
We get the fortunate opportunity to be training together week on week. We get every weekend together as a team, so that kind of stuff on the worm, hanging out, doing all that teamwork-based stuff is really great for us. So yeah, when we seen this workout come up, we knew that it was ours to lose, and yeah, we went out there and showed that today.
You definitely went out and showed that. Michelle, so much experience as an individual. What's the pressure like between individual and team?
Oh, it just makes it that much more special, having people to go out there and hurt with. More pressure in a way, but way more fun, and yeah, it means a lot more.
Well, I'm also going to pass over to Emily. Emily, last year you made your debut here as an indie. Why did you want to be part of a team this year?
Well, pretty simple. We had one goal and one goal only, and that's to make it to the CrossFit Games. And we thought, what better way to do that as a New Zealand team and take another team back to the Games from New Zealand.
Speaking of New Zealand, Aidan, you have an incredible community of Kiwis here. What do you have to say to everyone who's here to support you?
You know, all those guys have seen us putting in the work behind closed doors, before the lights and camera, and we're just so happy to have them, and they're trusting us all the way through, and we love them. Shout out Kia Maya community, shout out all the boys back home. That's us, we on.
We are on. Congratulations to you guys. Good luck for your final workout this afternoon.
On. Definitely on. Emily Julian, you're going to get a bigger smile on your face than that. 12:08. And look at that difference. 50 seconds, 1v2. That's how well executed this plan was from Kia Maya. And your top three still maintained. Your top three. And that difference getting ever so close now. We're down to 3. We were at 6. We're down to 3 points now. Homefront CrossFit proven have to maintain that position to get that top spot on the podium. Our top 3 look like they have sewn up spots to the CrossFit Games already. Snake and Kia Maya, Mahi Dogs. Our team competition, we're going to hit pause, but just for a little while. And we are going to get to our individuals next. Day 3 of the TYR Torian Pro coming at you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Brisbane to me is just about trying something new.
You've got world-class restaurants, super delicious, lots of flavours.
Everywhere you go, there's great nightlife. It's laid back, and we're just hanging out in the sunshine.
Just walking around and having so much nature is insane to me.
Beautiful sky, beautiful weather. So much to do. You'll just never be bored.
I think Brisbane's for anybody. Yeah, whoever.
It's lively, it's fun.
Brisbane definitely favours the bold.
100%.
Yeah.
It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times, yeah. One day to come together to release the pressure. We need a holiday, holiday. Oh yeah, celebrate. Oh, it would be so nice. Holiday.
We're the legacy begins. This is the Torian Pro.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. It is the third and final day of the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world. Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone, Gemma Ashworth with you. Our team competition underway early this morning for King Arthur Mark II. We now transition to our individuals and some new implements on the competition floor. Our male standings after 2 days of competition, Ricky Garrard still in control. Jay Crouch pulling back a lot of points in the back end of yesterday. Bailey Martin jumping himself into a qualifying spot for the CrossFit Games. Justin Medeiros not out of it either. Zach Thomas, Isaac Newman equal on 371 points. And probably not the top 8 we expected or in the order.
Not quite, but the fight for that third ticket is on.
Isn't it what? And we're going to find that with our females as well. And speaking to John O'Snape, the event director earlier today, he just said, looking at both leaderboards this morning for the men and the women, he said, yes, it's exactly what we wanted because no one knows what's happening.
That's right, we want to fight. We want to see how bad they want it and the fight amongst themselves to get that ticket. Who's got enough left in the tank?
That's right, and the fight continues for our ladies as well. Maddie Sturt jumping herself into first position. Ellie Turner, who has been in the lead from the start of competition, drops down to second. Kyra Milligan jumps herself into third. And a little bit of a buffer back to Bella Vallejo, who had a great event 5 yesterday, as did Ella Price. Daisy McDonald with good results, very consistent on 4 and 5, jumping into that top 8 and the final heats. Steph Collins just on the border of that top heat. Good event 4, not so good event 5.
Also great to see Marnie Sykes and Bryony Chalice there rounding out that top 10. Daisy McDonald did some moving yesterday though on event 4 and 5. That will be a great start to her Sunday after maybe not such a great start to competition.
And only 57 points out of a qualifying spot for the CrossFit Games. And yes, you do see some new implements on the competition floor. And they are big, tall walls and part of event number 6. This is King Arthur Mark II, presented by Frog Grips.
for time. 15 overhead squats, 52 kilos for the women. 15 wall burpees, 15 fat bar thrusters at 43 kilos. 15 power cleans at 61 kilos, 15 bar muscle-ups, 15 deficit handstand push-ups, and then 15 bar muscle-ups, 15 power cleans at 61, 15 fat bar thrusters, 15 wall burpees, and finishing with 15 overhead squats. 16-minute cap to get this completed. And wall burpees on paper looks okay, and then you get that image of that 6-foot wall.
Going through the briefing last night, Royce Dunn standing alongside the wall, and it is a Royce height wall.
I love that, Royce height wall.
Royce Dunn's going to be joining us in heat number 3 coming up very shortly. But a different aspect to competition we haven't seen since 2017. There's only a handful of athletes in the field that were around in 2017 that got to experience version 1 of the wall. This is version 2, and we've gone a little bit higher. King Arthur. It is the street that runs alongside Pat Rafter Arena, and aptly named Elena Simons for our first heat. Julia Hannaford in lane number 5, carrying that elbow injury after that knee injury last year. Can't catch a break at the moment, but great to see her out here on the floor competing. And Hina Montebello, the fittest woman in French Polynesia, joining the TYR Torian Pro for the first time. Our ladies get underway. 15 overhead squats to start proceedings. And for more on Julia Hannaford and how she's progressing, let's head down to Gemma on the floor.
I was chatting to Julia in the tunnel. Obviously, she has done this King Arthur 1 before. And I said, how does this compare to the one that you have done before? Is it easier? Is it harder? And she said, they're both hard in their own way, but there was not a 6-foot wall in the last one. I think by the sound of it, she probably would have preferred to do the first one again, as she giggled as she walked out onto the floor and saw the height. Julia is not the tallest athlete either on the floor. But I think she likes the challenge of doing something a bit different. As you can see, different technique of throwing herself over the wall. And obviously it's the first opportunity they've actually had to try this wall out. So the girls were asking me so many questions saying, how do we get through? Can we even squeeze through when we get to the lanes? Tyler McKellar looks like a kid at Christmas getting back out onto the floor though. She's so excited to be here and try this incredible workout.
Thank you, Gemma. And we've got 6 athletes on the floor, and I think we've got 6 different techniques to get over that wall.
Look, it really comes down to nerve and guts as well with the technique that you're confident to use. Julia Hannaford, being an ex-elite gymnast, would be no stranger to flinging herself upside down. So maybe not so scary for her. It is really quick though. If you can climb up the way Julia is, get to the top of like a bar muscle up position, and then have one arm further down the wall and get your whole lower body, both legs at the same time, to flick over much quicker.
Now, one thing we're going to talk about right across our 5 heats is height of athletes. Hina Montebello in the yellow. She's in lane number 6, a lot taller. We've got Maddie Jarvis to the bottom of your screen in all blue, who's a lot shorter. So having to work harder to get to the top position, but obviously you're not shifting as much body weight up and over the wall.
That's right, it does for the shorter athletes, it does almost become a bit more of a strict bar muscle up movement. Julia Hannaford though, she's really, I mean, she's protecting an elbow injury as well, but she's doing a really good job of using her feet on that wall and pushing off her feet, saving her arms and flicking over, and she made really quick work of those.
16 minutes on our time cap. Hannaford. And having the experience of something similar to this from 2022, harder or easier going in mentally knowing, wow, I know it's going to be a certain similar factor on the back end of this event. Do you approach it a little bit differently to the first time you did it?
Well, the wall really changes things. King Arthur 1 was hard enough as it was, and then you add that 6-foot wall and it does really change things. The fat bar thrusters, the weight on the thruster maybe normally would be pretty easy for a lot of these athletes if it was a regular barbell, but 43 kilos on a fat bar does make it feel a bit heavier.
Holly Heine to the left of your screen, Hina Montebello, and then your leader, Julia Hannaford. 15 power cleans. 61 kilos. Hina Montebello has done extremely well. And Julia just with that arm coming through, protecting that elbow at every opportunity. That MCL tear for her elbow. The ladies are probably very happy they're doing a power clean and not a squat.
Alexandra Bullock with the pink hair, the top of the screen, making really easy work of these power cleans. You can see she's just dipping the knees under. She's not having to jump out really far with the feet. I've been really impressed with Julia Hannaford this weekend and how she's managed herself. She's come out on this floor every single time. She's had a smile on her face, and there hasn't been any less effort than we would normally see from her. She's just had to adapt and just change the tactics.
Absolute bundle of joy is Julia Hannaford every time she hits the floor here at Pat Rafter Arena. There's going to be aspects where you are going to favour over others. Hannaford still progressing down, but it is going to be Montebello who's going to be finishing up with Bullock. Maddie Jarvis with a couple to go in lane number 2. Montebello with 2. Make that 3. 2 to go for Bullock. Maddie Jarvis could be the first one, bottom left of your screen in the light blue, to move forward to the 15 bar muscle ups. First time at the Torian Pro for Maddie Jarvis. Bullock finished up, as is Montebello. Alexandra Bullock getting to work on her bar muscle ups. Let's head down to Gemma for more.
In the tunnel, Alexandra Bullock said to me that individually, she really likes all of these movements. She enjoys doing them in training, but putting them together is just another level of taxing. But as she said, she seems to like these movements. She has strung them together really well, and she's really pushing forward in this heat.
What's interesting to note as well is that Bullock and Jarvis, they weren't the fastest off the wall burpees. They just stuck in their lane, managed the reps, and that's really all you need to do. If you can move through the barbell movements and the bar muscle ups smoothly, manage the resting time, then the wall burpee does become something that you just need to tick off rep by rep. You don't necessarily need to go out really hot on those.
Nearing the halfway points. 15 deficit. Handstand push-ups. And the change from the team competition to the individual. We now have rises for the deficit. and they don't need to be strict. Movement standard at the end needs to remain. Hips off the wall, heels on the wall, and full extension of the body. So you've got to think at that halfway point, you want to be well and truly done with those handstands at this point, because the back end isn't going to be any easier than the front end.
You're only accumulating the fatigue on the shoulders.
Maddie Jarvis. That shorter range of movement is really helping her. First time here at the TYR Torian Pro, finishing in 11th in New Zealand, and moving forwards to the 15 bar muscle ups once again.
Using that big hip, getting her hips as high to the bar as possible, try and take some of the pressure off the press out at the top.
This is going to be a tough one for Julia Hannaford with that elbow. Jarvis, Bullock, your two leaders. Heine just finishing off the first set of 15 bar muscle ups. Bullock looking really good through that transition.
She's got a really short press out at the top. See, she's not really catching her torso too much on the bar. She's pulling herself up really high and extending quickly. So she's not resting the body weight.
Jarvis. The 7th component ticked off. Hate to say it, there's still 4 more. Now, do you attack the strategy differently? Do you go through a certain way down to the rig and bring it back a different way, or are you sort of attacking each barbell or component the same way?
I think where you can go touch and go at the start without blowing out too much, you should definitely use it while you've got it, because it only gets worse. But the thing is, for the deficit handstand push-ups, we have seen in previous years where athletes have got stuck on those deficit handstand push-ups and they've gone to failure. You really want to save some in the tank to get through those handstand push-ups and back onto the bar muscle-ups.
Now Bullock very good at that back end, cleans, bar muscle up, handstand, bar muscle up, and now the cleans again. So you put that foot down a little bit more for the back end with the thrusters, the burpees, and the overhead squats. Chance to get this done under that 16-minute time cap. Jarvis now just taking a break. Heart rate breathing has got to be jammed up ridiculously high.
These chipper style events where it is just a grind through. Singles can sometimes be quicker, but you have to make sure that you're not spending too much time resting in between and you're keeping that barbell moving.
Tyler McKellar in the background, just getting through her handstands. Julia Hannaford through her bar muscle-ups, and Holly Heine through her bar muscle-ups. Jarvis. 3 components left.
I personally love this format of an event because every time you move down the floor, you're ticking off one thing that's done, and it's behind you and you move on to the next. Mentally, it just helps you keep moving forward and keep momentum going.
Jarvis, just over 3 minutes left. And 15 is such a good number. It is so close, yet it's so far away.
And on this back end, 15 unbroken is tough. We might see some athletes in that top heat try and go through unbroken, but at this point,
and the fat bar, just a different aspect as well. You can't get a good grip, you can't get a hook grip on it. And that rack position becomes way more important.
it's harder to relax your grip on the fat bar. With a normal Olympic bar, you can relax the grip on a thruster. I almost said a thruster then. But you can relax the grip in the front rack and take the pressure off the shoulders a bit before the press. With a fat bar, you have to hold it there in that front rack.
Jarvis is done. As she stares down the wall. And I reckon by 30 reps by the end of this, you're going to have a pretty good idea of how to get over walls. We've seen some social media over the past week or so. Bella Vallejo finding a vending machine to jump over, which is about the same height.
The vending machine was my personal favorite.
But once the wall burpees got announced, Kyra Milligan got straight onto YouTube to Google what it was. Bullock spending a lot less time with that transition over the wall than Maddie Jarvis.
She's able just to get over in two movements. She gets to the top, flicks one leg over, and then can get over the other side.
If you watch Bullock with those two legs, that second trailing leg is going over way quicker than Maddie Jarvis. Maddie's sort of almost getting stuck at the top, but Bullock using that momentum to pull herself over, whereas that trailing leg from Maddie Jarvis just lagging a little.
Jarvis doesn't seem as confident to throw herself over the side. And you have to do what you're most comfortable with. She's doing a really good job of ticking off those reps as quick as possible. But she's picked up the pace now that she's seen Bullock.
Final 10 seconds coming now. Once a bellow jumping onto the wall, and there's not going to be any time for any of these ladies to get finished, and still well short, and that's how difficult King Arthur is. Mark II. Have we set a new standard for difficulty? The TYR Torian Pro for 2026. Yep, that's how it feels. Might need a little bit of extra time to get the female athletes off the competition floor before our next heat.
In an absolute world of hurt. King Arthur 2. We know King Arthur 1 was rough enough, but King Arthur 2, this 6-foot wall, just adding in that extra difficulty. None of these athletes had any real trouble with it. But the speed on that first set of wall burpees didn't really separate. Jarvis was really quick through the thrusters and power cleans and made easy work of the deficit handstand push-ups. Managing the fatigue through single reps back to the wall. You can see on her face, she just looked at that wall like, do I have to?
Yeah, you do, but also you don't.
The finish line's on the other side of the wall.
Oh, 2 thumbs up though.
Even her thumbs were fatigued. They didn't even want to move.
Heat number 1 has been ticked off. A couple of withdrawals in our female competition. Helen Porter and Emily DeRoy, unfortunately, not progressing. And we wish them both the very best in their recovery. Heat 2, not too far away.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see you here in the CrossFit Arena for our final day of the TYR Torian Pro as our athletes start to make their way to single mixed stream after holding it back as they head out on just get on. This is King Arthur 2. See how it's done, see how good it is, it makes a noise, and that's Brisbane through. We're on final day.
The ladies coming onto the floor for heat number 2, King Arthur Mark II. And it is going to be a tough old slog for all of our individual athletes, not just our females, but our males to follow. Now, lane assignments, very difficult to pick who's going to do well because there's so many different components with the added fatigue. A couple of taller athletes, Maddie Gilmore, Laurie Yardley, 2 of those, some smaller athletes as well who excelled last night, Gemma Ellis and Hamali Binding.
And as you said, it is difficult to pick because there is so many components, and a lot of these athletes are going to have no problem getting down to the deficit handstand push-ups, but sometimes that's where it all comes to a halt.
And Megan Powell from CrossFit Container in Wales coming all the way out, and she is in for an absolute treat in the next 16 minutes. Probably thinking, gee, I really should have just gone to the French throwdown. It's a lot closer. And there wasn't King Arthur Mark II in there. There's Hamali down there in the bright red at the bottom of your screen. Athletes starting at the opposite end that they have been all weekend. And the dread before they start. Now, Megan Powell straight to work in lane number 4. And some very quick reps and trying to, like we mentioned, different components of this, but trying to tick off some as quick as you can is obviously ideal.
Starting out with 15 overhead squats. It's 52 kilos on the bar for these women. It's not a heavy weight for them. They've just got to get it done unbroken, get it out of the way. This event is not won and lost right here. It is a hurdle to get over.
Maddie Gilmore struts to the wall. And then one of our taller athletes. And technique's probably going to be a little bit easier for Maddie Gilmore. For more on that, let's head down to Gemma.
The girls in the tunnel were obviously able to watch the previous heat from there, watching some of the techniques. Maddie Gilmore said, I watched Julia Hannaford almost do a front flip over the wall and thought to myself, you can try that. I'm gonna leave that one up to you. And not just learning what they want to do, but also learning what they do not want to do. I think she's got a good rhythm going here. As you said, she's a taller athlete, looking more comfortable over the wall than potentially some of the others. But it's not won or lost on this wall either, as we found out in the previous heat.
Now, we said Julia Hannaford's technique does require a bit of guts, and you're going to know if you've got them or not to do it. Definitely helps having a gymnastics background, knowing that you'll land on your feet on the other side. Hemrick, she's going for Julia Hannaford's technique, not flipping herself as far upside down, but going both feet over at the same time.
It's funny, King Arthur Mark II, you get in, you get your overhead squats done, and then the brakes really start to come on.
I can't wait to see the media that's going to come out of this event with these athletes that are flipping upside down with their head pointing towards the floor and their feet up in the air as they're flipping over. It's going to be unreal.
But those athletes, including Elisa Hemrick, who's got that front flip all sorted out. She's in the brown and black. She's about to flip now. Spending less time on the wall as you need to. Yardley expected to do well with that extra height over the wall, and she does get to the barbell first. Nika Stadnik in lane 8 is in seconds. Megan Powell, who started off very quickly with those overhead squats in the third. Gemma Ellis, part of the Renegade CrossFit East Tamaki stable in Auckland, New Zealand. Lisa Hemrick with the final rep. She'll do that massive front flip over. Yardley to work.
Laura Yardley, very smooth set of 10 and 5 on those fat bar thrusters.
Yardley just doing that first clean and then going, oh, hang on, and just stepping back a little. Gemma Ellis did exactly the same thing at the top of your screen. Gilmore making a move next to Megan Powell.
Normally 61 kilos is easy weight for all of these athletes, but put it into the middle of this event and it feels 20 kilos heavier.
So we're looking at that halfway point, that 8-minute mark. If you've done your handstand push-ups and you're on the way back, you are going to be in pretty good shape to get this completed. Yardley continuing. Part of the massive West Australian contingent that comes over to the East Coast every year for the TYR Torian Pro. Yardley done. Four components down, 5.5 minutes. The wall burpee seems to be done a little bit quicker than our previous heat.
Well, they've also had a little bit of an advantage to be able to see how it goes. I think it does instill a little bit of confidence as well when you can see that every athlete from the previous heat actually managed to get over the wall.
Yardley, Ellis, Powell, your top three, and now Gilmore, who's made a big move in the last couple of minutes. A couple of reps to go for Laura Yardley. Powell with a great kip and press out. She's the second athlete in. Third is Maddie Gilmore, and fourth now is Ebony Jankowski from Western Australia as well. Gemma Ellis, and now Nika Stadnik makes her way to the 15 bar muscle ups, the first set. Yardley, one to go. And all done. She's in the blue to the far left of screen and will start her 15 deficit handstand push-ups. Gemma Ellis about to finish up. And the handstand should be very easy for her as she gets to the wall. Only a couple of seconds behind Laura Yardley.
Laura Yardley having no trouble with that press out at all. She's going to be smart and break them up, make sure that she's got enough reps in the tank that she's not going to failure.
Ellis. Now this is what makes it simple. You get good body position, straight up and down.
She's able to kip with her legs really far apart too, so she's not having to hinge at the hip. She's bending her knees down, almost like a frog position at the bottom of that handstand push-up. Keeping her torso really straight, stacked over the shoulders.
Gemma Ellis is going to find herself in the lead here. And done at that 8-minute mark. So Gemma Ellis is on song to get this finished. You talk about the negative splits. Again, a cool breeze coming through Pat Rafter Arena.
It's that first bar muscle up off those deficit handstand push-ups that you're like, oof, this is starting to hurt. But Powell is having no trouble at all. She gets her hips up so high instead of throwing her torso forward, so she's able to land really high and just have a small elbow press at the top.
Gemma Ellis, Megan Powell, and Laura Yardley, 3 different body heights. Ellis now getting that torso into body support before the press out. That says to me upper body fatigue. Not so much the pull, it's the press.
Yeah, she's catching her torso on the bar. It is a great way as well to manage fatigue if you can do it. Catch your torso on the bar and then do the press out.
Powell, your new leader. On to the cleans in lane 4. Gemma Ellis not far behind, now level with Laura Yardley at the far end. Megan Powell looking pretty good in the center. Just trying to shake those arms out. Now, are you getting through the reps quickly? Are you hook gripping? What are you doing?
I always hook grip the bar. Doesn't matter what lift it is, I'm hook gripping it.
Megan Powell doing exactly that, the hook grip, catching that thumb underneath your fingers to lock in a little bit more. Save a bit of fatigue through that forearm.
You want to be ticking through these singles as quick as you can and try not to walk away from the bar. Stay over the top of it, drop it in between, but stay on it so that your mind doesn't let you walk away.
15 cleans. Fat bar thrusters are looming. And is that one of those components where you're looking ahead and you can see the fat bar and you go, damn it, I've got to do that. And then you look further past, you go, I've got wall burpees, damn it.
No, I think it's the opposite. I like ticking one movement off one by one. Then mentally, I'm getting closer and closer to the finish line.
3-way tussle for the lead. Megan Powell just ahead of Laura Yardley in the blue. And Gemma Ellis on screen now. Shout out to Franco if you're watching. A bit of a change in the weather. Let's head down to Gemma Ashworth.
Jeremy, it's raining. I don't know where that's come from, but everyone behind me is getting their jumpers on, getting their waterproofs out, because the weather has just changed and it suddenly got pretty stormy. And yeah, hopefully that doesn't get onto the floor, because I am getting drips of rain onto me already, but I'm sure it'll be totally manageable. But I'll see if that affects anyone.
The open air arena here at Pat Rafter. Unfortunately, that enables a little bit of rain to sneak in from time to time. And coming in from the west, which is from lane number 1 across. Might be cooling down Laura Yardley a little bit more. Gemma Ellis has got to work with these thrusters. And she's going to find herself first to the wall. Over 3 minutes to get the last 2 components done. This is going to be the fastest time so far.
A lot of time can be wasted on these wall burpees though. Back end of this event, a lot more fatigue in the body than at the start. Ellis just flopping over that wall and just thinking, oh my God.
Your top 3 coming back from the handstands are still your top 3 battling it out. Megan Powell taking an eternity, just grabbing the wall and going, ugh. I'd love to get her idea of how this went post-event. Yardley, 2 minutes, 15 seconds to get these reps done and get as many overhead squats done as she can. It's been a good battle between these 3, the lead changing multiple times. And you can see the fatigue already. The bodies just aren't moving over as quick as the athletes want. It's a good jump from Yardley, it's just getting the body over.
And the other thing we haven't mentioned yet is how sweaty your body is at the end of this event, and your body is then getting that sweat on the wall, so your shoes start to slip and they have to do more of a muscle up on already tired shoulders.
90 seconds. We're going to see one of these 3 athletes get to the bar, but with how much time? Gemma Ellis has got 5 to go. She should be finishing around the 15:40 mark or earlier. Less than 5 for Laura Yardley. Megan Powell dropping to 3rd now. She's got 5 to go. Ellis. Final 2 reps for Gemma Ellis at the top of your screen. And the last one now. 15:40 is going to be pretty spot on for the last couple of reps. She hasn't got time to mess around. She's just got to go on the attack. She doesn't want to, but she's forcing herself to do it. Squat snatch, that was gutsy. Yardley coming to the bar. Won't have time for 15, but it's going to be a battle for reps. Yardley fails her first snatch. Powell coming to the bar. Can she get 1? She jumps ahead of Yardley. Wow. Megan Powell jumping into 2nd in the final seconds, but no one was catching Gemma Ellis.
That squat snatch from Gemma Ellis was gutsy. That was all she had left in the tank.
Oh, some tough going. We've got a little bit closer. 11 overhead squats for Gemma Ellis. Our new score to beat. 4 reps away from finishing.
And you can see how much time is chewed up on the 2nd set of wall burpees. It's not so much the first set, the 2nd set though. That jump up over the wall just gets harder and harder with all the sweat on the wall. 3 front runners early on. Laura Yardley really strong on the barbell movements. Ellis, though, her strict, deficit handstand push-ups. She couldn't be touched on those, got out ahead onto that final set of wall burpees. They had about 3.5 minutes to go when they got to the wall, and the time just got chewed up. Ellis will have the score to beat coming into our next heat of athletes. We're yet to see anyone finish.
Oh, we're close. We've only got to find 4 reps and a run to the line. Heat number 2 in the books. We have 3 more heats to come, and some bad news coming for fans. Grace Walton, unfortunately, has had to withdraw from competition due to medical reasons. So we won't be seeing Grace Walton for the rest of competition. And as we bring our Heat 3 athletes onto the competition floor, again, our surprise guests just keep getting better and better. 2-time Torian Pro champ, Royce Dunn, welcome.
Thanks, Rookie. Good to be here.
Now, we go back to 2022 King Arthur Mark 1. That was bad enough. You were probably in that testing pool for King Arthur Mark 2 with Mike.
Yes, yeah. No, this has a lot of history, this workout, actually. It's I'll give you the brief history before CJ gives me crap on the live stream later. The 2012 Games chipper was like the template, and the final for our very first Pro, 2015, which CJ won. That's how we won the Pro that year. By winning that final, it was kind of a mock of that, a little bit modified to fit our gear and stuff at the time in the gym. So 2022, Mike brings it back. He throws in this run in the middle to make it like a long test instead of more of a sprint chipper. And of course, the iconic King Arthur Terrace is the street just outside the tennis center here. So naturally, King Arthur became the name. It was like the capital at the games. Just all the stars aligned to make it just an experience and a great workout, and like all the little, coincidences of having your street there, and just all the naming, everything was perfect. And as Tia famously said in our announcement video, hardest workout of her memory, and I have to agree, it was an absolute gut punch, but a great way to start the Pro that year. And so Mike said, let's bring it back. We'll shorten it up a little bit, so no run, but shorter. But the walls, the ultimate twist, just such a good way to. It's all the same, and yet it's completely different. So it's beautiful.
Our late assignments for our 3rd heats. We've noticed the taller the athlete, the easier it is to get over the wall. Bella Andueza is going to find that that's going to be easy, and firefighter Danny Ford is probably rubbing her hands together as well. Sarah Cabell at the bottom of your screen, underway. She is in for an interesting, as you said, experience.
Yes, and I guess one of the ideas behind this was you've got 4 or 5 movements that are pretty much range of motion based. Moving a barbell still favors a big athlete, but you've got these squatting movements, you've got these handstand push-ups, bar muscle-ups. Then that wall maybe evens the playing field a bit, does make a taller athlete have an easier time, a faster transition over the wall. So a really nice balanced test was definitely the idea with this one. The fittest athlete wins, not the shortest, not the tallest, not even the strongest necessarily, the fittest athlete.
Preston, Hoke Woodhouse, your first 3 to the wall. An interesting technique from Kenzie Woodhouse.
Yeah, I guess the idea here is, and again, we had these walls back in 2017. If you know your history of the pro, like the games, if you know your history, you know what to expect. And if you were studying some footage of that back then, the best athletes who did the best on this stay low. And they've had it at the games before too, back in the old days. They had walls at the games. You stay low, you throw your legs over. It's not that high to fall from the other side, realistically. So you just got to throw yourself over, be efficient, be smooth. Don't spend too much time on the wall.
Ken's with a different technique of planting her foot halfway up that wall and almost stepping over. We've seen Julia Hannaford from Heat 1 doing exactly that and throwing herself over the wall. And with this being heat number 3, we've already seen 16 different techniques. We're seeing another 8 different ones now.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, as they say, the old adage is it pays to be a winner. And the later in the heats you are, the more, you know, the mistakes you can learn from, that you can adapt people's technique. You see something working out there, you can copy it. So definitely these guys, you expect them to get more and more polished as we get through the heats. And again, it comes down to what you're trying to achieve. If you muscle your way over and throw yourself over, you'll be faster. However, maybe your triceps burn out. You take an extra half second to put your foot on the wall and climb it like a pegboard. You might be a bit slower now, but do you exponentially increase the speed of your handstand push-up and bar muscle up later? And that's what the smart athletes have to figure out. Like, where do your strengths or weaknesses lie? Do you need to save those triceps, or can you afford to be reckless and you can just hold on?
Danny Ford, the firefighter, used to jumping over walls. For more on Danny, let's head down to Gemma Ashworth on the floor.
In the tunnel, Danny was the only one smiling. The whole atmosphere in there was very quiet, but Danny, so excited to be here. She was chatting on the start line when he said stand by, and she was almost shocked that they got started. Maybe she's just happy that she hopes it can't be as bad as when she did it the first time.
You'd want to hope not. But isn't it daunting for some athletes that were back in 2022? They've got that experience and they've got that feeling of, hey, I know exactly how that felt. Yeah, this is a bit different. But how do you go about attacking that the same way you attacked the one in 2022? And you know what the result's going to be and how miserable it is at the end.
Yeah, there is something to be said about the burden of knowledge. And I have to admit, even in the testing phase, when Mike showed me the workouts, I loved it. On paper, it was so good. And then kind of the reality slowly set in that I'd have to test this workout at some point and go back to that dark place. And when the day finally came where he texted me and said, hey, try and test this workout today, I have to admit, it was probably the least reliable data of all of our testing, because I really did put my heart into it. It was a very sad day in the gym, feeling sorry for myself, and I didn't hit the cap. I didn't make the cap. I blew it out. I said to Mike, honestly, like, with objectively reviewing my performance, the cap is still fine. The idea is it's meant to be aggressive. It's a throwback to the chippers of old regionals days where, you know, the best make it through, the rest get capped. It's the last day, so there's no issue with the fitter athletes having to do more work than a less fit athlete. Everyone's pretty much at the end of the weekend now, so it's okay if I do 15 more squats than you. And so I was very confident with how, based on my performance and the athletes that were competing, that we will get the desired stimulus. There will be enough athletes finishing to make it be seriously cool. And everybody else gets shown the level, shown the standard, and then if they're back next year, they know what to expect from the Torian Pro.
Gemma Hoke, your current leader, alongside Ken's Woodhouse, lanes 3 and lanes 8. There's Ken's on screen, and has worked extremely hard in the previous 12 months from the 2025 Torian Pro.
Yes, one thing to certainly note as we progress through these heats is that from 22, the race is absolutely on the way home. The first athlete to the handstand push-up is either a super confident, you know, home run hitter, or they've done something wrong, because the race is on the way back, and the lead change means almost nothing to the halfway point. It's all about the way home.
Gemma Ellis in the previous heats, ticking off the 15 deficit handstand push-ups at 8:05 and was 4 reps short of finishing. Gemma Hoke and Ken's Woodhouse continue their lead on the way down. Now, chalk's going to be an issue. Gemma Ashworth, you've got a good chalk story from the floor.
Over in lane 1, when Sarah Kebbell dropped her barbell, it dropped onto her chalk and has smashed all over her floor. So she's now not going to be able to use that chalk for the rest of the workout on the way down. But looking at her previous barbells, it looks like she came prepared and has sorted those barbells ready. So hopefully it's not too much of a problem. But yeah, a bit of a chalk explosion over in lane 1.
An affiliate owner's nightmare on the floor here at the TYR Torian Pro for 2026. Gemma Hoke and Kent Woodhouse continuing. They are well on track to get the deficit handstand push-ups done underneath that 8-minute cap, which is giving us a bit of a gauge as to how the athletes are going to finish. Gemma Ellis, 11 overhead squats out of 15, so she was very close in getting to that finish line. We are going to see some finishes, no doubt. Is it going to be in this heat or the 2 to follow?
Yeah, definitely some veteran moves there with, you know, when you marshal on the floor, you get your minute or so before the event starts. You know, you can tell the athletes that have been here before, they rush straight to their barbells, they're pre-chalking, maybe they feel the wall out a little bit, they go and check the pull-up bar, make sure chalk is wiped off or on, depending on what grips you're using. And then also even just people, you know, stashing a chalk brick in their sports bra or in their pockets for the boys and bringing it forward as they go through the workout. It's just people that have been here before, they're prepared for these situations, they're not scrambling for chalk at the end with, you know, a minute to go. They plan for it, they know what they're doing. Definitely you can see the veterans and the rookies in that regard.
Now the wall making its comeback since 2017. And we went through briefing last night, and there was a lot of chatter once the wall did come out.
Yep.
And the athletes not able to get their hands on the wall prior to starting.
Yes.
We saw the same thing with the teams on day number 1 with the axle bar for the deadlifts as well. It's one of the components that athletes really sort of stew on, or do you worry too much because you hadn't had a chance to practice with it?
So here's the thing, that's the that separates the veterans from the rookies, and this has been Mike's philosophy from the get-go. We kind of respect our position in the season as a semi-final. Our job is to qualify the best athlete to the games. Our job is not to be the CrossFit Games. And so the fine balance we want to strike here is unknown, unknowable, but we're not trying to pull gotchas. That's what the CrossFit Games is for and can do when you're trying to separate the best of the best of the best. So here with the wall, for example, everybody here, I believe, is athletic enough to figure this out in the 4 seconds they have to run to the wall and do one. It's not really that different from any other movement pattern that they've done in the gym 100 times before. It's just in a combination and in I guess a presentation that is, you know, intimidating as a wall in front of you instead of a couple of boxes stacked high. But again, we're not looking to make people fail. We're just trying to see who can excel better to get more points. And that's the idea. And same with the axle bar. You know, every one of those people on those teams, if they're trained well, have done at least a partner deadlift and maybe some other kind of weird movement. The 4-person is just different enough to show the difference in the teams, but not enough difference to actually cause failure. And that's our role in the season, in the semi-final, is let's let these guys, you know, have something different they couldn't really train for in their gym, but realistically, it's not anywhere outside their capabilities in any way.
We have a new leader for our 3rd heats. Erin Felton getting through those 10% handstand push-ups very quickly and back to the 15 bar muscle-ups on the way back down. 8:16, so faster than Gemma Ellis. Kent Woodhouse still in 2nd. Now we have Brodie Preston, Gemma Hoke, and Lauren Lovick back on the bar muscle-ups. Sarah Cabell doing the same. Bella Andueza still battling with those handstands as Danny Ford gets onto her bar muscle-ups. As Erin Felton back onto the cleans.
So I don't know who to attribute this quote to, but it's Mike has taught me this quote. It's one of his mantras to live by, which is that art is never finished, it's just abandoned. And right when you think a workout can't be perfected anymore, i.e. the original King Arthur, Mike has found a way. So in the original, and this is why it's relevant, as these athletes hit these power cleans, this was such a crux of the workout on the way home that whoever came off these power cleans first, it was almost a done deal with very little lead change across the heats, very few different variances. Now, that almost is true, except when we hit the wall, it can shift dramatically again. So now we've got this secondary point where you're not really safe in the lead until you cross that finish line or unless it comes to a mad scramble for reps in the last 30 seconds. So it's a very, very balanced test on the way home, and you got to keep watching to see who's going to win this thing right to the buzzer.
Now, you're mentioning the way home is the key. I'll tell you who is coming home very quickly. That's Danny Ford. She got off those bar muscle ups, pulled up alongside Erin Felton, who's currently leading. And you probably find with that wall coming, and no doubt Danny's been doing a lot of work as a firefighter and jumping over obstacles like this, that this might be right in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, you're 100% right. So there's a demeanor shift you can see between the two athletes. If you're Danny and you have that firefighter background, or even just, you know, naturally she's an athletic person, and you have a confidence to hit that wall, you know that when you get there, you're going to crush it. You're not scared of it. Then you can hit these cleans and thrusters harder. You're not worried about being fatigued when you hit that wall, where your competitor might be thinking, man, that wall's coming up, I better slow it down, I'm not feeling so good. So definitely, I think Danny here has got a mental edge. She can just get past these power cleans. She's going to look to make a move.
3 reps to go for Danny Ford on the power cleans. Felton through 5 thrusters, 10 remaining.
And we know Gemma Hock loves a barbell. She's moving those cleans so quick. Not to mention she is a good friend and training partner of Danny. So being beside her, she's going to want to cross that finish line close to her. Danny's performance is going to pull Gemma along. Very, very highly motivating. So let's see Gemma make some big moves here.
Danny Ford jumping into 3rd now. Ken's Woodhouse in 2nd behind Erin Felton. Gemma not too far behind. Now, when you're talking 15 reps, are you talking like a negative split? So you'll do a 6-5-4, you're looking for a 10-5. What sort of split are you looking for mentally to make things a little bit easier? Obviously way down, different to the way back.
For me personally, and I think for a lot of these athletes, with 15 being a small enough set, but too many to go unbroken at this point, you're definitely looking to go at least halfway. I think 3 sets would be a sign of, you know, trouble. That's danger zone if you're doing 3 sets. I think everyone's looking to go at least 8 or 9 to get over the halfway mark, and then it's just a quick, you know, 5 or 6 to go if you can go as far as 10 maybe. But yeah, look for 2 sets, I would say, unless they are in trouble.
Erin Felton finishing up her thrusters.
Yep,
Danny Ford with 5. Ken's Woodhouse with 4. Sarah Cabell in lane 1. Keep your eye on her. She's sneaking away. It's going to come down to who can get over this wall the quickest 15 times. Felton has 1, and that fall down to the floor
there it is.
Doesn't look very comfortable at all. Ken's Woodhouse into 2nd. Oh, Danny Ford
Danny's
has made
rest break was way quicker between her 10 and 5 than Felton's was, so Danny knows that wall is good for her.
Big moves from Danny Ford. Ken's Woodhouse, is she going to go with the same format of stepping on the wall? And that was a very slow first rep for Danny Ford. She will get into her rhythm shortly.
Yes, the world. As we said, she might be confident with the wall, but expectations often crash harshly into reality. And you don't really know how you're going to feel on that wall until you get back there. Unfortunately, the fatigue is so sneaky.
Our leader, Gemma Ellis, 11 overhead squats. And keep in mind, Erin was 50 seconds slower than Gemma Ellis getting to the wall. So we could find ourselves again with no finishes from 3 heats. The ladies have got 90 seconds.
And again, if you're in a later heat and you're watching the stream right now in the warm-up area and you're learning, pays to be a winner, you're learning from these heats, you're realizing, man, these guys got to the handstand push-ups quick, but they're so fatigued on the way home. It's a pacing workout. Like any chipper, it's a pacing workout.
Brodie Preston moving very efficiently over the wall in lane 7. Cabell sneaking away in lane 1. Danny Ford now into a better rhythm with the wall. The last 60 seconds coming. And I don't think we're going to see any of our athletes even get to the overhead squats in time to get some reps done.
No, and this is a hard thing for a workout, right? If you're so conditioned to finishing a workout, it feels like not finishing is a failure. And yet, if everyone is not finishing, every rep counts. You cannot just pull up because you think you won't finish. You need to drop the hammer, get every rep you can, because there's still 2 heats to go. These ladies need to make moves today. 20 seconds.
Ken's Woodhouse.
Gemma's got that urgency. Look at her go.
Ken's is done. No, she doesn't. She has 2. Erin Felton has 2.
Get over the wall, get on that bar. Even 1 rep is so huge. Come on.
Time is going to finish.
Oh, got it.
Felton done with the 15 reps.
And he missed that last one, no reps. So your feet must be clearly on the floor before that beat.
And we thought things were going to get quicker. Well, we've put a stop to that, haven't we?
Again, in a weird way, it's almost sometimes better to be in a slower heat, like Gemma Ellis, to be in the slower heat and just execute your plan perfectly. Maybe these ladies all pulled each other out too hot and then paid the price on the way back. And that's the thing that, you can't really anticipate when you're training for this in your gym, what the peer pressure might do to you. So
different techniques from our ladies from heat number 3. Ken's Woodhouse showing us a different version of a foot plant in the middle of the wall. But the 15 wall burpees on the way down, completely different to the 15 on the way back.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you take a look at the Frog Grips logo there, that Frog's giving us quite a nice demo of how you should be climbing over that wall.
Now, was that graphic on the wall a little bit slippery? Because it didn't seem so for Ken's Woodhouse, because she was planting that foot and she had a fair bit of grip on it.
Yeah, I was actually surprised how tacky the feet were. I didn't actually personally try that. As a taller athlete, obviously I had the advantage of being able to place my hands on the wall, almost at like chin height. So it's just a jumping pull-up for me. So it was just kind of flew into it myself, so it didn't even need to put my foot on the wall. But in general, the wall is lacquered. It is quite tacky. I can't speak to the logo, but it is obviously a very valid strategy to climb it up with the foot, like I said, like a pegboard.
Big time. Well, Royce, thank you so much for dropping by. It's great to get some insight, not just into King Arthur Mark II, but Torian Pro as a whole. And are we going to see you back on the competition floor soon? Come on, come on.
Impossible to say. That's a year-to-year decision. So,
hey, we saw you on the floor last night with Mr. Mister. Come on, we just got to roll it back and do a CJ Walker Khan Porter type thing. But
yeah, well, ironically, CJ was with me there, and that's a comeback story I never saw coming. Not just because, not for the fitness. I just thought he didn't have the motivation to do it again, and then he surprised all of us by coming back and joining the party. So it's great to have him back on the floor both last night and later today.
Big time. But thanks so much for dropping by. No doubt we'll see you on the competition floor, sorting equipment out and making sure everyone's doing all the right things. But thanks so much for dropping by.
Definitely, my pleasure.
Easy.
Thanks, mate.
All right, well, have a good afternoon. As we finish with heat number 3, we're going to move on to heat number 4. And it doesn't get any better for the athletes. As we welcome back Pip Malone to the broadcast, at the same time we welcome our ladies from Heat 4 to the floor. And if they're watching on that screen in the corral and they see the end of King Arthur Mark II, they know what to expect. Elena Simons, Grace Walton. You won't see Grace out on the competition floor, unfortunately. For those who are just tuning in, Grace having to withdraw medically. So all the best for Grace Walton as she recovers. And no doubt we will see her in the online qualifier come the end of the qualifying season. And that is a real shame.
It's definitely not something that we expected to see this weekend. Definitely won't be the last we see of Grace Walton this season, though, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely not. King Arthur Mark II, presented by Frog Grips. And some tough going for our ladies.
The athletes are going to complete 15 overhead squats, 15 wall burpees, 15 fat bar thrusters, 15 power cleans, 15 bar muscle ups, 15 deficit handstand push-ups, and then back down the floor, 15 bar muscle ups, 15 power cleans, 15 fat bar thrusters, 15 wall burpees, and 15 overhead squats.
So we've seen faster times for our splits back from our handstands, but it's made the athletes suffer a little bit more once they do get to the power cleans and the thrusters before they even hit the wall. So trying to strategize and minimize fatigue.
Erica Pilasti, those shorts are outstanding.
She's on fire. Fastest time so far has been to that overhead squat barbell at the end, the ones that athletes are currently on. Gemma Ellis getting 11 done. Athletes getting underway for heat number 4. Let's head down to the competition floor with Gemma Ashworth.
You can see Taylor Howe on the screen there. I was chatting to her in the tunnel, asking her if she'd been able to recreate what she expected the wall to be like. And she said, honestly, it's hard not to overthink it in the moment. As Royce touched on, it's a functional fitness movement of trying to get yourself over this object. But she said the whole workout in itself is quite overwhelming. She said her fear was she was going to get to the barbell and just forget how to do the movement. But that's just the part of the experience of being part of such an incredible event as Torian. It's a high pressure environment. It puts these athletes to the test. But she seems to be chipping away at this wall and found a good technique for it.
Yeah, that she has. It's also just trusting your body and your training as well, that it will come through when you need it most. That is why you do all the training as an athlete, is so that in these moments where you are pushing it to the absolute limit, you can still manage to get these movements done. Taylor Howe going for that 2-foot flip over. Erica Pilasti making really quick work of the scramble over. All different techniques being used. And it's so different. A lot of these athletes would have trained with it with box stacked up in their gyms, because that's really one of the only ways that you can practice it, unless you've got one of these beautifully made walls. But it's just different when you have more space on top to put your body on. It's very different. You can see that there's not much room at all at the top.
Ronnie Chalice. Talk about experience. She's got some. Emma Iredell. Great work on event 5 last night. Chasing down Chalice. Pilasti moving into 3rd. Sykes into 4th. Gabby Smith into 5th. Resting. When is the appropriate time to do so? While you're on an implement or between with your transition?
It has to be transitions and in between the reps on this event. We haven't seen any athletes even attempt to go anywhere near unbroken. It's too costly on the fatigue levels on the back end. But managing the rep schemes and how much time you're spending staring at the bar, that's the difference.
Pilasti pulling alongside Chalice. Iredell in there as well. You know, Chalice's handstand push-ups are going to be good. Sykes in there and Smits. He doesn't mind a barbell.
We've seen every athlete come up on that first set of power cleans the same way. They've picked it up for one and gone, oof, that's heavy.
A no rep from Gabby Smith immediately. We've seen that a number of times from athletes dropping the barbell before they're hitting full extension, and that's probably a sign of that leg fatigue. They don't really want to be standing it up.
Just want to get rid of it straight away.
Taylor Howe, coming all the way over from the UK. 6 weeks she's been on the Gold Coast, acclimatising and leaving nothing to chance. And first opportunity for her to experience the TYR Torian Pro. Marnie Sykes, she's an old head. Winner of the ruck run in 2018.
This sort of event, though, really suits an athlete like Marnie Sykes. She's got a huge engine and she can just chip away.
Just watching her feet, she's doing the jump out and bringing one foot in and then coming down as sort of a rhythm. Every single rep has been the same and it's working for her.
She's trying to spend as least amount of time under that bar as possible, and she's going to have no problem at all with the bar muscle-ups and handstand push-ups.
Emma Iredell joining Bryony Chalice, Erica Palasti and Marnie Sykes. And we're coming to the 15 bar muscle-ups. Because it's not one of those movements with the barbell from the floor or a really grueling wall burpee, is this something you would tend to go unbroken potentially, or do you do, as Roy said in the previous heat, do 2 sets, one big, one small set, just to tick it off?
Yeah, I was going to say 10 and 5 for me personally would be a nice rep scheme, and we saw the previous heat a lot of the athletes did 10 and 5, really easy set of 10, had enough left in the tank. You don't want to be getting on those deficit handstand push-ups and squeezing out the first few reps, because going to failure on this set of 15 is going to be costly.
Palasti getting to work with her handstands. Mum to Lolita and Aspen. Husband Jason, massive supporters. And the last couple for Bryony Chalice. Last couple for Gabby Smith for the bar muscle up. Bryony Chalice is going to head back first. Bryony, easy as you like. 7:35, that's a quick time. Keep in mind, Erin Felton got back to the thrusters roughly 9.5 minutes. Chalice looking great, joined by Palasti. Palasti good with her first set of bar muscle ups. This second, no difference. 4 remaining. Palasti, can she hang on? And those feet getting ever so close. Ooh, sneaking that last one in.
Feet aren't allowed to come up above the bar on the swing. She was getting very, very close there, but using it to her advantage.
Chalice about to finish up. She's done and will join Palasti with the cleans. Palasti taking a little bit of extra time in that transition. Bryony wasting no time, just moving that weight belt out of the way. Now, Palasti seems to be catching that a little bit forward, and that's going to put more fatigue on those quads.
She's bouncing it off the shoulders really quickly.
Oh, and that one bit.
You want to make sure every single one of these reps counts, because extra reps here, just extra volume on an already massive event.
Now, how deep are we looking at going for these power cleans? Anywhere above parallel, obviously, is going to do, but what's a position that's most optimal with the amount of fatigue they've got going on?
Bryony Chalice is doing a beautiful job of getting in that optimal position where she's not having, she's doing like that short dip under the bar, keeping the weight on her heels though. Slight bend with the knees.
Chalice, Pulaski, 5 reps each to finish the cleans. Then onto the thrusters wall and overhead squats. 5.5 minutes left. Sykes is done. Maintaining that third position and onto the cleans. And probably the quickest we've seen anyone approach the bar out of our 3 previous heats. Pulaski is finished. Final rep for Bryony Chalice. Thrusters at just on 11 minutes. Pulaski getting straight to work. Oh, looking great out of that bottom position. Great hip hop, head coming through nicely.
A quick set, 2 sets for Pulaski. She's going to give herself a good amount of time on that wall.
Oh, she's going for it. Oh, stop it. Erica Pulaski, set of 15, come on. I'll see your 2 sets, I'll raise you 1.
Now 2 sets is smart, Jeremy.
Now has she bitten off more? Knowing that these reps are going to be slow, you can potentially recover a bit more. She's probably gone, you know what, I'm going after it. Chalice going for 2 sets. Pulaski has got 4 minutes to get this done. 30 reps remaining. The first 15 are going to take a while.
Really like that Pulaski is getting straight over the other side of that wall and getting straight back down into that burpee.
What's your mindset when you get over that wall and your feet hit the floor and then you go, I've got to drop down there again?
You
over
have to,
and over.
You have to force your chest down to the ground, even though gravity...
Gravity's going to do a job already.
Gravity will do its job, but your mind is just saying, nope, let's walk away.
Erica just having a quick look over to see what Bryony was doing. Bryony having a bit of a break. It's something that you don't really want to be doing at this stage. You've just got to keep your body moving. Pulaski staying down the bottom of that burpee for an extended period. Just a few extra breaths.
I just saw her support crew go absolutely berserk at her when she rested on the floor. They were screaming to get up.
And interesting that time getting the foot on top of the wall.
She can see the light at the end of the tunnel now.
Pulaski now, 2 minutes to get these final reps done. She's under 5. And then the final 15 overhead squats. She's put herself in a great position to be the first one to get this finished. Oh, the crowd for Erica Pulaski are just roaring. They're 3rd and 4th row back on the sideline. The final rep, Erica Pulaski, she's giving herself 90 seconds, which is an eternity. 11 reps. And Erica just throwing a block of chalk over the wall. Nearly hit the judge on the far side. And now she's got to go get that chalk. Hayley Adams would have gone, thank you very much. Erica Polasti, the composure required to finish these last 15. And at this stage, you've got to go all 15 unbroken.
You have to hold on to it, and you have to try and make every single rep count. No reps.
Erica Polasti is going to be our first female athlete to tick off King Arthur Mark II. Chalice won't have enough time. Polasti's going to be the only one. The crowd is roaring here at Pat Rafter. And Polasti, 15:40, and proof that you can get the job done. And thanking her support crew. Chalice is going to get close. The time, or the reps from Gemma Ellis. That's going to be impressive from Heat 2.
Still a really good finish from Bryony Chalice. With only one heat to go. Erica Polasti on fire, and shorts on fire too.
What a job from Polasti.
She paced that really well from start to finish. Was one of the first off the wall, had that really quick scramble over the top. Marnie Sykes doing a great job chipping away the reps. But Erica Polasti was just really quick through those deficit handstand push-ups and bar muscle-ups. Gave her that lead getting back to the barbells. Single reps on the power clean the whole way through. And then just powered through those fat bar thrusters. That really gave her the time she needed to get back to the wall.
It's a different strategy than what we have seen. Push it on those thrusters because you can rest a little on those burpees because they're not going to be as quick as everyone knows they're not going to be. But performance. Polasti. We are 32 athletes down, and she is the only one over the finish line. And our final heats. And some juggles on the leaderboard all day yesterday. We've got 3 qualifying spots for the CrossFit Games up for grabs. Grace Walton out of competition now. Does that put more or less pressure on these athletes?
I think it's just opened it up a bit more for them, and they know that there is even more to fight for now.
Jess Green, focus, loves a chipper. And a big deep breath before she goes onto the floor. Some great footage out the back of the corral. Daisy McDonald. What has she got in store for us? .15:40, our time to beat. Erica Polasti, the only female athletes to finish King Arthur Mark II. How about that on your resume?
And the crowd were waiting for it as well. They just got right behind her, watching all these athletes fall short.
Our lane assignments for our 5th and final heat of our individual female competition. 3 CrossFit Games spots on the line, with Grace Walton withdrawing. Things just got a little bit more interesting. Maddie Sturt still leading the charge, but only 3 points ahead of Ellie Turner in lane 4, and Kyra Milligan 15 points back from the lead, and she has had a slow progression, but also a rapid one at the same time. Big day yesterday. The #1 qualifier coming out of the quarterfinals, Kyra Milligan.
I don't know about you, Jeremy, but I'm finding it really hard to make my pick for this event.
Honestly, we've looked through the list of the entire female field this morning and going, who's going to do well? Well, it's just going to depend on how full the gas tank is, how much fatigue they have on board, how their body's feeling, how well can they effectively, if we look back to Kia Meyer, who did that perfect execution of King Arthur in the team competition, who's got that perfection for 16 minutes for this one? Getting it finished is just the goal. Like, regardless if it's 15 minutes 59, you finished, and only one person's been able to do that so far. The bloodbath, the starting, no rep straight away from Maddie Sturts, just not hitting that depth. The judges, tell you what, they have been on point this weekend. Nothing getting by. Fast reps from Kyra Milligan, Bella Vallejo. A little bit slower from Ella Price. Daisy McDonald, very narrow grip at the far end. Milligan, Sturt, Vallejo. Ellie Turner in there as well, at first to move over the wall. We've spoken about strength athletes, power athletes, endurance athletes, gymnasts. Who's designed better for the burpee wall get over?
It's really just grunt work, and as Roy said earlier, it's a functional movement. It's more the set on the back end where it's who has the engine to push it when they don't want to.
We know the likes of our top three, Maddie Sturt, Ellie Turner, Kyra Milligan, have got plenty in the tank. Former teenage CrossFit Games champion, Bella Vallejo, we know she's got it. Daisy McDonald, she's been to the games, she's got it. Bella Vallejo, 21 points out of third. The top three qualifying for the CrossFit Games.
Steph Collins getting over that wall very quickly at the top.
Daisy McDonald, have a look at this flip. Simples.
She must have seen Julia doing hers earlier. Also an ex-gymnast who has the confidence to have her head
upside down
towards the ground with her feet over her head.
Collins moves forward, finishing with the wall. We knew she'd do well. Let's head down to Gemma Ashworth on the floor.
I feel like we need to make a name for some of these new techniques. Maybe the frog flip or something, bearing in mind this workout is presented by Frog. Speaking to some of the athletes back in the tunnel, Jess Green just approaching her barbell now. I asked her if she's ready and she said, hell yeah, this is the one I've been looking forward to. Now, I'm not sure if she's watched any of the reactions of the previous athletes in the heats, but she said she loves a chipper and is so super excited to get her teeth into this workout.
If you think about the movements that are coming up for Jess Green, you've got your bar muscle-ups and your handstand push-ups for your deficit, back to bar muscle-up. She's going to excel, as is Daisy McDonald and Ella Price.
It's going to be whether they have enough in the tank on that back end to keep the momentum going off the gymnastics back into the barbells.
Vallejo into the lead. Sturt second, Milligan third. Turner 4, Collins 5.
We've said in the previous heats, none of these weights are heavy for any of these athletes. But it does get heavier and heavier. It feels heavier and heavier as the event progresses. And it's who has the engine to stay on those reps, not walk away from the bar and just keep it moving.
Ella Price finishing up at the back of your screen in grey, moving forward. We know her time to shine is coming shortly. She just needs to get through this set of power cleans. 15, I was telling Royce earlier on, 15 reps is such a great number because it's so close yet so far away for these athletes.
It's also an odd number to split in half. You can't really split it evenly in half. So you're either doing a big set and then a small set, or a small set and then a big set.
Bella Vallejo in the lead. Maddie Sturts jumping into second. Kyra Milligan in third. Ellie Turner, 1 rep to go with a clean. Steph Collins is done in lane 1.
Bella Vallejo looking very comfortable on those bar muscle ups.
This is where the athletes can sort of start to just relax a little because they're not under tension with an external object. It's their own body weight.
Bella is off already and onto her deficit handstand push-ups.
Some athletes have had the unfortunate experience of competing here at the Torian Pro back in 2022 when Mark 1 of King Arthur was around. Maddie Sturts finishing in 5th. 21:35, obviously a little bit different back then with a 1500 meter run included, as well as 15 ring muscle ups at either end.
Really like Bella Vallejo's attack on these handstand push-ups. She strategically took rest, but you could see from her body language it was strategic, and she had her eyes down, ready to go again and on the attack.
Bella Vallejo, her interview last night saying it was an absolute privilege to be on the floor with some of the big names in the sport. People forgetting that she won the CrossFit Games as a teenager. She's put herself definitely in that conversation.
And we got a bit of a glimpse of the engine that Bella has at Down Under last year, where she really impressed us. See, she's been putting in the work.
Now, if Bella can put a dent in the likes of Maddie Sturt, Ellie Turner, Kyra Milligan, coming into the final event in a top 3 spot, you are sitting pretty. Milligan, Turner continuing with their bar muscle ups, as is Jess Green in lane 2 in the black. Steph Collins has got the benefit of being the quickest for the wall burpees on the way down. Are we going to see the same speed on the way back? Daisy McDonald starting to struggle a little with those handstands. Maddie Sturt, she's going to be finishing up her bar muscle up shortly, chasing down Bella Vallejo and Kyra Milligan. Your top 3 on the leaderboard are your top 3 right now. Jess Green, who loves a chip up, has put herself in that conversation as well.
Jess Green's always got that classic elite gymnast composure on the competition floor as well. She never looks rattled. She's always staying in her lane. You never see her really look around.
Nine minutes down, 6 minutes remaining, plenty of time. 15 minutes, 40 seconds. Erica Pilasti from Heat 4, our only finisher so far. Ella Price battling with those bar muscle ups. Daisy McDonald, the same, back on the rig. All other athletes on the barbell. Bella Vallejo, Maddie Sturt, Kyra Milligan, your top three. The battle for our top three spots, Gemma, it is heating up.
It is heating up. It's getting louder and louder in the stadium, and these athletes need all of the energy they can get. This Team Steph is up just below you guys on broadcast, screaming, "Go, Steph, go," trying to get her through these last few power cleans. And another roar from the crowd, trying to give the athletes every bit of help as they grind through this final part of the event.
Kyra Milligan, Maddie Sturt getting straight to work. Jess Green, Bella Vallejo getting to the bar at exactly the same time.
Maddie and Kyra wasting no time, starting to get their reps done there.
If you think about experience level of the games, you're going to go no higher than Maddie Sturt. Kyra Milligan looking to punch her first games ticket. What better place to do it? Jess Green continuing with her thrusters. She's the only one to keep going. She now rests. Kyra back to work. Maddie Sturt doing one rep more than Kyra on that first set. Now, is that deliberate?
Look, there's no doubt in my mind that they haven't done this next to each other, or parts of this next to each other in training.
Milligan and Sturt, 1 and 3 on the leaderboard. Separated by 15 points. 15 reps is the target for the wall burpees. Bella Vallejo, Jess Green now coming. If these four ladies finish under the time cap, they are going top 5. Gemma Ellis's score of 11 overhead squats will be good enough for 6th place. What are we looking at? Maybe 12, 13 seconds a rep.
We've seen as well from the previous heats, and I'm seeing it now, where they're doing about 7 or 8 wall burpees, and then when they know that they're on that back end of it, that's when we're seeing them speed up. But they're being really conservative and just trying to get the first 7 or so done. And then once that hand goes up in the air, we'll see them hit the gas a bit.
Still no judges' hands in the air. Jess Green, Bella Vallejo battling it out. Kyra Milligan now with 5 to go, 1 ahead of Maddie Sturt. Ellie Turner. Will she be able to get this done in the next 3 minutes and 10 seconds?
Kyra Milligan just having a look down the floor at the bottom of each burpee.
Last 5. Bella Vallejo, last 5 for Jess Green. 2 to go for Milligan. The last time she's going to be on the far side of the frog grip wall. And that's got to be a relief. Ellie Turner has worked her way very well through these 15 reps so far. As Milligan, 15 reps remaining. 100 points here is going to be a massive help. And depending on how results pan out, with Maddie Sturt, could find herself in the lead. Milligan, Vallejo. Speed of squat is going to be important. Sturt gets to work. Jess Green finishes up her wall burpees. Milligan looks like she's going to have done enough. Kyra Milligan. And doing it easy. Kyra Milligan. Second event win. The 2026 TYR Torian Pro, Bella Vallejo. Are we going to see her back at the CrossFit Games as an individual competitor?
Maddie Sturt's opened it up for Jess Green, dropping the bar and getting a no rep. It looks like if she can hold on, she's going to get there ahead of Jess.
Oh, the last rep for Maddie Sturt. Jess Green with 3. Sturt, good enough for 3rd overall.
And that's all she needs.
That'll keep her at the top of the leaderboard. Jess Green's finished. Ellie Turner, can she get done in the next 60 seconds? Erica Palasti's time of 15:40, the 5th fastest time so far. And if anything's going to test your lower back, the back end of this is definitely going to do it.
All Ellie needs to do is finish, and she's still going to have a top time because we have not had many finish this at all.
Steph Collins is coming strong. She's going to run out of time. Ellie has got 30 seconds to get 4 more reps done. She's not going to be quicker than Erica Palasti. Final rep. And the bar goes down. She's got 10 seconds. Ellie Turner. Squat snatch. Done. 6th fastest time overall for Ellie Turner, which will keep her in the top 3. Koya.
Oh, I felt every bit of pain in that squat snatch for Ellie Turner just now. Ouch.
But being able to hold on to that, every part of your brain and your body's going, put it down. Oh, what a race. Kyra Milligan, 2nd event win. Bella Vallejo. And it looks as though Kyra Milligan put herself in a really good spot heading into the final events.
Our top women did not disappoint. We said at the start that we really didn't want to put a name to win this event because really there was 5 or 6 of them that really could have taken it, and it was like that throughout the heat. Bella Vallejo was off to an early lead. Stayed out in front for most of the event. Jess Green with that gymnastics prowess, just staying right where she needed to be with the top women. But Kyra Milligan and Maddie Sturt, they just showed their experience out there, stormed ahead in those final couple of barbells, straight onto those fat bar thrusters off the back of the power clean. It was Kyra Milligan that was able to hold on to the lead through the final set of wall burpees rather. Maddie Sturt having a bit of trouble with that last set of overhead squats, but Kyra Milligan, another event win down here in Australia for her. And Bella Vallejo once again proving that she deserves a top spot amongst these ladies. The grit and determination from Ellie Turner on those last couple of reps.
Crazy stuff going, and let's head down to the competition floor now. Gemma Ashworth.
Bella, a grueling workout. How do you mentally prepare yourself for something like that?
Oh, you know, like when they said the walls, I thought, oh, just looked around the gym and was like, what can I use? Vending machine. So I did my practice run on the vending machine for all 30 burpee over vending machines, and guess it paid off.
It's such a long weekend. How is the body feeling going into a workout like that?
Pretty tight, but I think, like, you know, a couple of shots of caffeine, some caramel, and you're all good to go.
And what are we expecting to see from you in the final event?
Just send it. Send it.
Well, we can't wait to watch you send it. Kyra, we've spoken a lot this weekend. Were you expecting to come here and dominate as much as you have?
I mean, I wanted to. Like, every time you come out on the comp floor, like, you want to win. And I think this weekend I actually feel like myself, and I feel like the athlete that I've trained hard to become. So I'm excited to finally show it off.
And King Arthur is a notoriously difficult event. Were the legends true?
Yeah, I'm glad that there wasn't any running in this one, though. That helped.
Well, regardless, you did an incredible job. Congratulations. And we look forward to seeing you in the final event of the day.
Thank you, Gemma. Burpee over vending machine. Okay. Our women, we're going to press pause on our fight to see who's going to get the top 3 spots to the CrossFit Games. We'll find out for the final event of the day later on this afternoon, but we are going to cast our attention to the men's competition. That coming up next.
TYR Torian Pro 2026. And you see some big screens. Give yourselves a repping. Who we got? Yes. Rank shot.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. The gentlemen, it is their turn to shine. We move on to event number 6. For them, it is King Arthur Mark II, presented by Frog Grips.
For time, 15 overhead squats, 70 kilos for the men, 15 wall burpees, 15 fat bar thrusters at 61 kilos, 15 power cleans at 93 kilos, 15 bar muscle-ups, 15 deficit handstand push-ups, and then back to 15 bar muscle-ups, 15 power cleans, 15 fat bar thrusters, 15 wall burpees, and 15 overhead squats. 16-minute time cap.
Sounds simple. It is the complete opposite of that. Some of the loadings for our barbells, very testing. And our lane assignments for heat number 6. It is the first of our male heats for our second last event of the weekend. CJ Walker, as Royce was saying earlier on, the blueprint back in 2015. We saw it again in 2022. Can CJ Walker wind the clock back once more? Great to see Alvaro Alacon back on the floor. Ryan Mulvaney with a big support crew here. Cam Kuzla. And the gentleman out the back seeing exactly what was happening with our final heats of our women. Probably not too impressed.
Impressed with performance, not impressed with the work they're about to do.
Athletes getting started. And Alvaro Alarcon, unfortunately, just stepping to the barbell and sitting down. He's probably going to have the best time out of anyone in heat number 6. Nicky Rogers, feel for him, from Total Pursuit Athletics in Philadelphia, coming all the way out here. And that's what you get dished up. King Arthur, Mark II, but he's not messing around with those overhead squats. He's quick to the wall.
Alarcon will come back out later on and have a crack at the final event. He's taken to the floor, it's not withdrawing.
Athletes getting to work the first 15 wall burpees. It just sounds so simple. Max Lees in that blue shirt with that great flip over. And we've seen some really crazy looking techniques to get over this wall. More on that. Let's head down to Gemma Ashworth.
As we said, the girls have already set the standard, put some new techniques out there. Max going for that forward flip over the wall. We have Ryan Mulvaney and CJ Walker in lanes 2 and 3, getting that body horizontal across the top of the wall before rolling themselves over. It was interesting when we were sat in the tunnel, very, very quiet from the boys, not really knowing what to expect. Obviously, CJ Walker was here when Torian Pro was streamed in black and white, knows what to expect, and maybe that adds to the nerves of knowing the kind of pain that you're expecting from an event like this.
Streamed in black and white. Some of us are old, but we're not that old. There's a little bit of a different approach from the males and the females. Obviously having a bit more height on their side, so our taller male athletes are at that advantage of just being able to jump and just do like a small bar muscle up over the top.
We're seeing less of that foot plant on the wall to get themselves up because they do have that ability to use that strict muscle up to get themselves over.
We're already on to our thrusters. Kuzla is going to be the first. Just copping a no rep on the very first rep.
We spoke about the thick bars for the girls. It'll be interesting to see if it has the same sort of effect with the guys. Obviously, they would have notoriously larger hands, be able to get themselves around that barbell a little bit easier, but then that barbell weight is heavier for them as well.
61 kilos on the barbell for the men. There's Daniel moving straight up to his power cleans. 93 kilos. We'll see singles the whole way. It'll be who can minimize that rest in between those singles.
From the sideline, that wall is 6 foot. So as soon as they go beyond that wall, I am struggling to see them. That is how tall the wall is from where I am. It must be incredibly overwhelming to get to that wall having no expectation or understanding of how to get over it, but they've managed to do so. Looking forward, Max Lees over in lane 6, just finishing up his final few reps of his thrusters, moving forwards to his power cleans.
CJ Walker just threw his t-shirt into his crowd of fans. There's a couple of giant CJ Walker heads sitting there.
I'm actually surprised with the response from the public in regards to CJ Walker. Absolute legend in the Oceania region. And one of those athletes, if you go all the way back to 2014, like that's a long time ago.
Yes, it is.
And there are the heads there, sitting in the crowd.
Yeah, there they are.
CJ Walker needs sponsorship. He needs a lot more than that.
What would Brad do? Who is Brad and what would they do?
CJ Walker, part of the Mr. presentation last night on the floor as well.
He was looking to the crowd, almost asking to be subbed in.
Dan Goulet, we have seen some glimpses of performance from Goulet. As I mentioned yesterday, out of CrossFit NCR in Ottawa, Paul Tremblay. Paul Tremblay loved a heavy barbell. Oh, he would have absolutely frothed at this one. Paul, if you're watching along, all the way over there in Canada, it's got to be getting relatively late.
CJ Walker's joined the guys on his bar muscle-ups. We saw with the women, a lot of them were breaking it into 2 sets. A lot of 10 and 5.
CJ with his last 5, doing exactly what you would have done, 10-5 split.
Daniel Goulet is going to be the first athlete to start chipping away at his deficit handstand push-ups.
CJ hanging forever on that last rep and just giving himself a little bit of recovery. So time-wise, we're looking at the same sort of time sequence as Heat 4. Max Lee's getting through there. Oh, it's like a proud father. How is this going to roll out, Mike Towner? Is it rolling out exactly the way you want it to? Had a good chat to his partner in crime, John O'Snape, this morning on broadcast. And I love the way they both separate different sides of the TYR Torian Pro. Mike's all about equipment and not just the events here on the floor, but the events outside. He gets a lot of help.
And the event's so big now. I know Jono was saying to us the other day, even the events going on outside, they've had to extend the schedule for those now because there's so much going on.
So many people want a piece of it.
And it is really cool to walk around outside as well if you get the chance, around the vendors and around the other events that are going on. We've got a party going on inside the arena, but also outside they're having just as much fun.
Goulet getting to work again. And he is most excited for the final event. I wonder if he's excited for the final event just because it's the final event.
Now, a few of them have said that, but they're referring to the after party. Does he mean the final event in the arena?
the other owner of CrossFit NCR, so Riza Mashkouri. And Riza has been Dan's coach since 2015, which is a very long time to have the same coach. Only his second major competition. His first was 2025 in Spain, so he's traveling the world to get all of that experience. Former hockey player. I've seen a number of baseballers on the competition floor over the course of the last 3 days. We're not talking field hockey, unfortunately, for those Australians. Final rep coming for Dan Goulet. And done. 10.5 down, 16 on our clock. Now, if I had a little bit of advice for CJ Walker right now, I'd remind him that the worst thing he's ever done was the run on Friday morning, and not this right now.
He might have changed his mind by the end of this event.
There is every chance he has. Our men's competition currently being led by Ricky Garrard, Jake Crouch, Bailey Martin in that top three. Top three for our women has been decided already. Sturt still in the lead. Cora Milligan jumping into second now, and Ellie Turner into third. Bella Vallejo still 21 points out of that top three. Ellie Turner, dare to dream. CJ joined by Ryan Mulvaney. Dan Goulet on the barbell on the way back down.
See how much heavier that barbell feels on these power cleans on the way back down this chipper.
And we're not talking light weights either.
Say moderate, I would call them moderate weights for this sort of event. It's
93 kilo, that's going, especially with the amount of fatigue they've got on board, and for 15 reps as well.
See, none of them are having any issues at all power clean. Them really short squats under the bar. Goulet's going for the wide feet.
Seen that from a number of athletes right across the world, even back to old Rich Froning days. Mulvaney doing the same, almost star jumping that barbell out. Seen a lot of people on the competition floor that have been around for a very long time. Disappointed not to see Rob Forte on the floor this year. Rob, if you're watching along, time to make a comeback.
He could still kick it.
CJ Walker, 2 reps to go, 2.5 minutes left of our time cap. It's like someone pressed the pause button on this entire heat because the energy seems to be sapped.
Daniel Goulet is going to smash through his fat bar thrusters. Looks like he's going to break him up into a set of 2.
Sets of 1.
We'll break it up across 2 sets I should say, not sets of 2 reps.
That's what I was going to say. 2 reps, that would take a very long time. Goulet will be pushing to the wall after the next set. Ryan Mulvaney, CJ Walker. The rest. Nicky Rogers coming to the bar. He was very quick on his overhead squats, and he's not messing around with these thrusters either. There's a chance, Nicky Rogers, to make a move here. The last 60 seconds. Goulet is done. It's something similar we saw with Erica Pilasti. He might have taken a leaf out of her book. Just go for it with the thrusters. You can try and recover on the wall burpees because you can't do them quick.
He doesn't have much time left. May as well empty the tank now because every burpee is going to count.
Goulet battling with Mulvaney. CJ Walker coming to the wall now. Nicky Rogers has made up a lot of ground on these thrusters. He's probably going to get 2 burpees done in under that time cap of 16 minutes. Goulet put some separation between himself and Mulvaney. Nicky Rogers. We don't see Nicky Rogers come back over, and we see athletes falling all over the floor. Goulet getting 6 wall burpees. And exactly the same as a number of our female athletes. This one is going to be a tough nut to crack.
King Arthur, the second underway for our first heat of male athletes. Saw very similar pacing to our early heats of our females, single reps. And the athletes that can get through those gymnastics movements the quickest really are getting themselves out ahead onto that second time round, onto the barbells. Daniel Goulet, he held his position out in front. The athletes just getting a couple of burpees done. No one coming near finishing.
As we wrap things up for heat number 6, we move on to heat number 7. Those wall burpees, very unforgiving. Find out in the next couple of hours who are going to be our top 3 representatives from our male, female and teams division. And very fortunate to have an absolute 3-time superstar of the Torian Pro. Won a few CrossFit Games in your time too. Dear Claire Toomey, welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Oh, wouldn't be a Torian Pro without you being involved. Now, you've been a little bit busy of late. I'm actually very surprised you're here, but...
I literally had, for a moment there, to think about what I was busy doing. I still have like this baby brain.
And now Coda, absolutely beautiful, and had the chance to meet him yesterday. Just, how is it second time round?
I mean, I completely forgot how to handle a newborn. No one tells you about that. And yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. Him and Willow are so similar, but so different. And I thought pre-Willow, I just wanted boys, and then having Willow, I was like, oh, just girls.
And now you've changed
And now I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so glad I got both. I'm so lucky. We'll have 2 people to watch in the male and female divisions in the CrossFit Games.
What year were you expecting?
Next year? Nah.
That wasn't going to surprise me.
Yeah, Willow and I'll verse each other next year.
Heat number 7 onto the floor.
King Arthur returns.
Oh, it does. And our lane assignments and some athletes we've seen on the competition floor here. Jake Wheeler, old school Torian Pro competitor and getting an event win last night in event number 5. And John Champion has had many years here, as has Liam Ford in both individual and team. So let's talk King Arthur for a second. You did a quick interview in the last couple of weeks saying this was the worst event you have done ever, and you've done a lot of events. Why does it stick out as the worst?
I mean, it was a sneaky workout. Like it's one of those workouts that you read it on paper and it doesn't really look as bad as what it actually feels. And when you did King Arthur, when was it? Back in 2019?
22.
20. Oh, really? Oh my gosh.
We are in 2026, just to let you know.
I thought we were in 2022. No, I'm not even joking. Like when you're doing the workout, it, like on that way back, it wrecks you. Like you are cooked. And so the athletes, you do not really understand unless you've actually physically done it. And then to train for it, because it was announced pre the competition, Shane had me do it like in a variation of different ways. The first and only time I've ever told him, hey,
rack off.
We're
done.
I will not take the competition floor if you make me redo this again.
Only once in your life. That's good.
Oh, I mean, I've probably told him to, beep off a few times, but this one, you kind of have like a goldfish memory, but not with this one. But it starts with overhead squats, and like they are just that's a pretty high skill movement alone, like with mobility and strength. And to finish on that, so fatigued, like the shoulders are fried.
We saw last night with events 4 and 5, there was the 40 cal row coming in. Now, talking to Pip on the broadcast last night, she said this is probably the best way to warm up for the event, because you can get into a pattern of pulling and extending those hips and doing all those things. You can actually warm up muscle groups as you go along. Is the overhead squat one of those movements where it's a good one to start with, knowing what's coming, or is there better ways to get warmed up with an implement?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's such it's quite demanding on the shoulders, and then you're going to obviously have a lot of shoulder fatigue, jumping up and doing basically muscle ups over the massive wall, depending on how tall and everything you are. Then to do thrusters, like I think that it's a taxing movement rather than just something that's going to warm you up. I agree with Pip, starting on a machine is so valuable to actually get the blood flow going, to actually ease the nerves and just to kind of settle into the workout. Whereas something like the overhead squat, you're fatiguing your upper body already, and so that's just gonna set you up a little bit behind in the workout anyway, but everyone's got to do it, so it's like an even playing field. So it's not ideal in my opinion.
Now
that's what makes it so hard.
Were you surprised that only 6 females out of the field of 40 finished, or not really?
I mean, you obviously want more people to finish it. I think it just shows how challenging the workout really is.
Oh, well, if we go back to 2022, we only had 6 finished back then.
It's a workout that's long, where you really do have to like just suck it up and get through it. And like I do think that it's definitely, like, obviously it was possible to finish it. We had 6 people, but it's also on the last day. Last time we did this, it was on the very first event, so it's just such a brutal workout.
Different variation of King Arthur Mark 1. And completely different techniques across our 5 heats of females. We're seeing some more interesting stuff, even from veterans like Jake Wheeler, Gemma Ashworth.
Jacob Wheeler was the last to get to his thrusters. He adopted a technique of almost sitting up on top of the wall before getting back down. In the briefing just before, he asked if he was allowed to run up to the wall. I think he was quite nervous about getting up over that wall, and it has slowed him down a little bit, but this workout is not won or lost on the wall.
Shorter statured athletes. We actually measured it last night in the briefing. It's actually a Royce Dunn height wall. Because he was standing next to it and it was perfect to where he was. And Royce, when he came into broadcast during the female heats, saying he didn't find it that difficult, but when you're that tall, you're not going to.
Yeah, okay, Royce. Sit down, bro.
Now, let's talk strategy for a second with King Arthur. You mentioned that the way back is like just so tough. Are you looking at that time cap and going, okay, I want to get over the halfway point before the 8-minute mark to give myself enough time to come back? Because we've seen in heat 3 of the females, they were way under, but they came back and no one finished.
Yeah. I definitely think it's really important to pace, obviously, appropriately, just like any workout. But the reality is if you don't bank in enough time, like to come back, and you're not banking in enough time for that extra fatigue that's going to take that little bit extra time to get over the wall, the cadence of them getting over the wall for the first time versus coming back, it's significantly different. You know, you watched the ladies, you could see that they actually were doing the burpee, standing up, resting before they actually made that commitment to jumping over the wall, where they were a lot more efficient, a lot faster on the way out. So you really do want to be banking in as much time, but obviously hitting that perfect timing where you're not going out too hot and it's going to catch up. I mean, I always just think about when Ricky was coming back and he absolutely cooked himself back in 2022. I still laugh with him about it. I mean, I'm the one laughing. He's not really laughing. But he was absolutely cooked on those overhead squats. Do you remember that?
Oh, vividly. And Ricky's sitting out just outside our production area, just lying flat on the ground for about an hour.
Oh.
Yeah, it was...
He actually made me... I'm pretty sure we went after the boys. I can't remember, but I remember walking past him being like, ooh.
Ouchie.
Don't go out too hot.
Gonzalo Del Rio, John Champion, James Hargraves, your top 3 heading to the 15 bar muscle-ups. And Pip and I spoke last night about certain events throughout the weekend and what you leave in reserve. And we saw the sled pull as part of heavy hand at the start of yesterday, and Zach Thomas did extremely well, and he seemed to look like he had a lot more in the tank at the back end. Do you strategize and say, okay, I'm going to leave 10, 15% in the tank for the last portion, which is probably going to be pretty grueling like that event yesterday?
Yeah, you have to obviously play to your strengths and be smart. You know, like there's definitely times where you're competing and maybe you can push a little bit harder, but you don't need to because you have a sufficient lead. So you've really got to play the game and see where you're at, but you've also got to be considerate of the other heats that may have been a little bit faster than you as well. So you've got to be aware of what's really going on, the timing and where you are. But I think that at the end of the day, the way I like to compete is just absolutely giving everything I've got every single time, because there's been times in the past where I've gone out a little bit more reserved to think about, you know, what's coming next. And I always cross the finish line disappointed in my performance because I know I could have given more. So I think when it comes to training, I'm constantly just trying to push the envelope as hard and as much as I possibly can, so that when it comes to competition, I have that much more to give every single workout. It does come down to what the movements are and how, if they are a strength or a weakness to you or anything like that. Like You know, Gracie, for example, I believe she's pulled out.
Yeah, she's had to withdraw medically, unfortunately, which is a shame.
Now, see, that's something she knows that she's got another opportunity to qualify for the CrossFit Games. You know, by her continuing on to push through the weekend, dealing with the medical condition, you know, that, like, I think she's playing it smart, and she's actually thinking of, like, the bigger picture rather than just, you know, trying to get through the weekend. So it's situations like that. I know that that's not a workout, but, you know, you do have to just take every situation as it comes and, I guess, make the best judgment call in whatever situation you find yourself, whether it's the workout, throughout the competition, whatever it might be.
Yeah, you've noticed that with Emily DeRoy as well, withdrawing yesterday medically. And they do have one more opportunity for the last chance qualifier. The 6 top athletes worldwide will qualify for the CrossFit Games. Now, was it going to feel a bit weird not going to the CrossFit Games, or are you just like...
I remember last time when I was had just had Willow and I went to the CrossFit Games. I'm sitting in the crowd and I was like really frustrated that I wasn't out there defending my title. And I think, you know, deep down, like I'm actually just so happy to be here and actually be on this side of the fence and watching and cheering on all the athletes that are competing this weekend. I don't know if it's just because it's the Torian Pro and just even being in the crowd is really fun. But I am intrigued to know if I'm going to be as frustrated as well.
I'm guessing you're going to be. Now, going back to what you said about your performance and being a little bit disappointed because you didn't push hard enough, do you look forward to King Arthur Mark II and you go, you've got 15 wall burpees and then 15 overhead squats? Where is the workout within the event? Is it the wall burpees or is it the overhead squats post the wall burpees?
Well, no, I'd say it's the wall because that's where it's mentally going to hit you, and that's where you're going to slow your cadence down, trying to, like, there's so many opportunities to rest, whereas you need to be as efficient and smooth as possible to make sure that you are, you know, getting over that wall and getting the work done. Like, 15 doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot.
We were talking about Royce before about 15, just that magic number. It's like, oh, it's only 15. Hang on, it's 15.
Yeah, it's a lot. And when you're watching the athletes, you're like, oh my gosh, how many do they have left? You know, it's only 15, but it feels like 30 or 60.
Now you'd be going 2 sets, or we spoke about the 2-set versus 3-set, and Royce goes, if you get to 3-set, it's danger time there, like straight away.
I think it depends, because we are on our last day, it's the second last event, the upper body is going to be very fatigued. You know, you spoke about the sled pulls yesterday. I know people's hamstrings were on fire, but that's definitely going to be a very upper body, lat, fatigued movement that's going to transfer over to today. So, like, we've had a lot of upper body dominant workouts that have really focused on the upper body. So, you know, there's just that level of fatigue that people probably can't even comprehend except for if you're an athlete on the floor. So that will really determine how strong those overhead squats are. Of course, each individual's mobility and that type of thing, but I don't think that the overhead squats is the pivotal moment. It's really that wall and getting over it as efficiently and smoothly as possible. I mean, those thrusters, they might look nice, but on a fat bar, you know, you're breathing heavy, it's right on your throat, like, that's something. Even these power cleans, it might seem like just a power clean, you can do singles, but I guarantee you their backs are just absolutely fried right now. This is everything that happened to me last time. So I'm just like, oh, bro, I do not want to be these athletes right now. I would be curious to ask some of the athletes that have done both now if this one's a better version than the other one, because there wasn't a run, you know. However, I think their upper body is going to be way more fatigued than what it was heart rate last time.
I haven't seen one athlete yet do any touch and go power cleans, but we have seen Erica Pilasti do 15 unbroken thrusters.
Thank you.
And she actually finished in 15:40. and was able to get those wall burpees done because she pushed that hard on the thrusters, and she was going to suffer anyway on the wall, so she just goes, I'm just going to go for it and give myself time. So she was able to do that.
Yeah, good on her.
Gonzalo Del Rio, 12 minutes, 20 seconds, hitting the thrusters. And once that bulk of that work has been done with the thrusters, you've got 30 reps left and time ticking away quickly. Fittest man in French Polynesia, and Liam Ford, CrossFit Geo, pulling up alongside him. John Champion back to competition in third in the pink shorts, black shirt. Gonzalo, 30 reps to go. No, buddy, you've got no company. It's just you on your own.
And when you say like 30 reps to go,
and 15 are going to be tough.
15 really long reps. Oh. Yeah, come on. See, you just, obviously super easy said than done, right? But the most efficient way, like you just got to keep going, keep the head get down and just,
Well, Gonzalo's 6'3" as well, so you can see when he stands up, he's actually got a bit of height on that wall, whereas you've got someone like Jake Wheeler, who's 5.5 feet tall. He's got to work extra hard to get up and over that wall.
Yeah, man.
Liam Ford.
I'd love for Royce to tell me how easy it is. I'd be like,
he actually did
want to slap you, Royce.
But he actually did say he tested it a couple of times and he didn't get the time cap either time. So, yeah, full props to those athletes out there that can finish it.
Yeah, but it is also competition too. I think, you know, like it is on the third day when you like, and I'm sure, I don't know if Royce like spoke about it, but you know, when you're testing these workouts out and you're doing different variations and everything like that, it's, you know, that's quite challenging in itself. But being on a competition floor, there's a crowd, there's an atmosphere, there's adrenaline, there's spots and placings and everything on the line. So, you know, you can kind of dig a little bit deeper. I definitely know that I probably would struggle hitting a time cap in training as opposed to competition.
It's always very different, isn't it, trying to replicate what you're feeling on this competition floor. And when you... Now, speaking of training, you're obviously continuing to train.
Yes, I have had a couple of weeks off though.
Okay, good, thank you.
Incredibly unfit right now.
Your unfit is not our idea of unfit, let me tell you.
But no, yeah, definitely been loving moving the body and everything, and I think it's more of like a mental thing, you know. Oh.
Time cap done. Gonzalo Del Rio, 3 reps shorts. Not sure if that last one counted.
They all deserve a pat on the back.
Actually, that last one did count. As Royce mentioned earlier, feet have to be fully on the floor for the rep to count. Isaac Sheriff, oof.
Oh, that explains everything.
Oh, John Champion having some quiet time.
Yeah, leave him alone. Oh, good on you guys.
Now, I've noticed when you win an event, you win your heat, it doesn't seem to hurt as much.
No, it doesn't.
You've got that little bit of a spring in your step.
When you win competition too, you don't feel sore. Like immediately the next day, you don't feel sore at all. You're like, where was this yesterday and the day before?
Gonzalo Del Rio, John Champion, James Hargraves, your top 3 in heat number 7. A good start. It's just funny to watch how sprightly they were to start and how much fatigue they carried on. I don't think it's just fatigue from this particular event, but from the entire 2.5 days prior.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not sure if the ruck run had too much to do with it, but you mentioned like tight, heavy hamstrings potentially from the run on Friday.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because it was, I don't think people can appreciate how uphill it was. You know, like
I know exactly how uphill it was because I walked a bit of it.
people were like, you know, it was better to walk rather than to run in some situations. So it was quite steep. Yeah, I just think like you don't fully understand what these athletes are going through because, you know, we're obviously, how we read the workout is very different to how it actually feels and doing it on the floor. but they're all doing an incredible job. That's what they train for.
Right, it's exactly right. You wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Can we talk about how awesome Mr. Mister was last night?
Oh, now did you miss that?
Oh, I did. And you know what? They actually asked if I could come on. And I said, oh, sorry, guys.
I'm just unfit.
We'll have to do it another time. But I'm so glad I didn't, because the boys all twerked. And I was like, I am not twerking.
Even Royce was twerking.
I was like, I would be more stiff than Royce. Like that he had me in stitches. It was so awesome.
Oh, good to see.
Loved it.
And good to see that the boys are heading over to the CrossFit Games. There is a GoFundMe page to help get the boys over to San Jose for the 20th anniversary of the CrossFit Games this year.
Oh.
Individuals, teams, age division, adaptive, teenagers, everybody rocking out in San Jose this year at the end of July.
It's going to be one hell of a party.
Oh, yes, it is. Our lane assignments for heat number 8. We do continue. And Jake Standen, another one of those athletes. Jack Fleming, the same, a lot taller. And it's great that our borders are open. We're able to get a number of athletes from Canada and the US out here to experience what it is on the male side of things, and from the UK, from our female side of things.
Well, everyone wants to try it. Man, Khan is like, I keep thinking, who is that? Because I forget he's dyed his hair.
He messaged me at the start of the week because he was staying on the Gold Coast, said, do you know anyone who can bleach my hair?
Oh my God.
I asked my barber, and he politely declined because he wasn't working on Monday or Tuesday. But he got it done.
Does he not know who Khan Potter is?
Yes, he actually does, because he's a CrossFitter as well.
It looks good.
So we're going to hold on to you for one more heat, if that's okay. I know you got mum duties.
I hope Coda. I'm glad I fed him just before we came, but I hope he's not wanting more food.
I'm sure we're going to hear about it from here. And your mum instinct will kick in straight away. Underway for heat number 8. 13 wall burpees is our score to beat. Gonzalo Del Rio. And impressive with the snatch on night 1, Khan Porter. Jake Standen. CrossFit CQ up Rockhampton Way. Oh, easy stuff for Standen.
Isn't it crazy how beautiful all those overhead squats look? You know, like they make it look so easy.
They should. They've had years to practice.
But, you know, I feel like there's not enough credit, given to how, like it took me ages to master an overhead squat, you know, and you start with an empty barbell and man, it's just...
Well, that's the idea. Go back to your affiliate, grab a broomstick first, and then progress through, and for people like me, we stay on just the empty barbell. Pip threw me under the bus yesterday. She said, do you even train anymore? I said, come on, every day.
Are you kidding? I thought you looked pretty jacked.
Yeah, I'm training every day. CrossFit Hapu down on the Gold Coast, and get together and scaling.
All that traveling.
Scaling some things.
Oh, that's okay.
Definitely not scaling the bench press that pops up quite regularly.
Are you a cherry picker?
Oh, big time.
I was too when I was pregnant.
No cherry picking going on the competition floor. Let's head down to Gemma Ashworth.
In the tunnel, the vibes were super high. Khan has been sharing his experience with Jack Sweeney over to his right-hand side. Khan's just been loving this weekend. He tried to get all the athletes to sing Unwritten on the bus, on the way, on the run on Friday, unsuccessfully, but he's here for a chat, he's here for a good time, and, well, let's see if he has a good time throughout this event.
I'll tell you who is having a good time. Young Willow throwing a ball around in this crowd.
Yeah, I'm like, Willow, behave. Who's looking after who up there? my goodness.
Oh, the world is...
See, Rookie, you've taken me from my kids and they're just...
running amok.
I'm going to get a message from Jono and they're going to be like, hey, can you control that little girl with freaking bows in her hair?
Control your children. The world's her oyster.
That's impossible for me to control, though.
Aren't children a reflection of their parents or something like that? Hey, I should know. I've got 2 lunatics.
I think she's going to turn out way better than I have been. Some of the things that they do, though, you're like, whoa, like, where did they get that from?
Now, there's a contrast. TYR Torian on the right-hand side alongside Khan Porter, the young and the old.
I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
I think that's why he dyed his hair, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out.
And they're doing really good here.
Torian moving forward. They are actually moving a lot quicker than the previous heats. Now, what's plans for you? What's coming up next? Are we going for 10 or what? I want to hear it first.
Don't even tempt me. I actually have no idea. I retired like last year.
You retire every year. Then you get the itch again.
Facts.
And then when you said last year,
throughout the games prep.
I interviewed you on the competition floor. It's my last Torian Pro. No, it's not. It's like, we're going to be doing this again.
Running it back next year.
Yeah, go on.
Oh my God.
Bet you can't.
Don't even.
There's no way you'll come back. There's no way. Come on.
Is there a beeping button on here?
It's not that much work, extra work. Come on.
Oh my gosh. Well, I would be curious actually because I had a C-section with Willow, and then I had a natural birth with Coda. So I would be curious to know how fast of a comeback I could make.
Well, let's talk about what you've been doing in the off-season. You've had a fairly decent off-season. Doing a lot of video work, doing docos as well.
Yes, so, you know, I think we've just been, like, over the last few years, actually, just trying to capture every moment throughout my life. And, you know, we've been trying to, I guess, you know, savor or like time capsule this whole experience, right? Because it doesn't last forever. So just, yeah, filming and working on, you know, documentaries. We've been doing so many different things with Proven as well. There's been a lot of like fun things that we've just been like really doubling down on, I suppose, that we've been working so hard on over the last few years. Not just through my own personal brand, but through Proven as well, and that's been a lot of fun. But I must admit, I've definitely been like head down and just focusing on being a mum of late, which has been nice because, you know, I've had to really rely on a lot of my family to help me while I was trying to compete and still be Willow's mum. So doing that, and then, you know, going back and forth from Australia to America has been fun too. I tell you what though, it's a little bit harder traveling with, you know, when Willow hit 2 years of age, I was like, oh, this is what everyone talks about.
Yeah, it's not the terrible twos, it's the terrible threes we've got to worry about.
Yeah, they all talk about the terrible twos. I was like, oh,
no, just wait.
It's like, dang, this is false leading.
Because they can talk and then they can start arguing.
Oh,
that's the problem.
Well, yeah. Oh my goodness, it's so true. But no, I think Shane and I, we've been just trying to master this whole divide and conquer experience.
It's been a good balance, and I remember catching up with you at LA airport.
Yeah.
I normally just hide away when I travel overseas a lot, and I sit there and I hear this rookie, and I went, uh-oh, who we got? I turned around, it was Shane, and I went, oh, okay, yeah, we can do that. So, but yeah, that was a couple of years ago, but it was,
yeah. It really seems like yesterday.
I know, it's crazy.
But I think Willow was 6 months old.
Yeah, she was.
That was like 2.5 years.
Yeah. Madness. Time flies when we're having fun.
Oh, it's wild.
But you wouldn't change it for the world, would you?
No, not at all. It's yeah, like it's so rewarding. It's tiring for sure, but it's just one of those things where like the raw emotion that you feel and how proud you are of like when they, you know, develop or learn something new. It's quite magical. You really can't comprehend, and I didn't know if I could, you know, love something as much as I love Willow, and then Coda came and I was like, wow, like...
Isn't that funny? I can't love anything else after my first child. Then you go, hang on a minute, yes I can.
Yes, oh my God, it's so special.
Then you get a dog. When's the dog coming?
Oh my God, well, actually, my sister has just asked us to look after her little dash hound
Oh, there we
the next
go.
couple of months while she goes away for work. And Winnie is her name.
Oh.
She is going to need a little holiday after being with Willow.
Cranky dash hounds, eh? No. Thor Heinl continuing his progress through the bar muscle ups to the far left in the white shirt, lane number 1. Village Athletica from Western Australia. This is easy stuff. Khan Porter hanging tough as well.
You know what's crazy is like you almost have to break up the handstand push-ups and bar muscle-ups in a much manageable set so that you're not fatiguing them too much for the thrusters and the burpees over the wall and the overhead squats. But it's one of those things, well, I guess it depends on, you know, if they're a strength or a weakness of yours, but they're the ones that you just want to quickly smash out. But if you do overdo it, then it's going to make it really hard when you're coming back down the line.
Jack Sweeney to the barbell and move very quickly through his handstand push-ups. Kaya Turua, the third to the barbell. Khan Porter still with a couple of reps left of those bar muscle-ups on the way back down. Jack Fleming from CrossFit Churney in Melbourne. He's now done. Kevin Gosselin, still some work to do with the bar muscle-ups in the second set. Connor McElhaney, another boy from the West, gets done. Ten minutes down, 6 minutes remaining. Thor Heinl continuing. Stannon getting to work. Khan Porter realizing that King Arthur Mark II is just as bad as Mark I.
And this is where you start questioning like, how badly you really want it.
I was talking to Pip about looking down the floor, and you finish, say, the bar muscle-ups, and then you've got the power clean bar and the thruster bar and the wall in your way. And I said, does that put you off because you know what's coming? She goes, no, not for me. I'm a big, like a list person where I'll tick stuff off, so I like to see that.
But it can really derail a lot of people. You know, I think that it's one of those things where if you do like to actually see what's coming and you like to tick things off, see, like for 15, I would break them up into sets of 5s in my own head, just thinking, okay, just get through to 5, and then 5 more, and then another 5 more.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever done this, but if you say you got 15, I go, okay, 5 rep warm up, 5 rep workout, 5 rep cool down. There's your 15.
Oh yeah.
But that's just me.
Yeah. I mean, it's very similar, right? Because like you're breaking the 15s up, so you're distracting yourself, and that's what you got to do.
Thor Heinl getting the job done with the thrusters. He's about 90 seconds faster than Gonzalo Del Rio from the previous heats. We've got 4 minutes left.
He just needs to get down straight to the ground and then get back up. Like, almost like close your eyes and just like find a rhythm.
How hard is it to get to the ground?
Oh my gosh. Well,
like
depends.
Like people were talking about gravity before and just going, you're going down there anyway. But how hard is it to force yourself after that position on your feet to go, ugh?
It's so hard. Like, if we all talk about, oh man, you just got to go faster. Like I'm saying it myself, right? Oh, if he can just go be so efficient and everything. But when you're breathing so hard and your body is hurting so much, all you want to do is just stop, you know? But you do have to, in order to just keep moving and finding that routine, that momentum, you've just got to almost flop to the ground in a way, you know?
Thor Heinl out in the lead, all on his own. The only athletes from Heat 8 onto the wall burpees. Still with 3 minutes. There is every chance Thor is going to get this completed. Fatigue for the other athletes really starting to kick in.
You know, I know he's like going onto his knees and all that good stuff, but at least he's still moving, you know? He's just trying to tick it away. Like he's got a rhythm and he's actually staying super consistent, which is exactly what you got to do. He's doing a great job.
Gemma Ashworth, you're right next to Thor Heinl on the floor. He's doing it tough.
He is giving it his all, and you can tell by his face he is in pain. He only has 2 reps remaining. He has about a 12 or 10 rep lead on the rest of his competitors.
Thor Heinl now. Final rep over the wall. When are we going to see him?
Come on, come on.
Thor Heinl.
Oh, come on,
the crowd now respond. 15 reps to go. Now, how much of it is a mental, physical challenge to do your last 15 unbroken?
I mean, if your spot's on the line, you're going to just absolutely give it some. But if you wanted to just be, you know, smooth, just get to 8, see how you're feeling, get to 10, see if you can get, like, because those last 5 are going to be pretty shaky, but you don't want to be...
I was going to say miserable, but shaky, okay.
I mean, they are, the whole thing's bloody miserable.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, yeah. The amount of times I cursed at Mike.
And now we have some international athletes to do the same, which is great.
Yeah.
Thor Heinl.
It's so good to see, like, athletes coming from outside of Australia and New Zealand to take part in the Torian Pro. Come on.
3 reps, make that 2. Thor Heinl. He's going to lift the roof off if he can get this done under time cap.
I think he's got no rep.
Final rep, Thor Heinl.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
Well
34.
Far out. Good on you, bro.
How much, we'll dig into this a little bit post-event, but how much do you get a kick out of ticking the box on your resume of Torian Pro? Hey, I finished that.
It's so rewarding because you've trained so hard, and it's so rewarding when you actually are able to, you know, go through the workouts the way they were prescribed. It's like a pat on the back.
Well, conversely, you're 1 rep from finishing, or you've got the run to the finish line and you don't finish. How frustrating is that as an athlete?
Frustrating. It's so frustrating. Oh.
That's good. I can sense their frustration out there, but at the moment, they're probably pretty happy they didn't get anywhere near finishing.
They're probably thinking, come on, time, hurry up. I've also thought that too.
Yeah.
Please, just time cap me.
Well, you look at your 3rd day of competition, and you've got this, and then you've got an event to finish that potentially could be finished in under 3 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Is that what you sort of look forward to and go, okay, that's what I'm going to focus on. I'm just going to grind through this and get that and give that everything I've got?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's to finish a competition on the last day with a shorter workout. It's way more fun. I think the crowd gets behind it a lot more as well. But, you know, for the whole weekend, having a variety of different time caps is really important, I think, because, you know, it tests different athletes and different capabilities and everything. But doing a brutal workout like this and knowing that it's behind you, and then you get to just absolutely go hard, like, it's just fun. It's what everyone's here for.
The crowd's definitely here for it. Thor Heinl showing us exactly how to do it. 15:34 is going to be the time to beat. We have 2 heats remaining. And it has been wonderful to have you in again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, because it's always fun to have you in, get your perspective on everything CrossFit and life.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you having me.
And hopefully Willow hasn't burnt the house down.
Oh my God, well, I can't see any smoke, so...
we might be okay, we might have got away with it.
And I hope Coda's not screaming his lungs off.
No, I think...
He's actually really good. But I've been blessed with very chill babies.
Oh, how good.
Well, I speak, 2 weeks, 2 weeks in. Don't speak too soon.
There's time.
Yeah.
And what's the plan for the rest of the weekend?
Well, just watching the Proven crew just keep crushing it. It's wild. Honestly, like, I love being here, so I was not going to miss it for the world. And cheering on everyone and seeing everyone's familiar faces is just so special, isn't it? And
It certainly is.
getting people, like, just seeing people's dreams come true this weekend is just, it's magical.
It is, it really is, and people achieving lifelong goals.
Yeah.
Which is great.
And they work so hard for it.
They sure do. We're going to bring heat number 9 onto the floor now, and we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much again. It's just been wonderful to have you in.
Thanks, Ruby.
Our lane assignments for our second last heat of our individuals for our second last event of the weekend. So very fortunate to have the likes of super athletes like Tia-Clair Toomey give their perspective of exactly how to go about winning not just the Torian Pro but CrossFit Games as well. There are your lane assignments for heat number 9. Brandon Gaskell, come on. Sell your soul again. We're here for it. You were here last year. You know exactly what he did at this stage. Move it or lose it. And does that put extra pressure on you? I know you're a young competitor, but you put in such a great performance last year. And people remember that and go, oh, okay, so this guy's got something special.
Well, these young athletes come back every year looking for that same hit of adrenaline from the crowd. Every year at the Torian Pro, we always see some youngsters come out and do something special. And I almost lost my voice for the rest of the broadcast yelling at Thor Heinl in that previous heat.
And underway, 2 heats to come. And I'm just going to throw a little bit of a Kiwi spatter in the works. Steve Mashevsky again, finding himself in the second top heat. Incredible performance last night in events 4 and 5. And moving quick. If anyone can work through some grit, determination, pain, anguish, it's that man alongside his countryman, Dante Karangaroa. And Brandon Gaskell going a little bit slower than I thought. More on him. Let's head down to Gemma.
The nerves in the tunnel were definitely evident. Brandon looked like he was a little bit nervous for this one. I think he even watched it and just heard him say, oh no, when he watched some of the other athletes try and get over the wall. But he looked fired up, and I think being able to watch what you're in for that has to do something to your mentality, knowing that you're going to be in that much pain.
Also getting fired up as well by seeing Thor Heinl finish it and how he went about it. And I think it also, you know, you can let that scare you and think, oh, maybe if you haven't gotten close to finish it in training, or you can let it motivate you and go, right, he's done it, now I'm going to try and do it better.
I think we found that with Erica Palasti finishing in 15:40, and she was the first one to finish. And everyone got behind her in the stadium, and then everyone in the previous, also the post heat after that was like, oh, okay, we can get it done. But then you've got to think about strategy, how best to get it done. Karangaroa, Shevsky. Potentially going to be our first two to finish. Hickson up and over. Gaskell. One to go. Lane 2 is where it's happening. Ben Sexton has got some company. Ethan van der Velden to your right of screen. 3 in. Dante Karangaroa. Stephen Chevsky. Brandon Gaskell. Ben Hickson, Lockie Park, and Connor Smith. All getting to work.
I think a lot of these athletes break up these thrusters into 2 sets.
Judges' hands in the air. It is going to be Machevsky first. The chef is cooking up something special again.
One thing I've really enjoyed about Machevsky all weekend is that he isn't afraid to go out that little bit hot. I wouldn't say he goes out too hot, but he's definitely not afraid to be the athlete that gets out in front first and tries to hold on.
Isn't that the goal? Redline it, see if you can hang on there. Sexton. The breathing starting to get heavy already. This is that quiet time in the event where you've got to think about what is coming up. 15 bar muscle ups, 15 deficit handstand push-ups, back for 15 more bar muscle ups before you've got to pick the bar up. And if it's feeling heavy on the way down, you are in trouble on the way back. Gaskell, first judge's hand in the air. He has 3 remaining. Karangaroa there with 5 to go, as is Sexton and van der Velden. Gaskell, not sure why he's turning around. There is nothing to see back here. Gaskell complete, as is Sexton. Gaskell doing a lot of training with Liam Ford. And I'm sure Ford would have given Gaskell plenty of info after he competed in the second heat of men. Chevsky doing it easy on the bar muscle ups.
It's really smooth on that lockout at the top.
Now, interesting, might just be my OCD. but every athlete in the middle of their bar. Mashevsky going all the way to the far left of his pull-up bar.
That might just be where he prepped his bar, Jeremy, for the event.
I'm just thinking about an imbalance, maybe right versus left, and if your left's not as strong as your right, you're going to that support position where your upright of your bar is. Karangaroa done, and has got a lot of body weight to move upside down now. Van der Velden getting started. Sexton is on the wall. Mashevsky still yet to start.
Mashevsky making really quick work of those deficit handstand push-ups. Just not letting himself get to that point where you're squeezing them out at the top. You want to leave a couple of reps in the tank each set. Sexton also doing it easy. He'll move on to the bar muscle ups first.
No reps. Sexton having no trouble getting through those 15. Mashevsky's back to the bar muscle ups as well. Mashevsky just to the far right of your screen, just not going through that transition. Sexton the same. Van der Velden finally getting the 15 reps completes. Gaskell back to the bar as well for his 15 bar muscle ups. And no surprise to see some larger athletes. Connor Smith, Lockie Park, Ben Hickson, Dante Karangaroa still getting through their deficit handstand push-ups.
I really like that tactic from Gaskell and Van der Velden. They were both doing the same thing on their bar muscle ups. You see it with Gaskell now. Sexton's really upright on top of the bar. Gaskell and Van der Velden are kicking their legs out behind them, and then they're almost like on a 45-degree angle with their torso, doing almost like a push-up on top of the barbell, but they've got momentum to keep them going.
Mashevsky gets to work first. And I like that. Walk straight to the bar, get one rep in the books, rather than wait. You just can't wait too long.
In big events like this, you have to keep your mind in the right place, walk up, get the bar moving, and then take a rest.
Ten minutes down, 6 remaining. Thor Heinl, 15:34, our time to beat. The battle has not even started yet. It will start once the athletes get to the front grip walls to commence their 15 burpees. Connor Smith all done with his bar muscle ups, and he will join Lockie Park, Brandon Gaskell, Stephen Mashevsky, Ben Sexton, Ethan Van der Velden on the barbells. Sexton with 2. This is where you're making decisions in your head. Do I go for that big set of thrusters or not? We're about to find out from Sexton.
Gaskell's going to start his thrusters first. Walked straight up, picked it up and started repping out.
And we know what a big engine Gaskell's got. Sexton just going a little bit slower. Rocky Park, Connor Smith battling it out with that barbell. Gaskell moving quick. He is going to be the first to the wall. Mashevsky. Does he go big sets, potentially 15 unbroken? Van der Velden is there as well. Mashevsky, this is a good set of thrusters. It could propel him into the lead. Oh, he's going to pull up alongside Brandon Gaskell. Ah, Mashevsky. Outstanding.
That was a gutsy move from Mashevsky.
This is going to be a great fight between these two to the end. Gaskell with a little bit more in the tank after 2 reps. And I reckon that's all he's got to do to show Steve Mashevsky that he's going to stay half a rep ahead. Sexton, Mashevsky, and Gaskell, your top 3, heading into the final 2.5 minutes of our second last heat. Van der Velden steps forward with a dire look on his face. Just remembering that finishing under the time cap is going to give you a good time. Only 6 female athletes getting the job done.
Got just under 2 minutes left of that 16-minute time cap.
Only 13 athletes back in 2022 got the job done. Thor Heinl was the slowest. Bailey Martin coming out on top. Jay Crouch and Ricky Garrard. So let's see what happens in our final heats of our men. In the meantime, Gaskell. Mashevsky not far behind. He's going to have time to get this done as well. Gaskell looking in great shape.
Great speed from Gaskell. No problems there with those overhead squats.
And probably the best I've seen from any athlete on the floor so far. Gaskell. 15:23 time to beat. Mashevsky. He won't go faster than Heinl. It will be the 3rd fastest time. Sexton the opportunity to get some reps in, but he won't have enough time. And normally the athletes are a little bit frustrated if not able to finish events. This one they're going, yep, no problem.
Just relieved that it's over.
Gaskell. Quick going.
The start of the event, you said, what is he doing looking around? He was pacing. That's what he was doing. Sexton off to an early lead off those thrusters, which Mashevsky and Gaskell right there with him. Sexton was really fast through his deficit handstand push-ups and bar muscle-ups. But Gaskell just had a bit more in the tank when we got back to the power cleans. Just able to get himself out ahead. And then it was between Mashevsky and Gaskell on those wall burpees. But it was Gaskell's for the taking that last set of 15 overhead squats. No problem at all. It looked like he might have had even just a little bit left in the tank there off the back of that final barbell. And a really great finish as well for Mashevsky. He's been awesome to watch all weekend long.
Gaskell 15:35. Mashevsky in 15:50. And that's all she wrote for heat number 9. And now our top heats, heat number 10. The last chance for our individual males to start pushing for that final heat for our final event of the day. Pat Rafter Arena waiting patiently. The top 8s, the heavy hitters. And I'd love to be able to tell Justin Medeiros exactly what he's in for, but I'm sure Ellie's done that already. There are Yelena Simons, Martin, Garrard, Crouch. They were here in 2022 for version 1 of King Arthur. This is version 2. Shorter, but potentially harder. Jay Crouch coming off the back of a couple of great results, getting introduced to the crowd. He called Tarangi Curtis. Set the world on fire on Friday nights. Three spots up for grabs. Pete Ellis out of competition, withdrawing medically yesterday, so we wish Pete all the best. Just opens the door. Didn't Bailey Martin have an afternoon yesterday?
He did exactly what he needed to do coming into this final day of competition.
Two Martin brothers in the same heats. I don't think they'd like it any other way. Jay Crouch straight into that squat snatch. I remember a time when this used to be heavy and it used to be a power clean. to back rack, set arms, get overhead, and then go into an overhead squat. These days, it is an easy transition. Now, Zach Thomas, interesting. Breaking up the first set of overhead squats. Medeiros crouch. Start their progress to the wall, both stepping. And the full flip from Isaac Newman in lane number 2. Working well for him, one of the tallest athletes in the field. For more on him, let's head down to Gemma.
Yes, Isaac Newman has his Daddy Newman t-shirt on. Obviously spoke so much about how he wants to make his son proud, and an incredible weekend for him already. I'm really interested to see how Justin is going to do in this particular heat. I was listening to his Boys Interrupted podcast, and he said that a chipper style workout is his favorite. So let's see if he can put out a great performance and take a win.
There is chipper workouts, and then there's King Arthur. I think you'll agree.
There's also another couple of guys in there that also love a chipper workout.
Your top 3 coming in. Gerard, 464 points. 15 points back is Jay Crouch. And there's a big gap. 30 points back to Bailey Martin in 3rd. 15 points back to Justin Medeiros in 4th. Zach Thomas, Isaac Newman, equal 5th coming in. Three of our athletes that completed this in 2022 version 1 are the first 3 to the bar, joined by Justin Medeiros, 2-time CrossFit Games champion. All 4 taking a break. Bailey Martin probably looking the best of the lot in lane 6. The bounce out of the bottom is going to set him up for some really fast thrusters. Medeiros, Crouch, Gerard, your 1, 2, 3, and 4th. Bailey Martin. They all step forward to the power clean.
And all athletes taking the same amount of time to break on those thrusters. I wouldn't call it resting, I would say intentional break, walking down to the power clean all at the same time, straight into singles. They know that pacing this perfectly is what it's going to take to get an event win.
An event win, second to last event for the weekend. That's got to be sending you into that final with so much confidence.
That 3rd spot especially. Some shake-up on the leaderboard from King Arthur could really change the vibe this afternoon.
I think King Arthur's going to change the vibe regardless. An attitude adjustment almost. Mike Towner sideline, chatting with Royce Dunn. Did the testing give them the result they wanted on the floor? Jay Crouch, faster on the cycle rate than Medeiros. 1 to go for Bailey Martin as Gerard gets finished. Very consistent performance from Jay Crouch so far. An 11th in regional redux. Apart from that, it has been 3rd or better. Bailey winning event 4 yesterday. Garrard coming out of the gates hot. First day of competition with Kuda in the books, the trail run. Jay Crouch, handstand push-ups, one of his jams. Medeiros a little bit slower and coming to that full extension and holding.
Medeiros can see Jay and knows exactly what he's doing. He's letting him get there first each time, but is staying right there with him.
Jay Crouch is going to be off the wall quick. Final rep, Jay Crouch. Bar muscle ups incoming. Fast time, 6:36. Chance for Bailey Martin to make a move. Justin and Ricky. And now Bailey. Bailey's just going to jump straight up and get started. And the crowd respond. They know what they're seeing. Your top 4 battling for 3 spots.
Jay Crouch is on his final 5 bar muscle ups.
And this is where Jay Crouch, who is searching for his 3rd Torian Pro title, does his best work out in front and in control. How many reps ahead is enough? Is 5 good enough? Bailey Martin could jump ahead of Ricky Garrard and Justin Medeiros. He has 1 to go. He does. Into 2nd from 4th. Medeiros yet to finish. Garrard is done.
5 rep lead from Jay Crouch could be massive here.
Now the other gentleman having to play some catch up, and the last thing you want to be doing is cycling faster than you want to. Jay just taking an extended break, but knowing full well he's got enough of a gap. If he gets onto those thrusters and goes 2 quick sets, not sure there's much point in going a full set of unbroken 15. The battle for 2nd is going to be an interesting one. Bailey Martin, Ricky Garrard, Justin Medeiros, all battling for it. Final 2 cleans for Jay Crouch. Medeiros with the most to lose. Garrard in 1st, Crouch in 2nd, and Bailey Martin 3rd on the leaderboard. And that's a very clinical walk to the bar. And that was exceptional from Jay Crouch. Almost heel to toe to the bar.
He doesn't need to hurry, he just needs to be methodical with these reps. Make every single one count.
Clever from Jay Crouch. Bailey Martin, whose squats looked really good. Battle for 3rd now between Garrard and Medeiros. Can Jay pull another 100 points out of this one? Crouch, that's a good set. And now, 30 reps remaining for Jay Crouch. Bailey Martin putting some separation between himself and Ricky Garrard. Medeiros to the bar. And down on the haunches, and now he knows exactly what people were talking about with King Arthur. Unforgiving. Crouch started off well with that third place finish on event 1, Kuta. A second are his top performances so far. He wants to finish with an event win. Bailey Martin digs in here. This is going to be good for his positioning in the top 3.
Bailey Martin is right where he needs to be, second to Jay Crouch.
But I think that if Bailey can get 4 or 5 reps of these wall burpees done, the other two, they've got no chance of catching.
No chance.
He's got no chance of catching Jay Crouch. The pace they're both going, and there's no real need to do that.
Bailey can't get complacent. He needs to keep moving because Ricky Garrard is coming.
First place, Jay Crouch. The crowd are loving what Jay is doing right now. Oh, Jay is absolutely killing this. And it is going to be a ridiculously fast time too. Now, he's got to be sensible about this. He knows the crowd wants 15 unbroken, but you've got the opportunity to go by feel. Even if you get to 10 and not feeling it, you can drop that bar, but I don't think Jay Crouch is going to drop this. Jay Crouch staring down the barrel of an event win and the chance to head into the final event in a qualifying spot for the CrossFit Games. Jay Crouch, the final rep. Take a bow once again. Jay Crouch.
Fuck yeah. Too easy. Too easy. Fucking
Too easy, he says.
Bailey Martin. And I don't think there's any fear that Bailey's going to put this down either. Jay Crouch finishing King Arthur Mark II 7 minutes quicker than Mark I. Oh, that bounce out of the bottom for Bailey Martin. How good. Ricky Garrard about to finish up and come to the barbell. Medeiros. 2 to go. Garrard is done. But Bailey Martin has got his own destiny in his hands. And gets the job done with a second place finish.
Beautiful execution from Bailey Martin right when he needs it most.
Ricky Garrard can't rest too much here. Riley Martin is coming. And that time from Thor Heinel is sitting there as well. Oh, Riley Martin, come on. Is going for it. Oh, Riley Martin, no rep. But it matters not, Ricky Garrard is still going to finish ahead. It won't be top 3. The juggle on the leaderboard continues. Riley Martin is in. He's going to jump from 7th. Talk about leaving 5% left in the tank.
Well, the speed on those overhead squats at the end of an event like this.
Hiko Tarangi Curtis. Picks the bar up, and it comes straight back down. Medeiros. The scrapes of the wall up and down that torso. And time done. Medeiros creeping in just under that cap. But Jay Crouch knows exactly how important that is. And he has all but wrapped up a qualifying spot to the CrossFit Games once again.
Jay Crouch may have started off the weekend with that little bit of doubt in his mind. But I'd say that is completely gone now after that performance.
He did say it was a slower start than he wanted, and it was just that 11th place finish. And that missed barbell lift on Friday night, that's all it was. He nails that. He could potentially be leading at this point. Man, haven't we seen an event?
Oh, we knew this wouldn't disappoint. There's so much on the line. I know we've spoke a lot about Ricky and Jay, and those points for them. We knew if they executed the way they have in the past with this event, that there wouldn't be too much trouble for them, but that third spot is still wide open. Justin hanging in there with Jay, Ricky and Bailey, the start. And then once they got off the bar muscle-ups, Jay Crouch just ran away with it. And Bailey Martin stepping up to the bar and doing exactly what he needed to do. Bailey has been executing all weekend long. Jay never looking like he was redlining either at all through that event. He was in complete control. Just put on a clinic of how you do a disgusting CrossFit workout like that.
And just the confidence to know that you finished so far ahead of everybody else. Bailey Martin's put himself in a great position heading into the final event. And Riley Martin came, but Ricky was just too good to hold him out.
He had to give it a crack though. It wouldn't be Riley Martin if he didn't give it a go.
Big things happening for him and big things happening for Jay Crouch. Let's head down to Gemma on the floor.
Jay Crouch, you experienced King Arthur in 2022 and you came third behind Bailey. How does experiencing that already help you going to do it again?
Yeah, yes and no, like similar sort of pacing, stuff like that. But if we can get upside down in that workout, I'm pretty happy. I feel like that's where I made up a lot of time in that back end. So no, similar, but pretty different, I would say.
What was the hardest part?
I don't know, like it sort of hits you a little bit in the back end, well it did in training, but out here today I felt pretty calm that I established a good gap once I got to the thruster. So I don't know, pretty much from the thruster I was just chilling.
Chilling. Jay Crouch was chilling. Bailey, last time you did this, you beat Jay over here. How does experience play into it? And can you compare the previous King Arthur to this one?
Last time I did it, it was a lot, I would say, slower, longer with the run. So you kind of like relax, let your arms relax, legs relax, then come back and hit it. But the burpees felt actually better this year. I remember last time doing it, was like a slug, so hard. But this year I was a lot more consistent, and like I was trying to push to keep up with Jay, but he's very fit, and you can't really read him. He looks like he's just walked on the floor and just started most of the time, so kind of just let him go and just ran my own race.
Well, congratulations. You're sitting in third leading into this event. Let's see how that plays out on the rest of the leaderboard for your final workout of the day.
Chilling. All right. That's how easy it is. Jay Crouch chilling at 13:19. So much faster than everybody else. And again, another tough one for our individuals, not just our females, but our males as well. Madeira sneaking in just underneath that 16-minute time cap. But our top three shake-up continues. And Garrard now just ahead. It's going to come down to the final events. Bailey Martin, he has put himself in a great position to grab a qualifying spot. Medeiros has got to pull something out of the bag. Riley Martin jumping himself into 5th. Impressive from him. Now women's standings, a little more interesting as well. Maddie Sturt still in the lead. And that gap with 2nd and 3rd now between Kyra and Ellie closing. And knowing you've just got to beat the athletes below you in the final event of the day to book your ticket, that's got to be a really comfortable position to be in.
Oh, I wouldn't get too comfortable yet. We know anything can happen in that final, and points just get jumbled all over the place.
Don't they, Watts? Our individuals, they are done until they come back onto the floor for their final event. We're going to cast our attention to our pro pairs, our females coming up first. Welcome back to our third and final day here at Pat Raft Arena for the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Our pro pairs, they have earned their right to come onto the main floor and battle it out for the hot final. This one presented by TYR.
Two-person relay for time, 30-calorie row, 20 box jump overs, 24 inches, and 10 deadlifts at 93 kilos for the women. 11-minute time cap.
11 minutes is going to absolutely fly by. Our females up first, our men to follow. And then we get back to our team competition. The EXF girls, Bronte and Marita. Seen Bronte on this competition floor in team competition last year. Now part of the pro pairs. They're going to be sitting in lane number 5. And they have A 6-point lead over HWPO. Chaos Slayer from Snake as well. So that battle in 5 and 4 going to pretty much determine who takes this out. CrossFit Christchurch GRC in third and back 12 points from the lead. They're probably thankful that they don't have to jump over this wall.
If they were watching, they will be.
Underway for our Pro Pairs hot final. First athletes on the roller will get the 30 calories done and the 20 box jump overs, the 10 deadlifts, and get to that finish line. Once they have done that, they will release their second teammate. Kira Shura's on the far right, just waiting patiently. Lady Longlegs, lane number 8. Monty Elsmore just having a look around.
This is where in a pair competition, this relay format, you have to do your job as part of the pair. Get the work done as quick as possible. Give your partner as much time as they need to get it done.
Three-point split, so it's going to have to be a very impressive performance from anyone below our top 3 to jump on. CrossFit Christchurch were the first to jump on the XF girls. And 30 cal on the road, 20 box jump overs, 10 deadlift. It is just so fast, you just don't have a choice but to hammer down.
So I don't know if you've ever gone to box jump overs after the rower. It's rough on the legs.
I've done a good 21-15-9 deadlift box jump, 30 inches, and that's rough enough. I think that was a regionals workout back in 2013.
Yes, it was.
There we go. Good memory. No, not good memories.
It's one of my least favorite back then.
EXF battling with Christchurch. Only 10 reps of the deadlift. Monty Elsmore in those orange shoes in the center and trying to run post all of that posterior chain stuff. CrossFit Christchurch, GRC in third position. They are 12 points back. And they'll need a first place finish and plenty of help from everybody else. There is a chance they could get over the top of HWPO Chaos, who have just jumped onto the rower. An 11-minute time cap. I think that's going to be a little bit generous. They're going to be done with this in about 6.5.
Strong rowing from Lady Longlegs in lane 8. reaching all the way in with those bars and then pushing with the legs, finishing off with the pull into the body. But it'll be EXF girls out onto the box first.
Quick going from our teams. Now, better to lead or better to follow if you're in your pairs?
Depends if your partner needs some extra time. I would like to go out hot at the start, personally, myself. Also fun to chase too.
It is too. EXF, HWPO Chaos battling for that lead. Hard as rocks in lane 7. CrossFit Christchurch. It is going to be HWPO Chaos.
Let's go.
And EXF are going to wrap up the win for the female division. At second place finish for EXF will be enough. Christchurch, they will finish in third, and HWPO Chaos will finish in second. Kaishan Shea coming to the final 10. .93-kilo deadlifts. Keisha Bennett, Shay Freeman making up our team from lane number 2, City 4051 CrossFits. And they will come over the line. And our females done. She wasn't too far off, 6.5. Make that 6:20.
Had plenty of time left.
The pro pairs, our hot final completes for our top 8.
They dangled that carrot for them, saying top 8 at the end of the weekend can come out here.
But what a carrot to dangle. Hey, do you want to come out and compete on Pat Rafter Arena? Yes. The gentlemen lay in weights. Very familiar names. Oh, the boys, they're ready. They've just seen themselves on the big screen inside. Troy Cassidy and Josh Strange.
Things look a little more lighthearted out there for our pairs than it has for the individuals out in the tunnel. Pairs comps are fun. I really enjoy a pair competition.
Seems to be less pressure than individual and team.
It's definitely still a bit of pressure, but it's just fun if you can grab a good friend and do it.
Team TWL, Tyson Lee, Dom Big, they are your leaders. And it's going to take a miracle from our other teams for that to change. Second and third now, Raw Dogs, Ethan and Gabrielle, they are from Raw Iron down the Gold Coast, battling with our other team from the Gold Coast, Powerhouse, Harry and Jamie. There is only 3 points separating those two. Powerhouse with a chance to jump into second with a good result here. They are going to be in lane number 6. And the event stays the same, the two-person relay. Troy Cassidy coming on very shortly from Anchor Fitness with the Josh Strange. Troy, the son of head judge Jody Cassidy. Our lane assignments for our hot final of our pro pairs for the gentlemen. And the Raw Dogs and Powerhouse in 4 and 6. That is going to be the separator for positions on the podium. Team TWL look like they've got most of this wrapped up. Only dropping 1 event, 2 event wins and 1 third place. And only a 3-point split of places down the leaderboard. It's going to be pretty difficult to budge team the TWL from the top.
TJ House Sitting Services.
Yeah, that's Troy Cassidy and Josh Strange. I love it.
What a team name.
Josh Strange, very good lifter. There they are down the bottom, getting big hugs from. Oh, there you are. Troy, get a big hug from Mum before you go out.
And after this, they'll be available to do your house sitting.
Correct. Good way to promote your business. Max Lee's doing exactly that on Friday nights, setting up an Erd cleaning service down there in Wollongong. Plenty of business as well. The females only needing 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this 11-minute time cap. It is a hot final for the men.
They'll be completing a 2-person relay, 30 cal row, 20 box jump overs, 30 inches for the men, and 10 deadlifts at 138 kilos. They've got an 11-minute time cap, and if the women was anything to go off, they will not need it.
Lane number 5 has got Team TWL, your current leaders. The Raw Dogs from Raw Iron on the Gold Coast, winning the CrossFit Games team competition a couple of years back. And they will battle with Powerhouse from Bill Athletic, Harry and Jamie. CFK with Reese and Simon. Now 12 points back from 3rd place. We are going relay style. The row, the box jump overs, the deadlifts, and sprint to the finish to tag your next team member in. There's Powerhouse. Jamie about to get off in the white shirt. But it is AW True. They're currently sitting in 6th with a 14th, 4th, and 2nd place finish so far. They're looking to finish with a bang. Team TWL. Tyson and Dom. They are the last team to the box.
after getting off the rower, just how those box jump overs just a little more difficult, a bit harder to get that top leg off.
AW True. Oh, they are on for one now. Oh, easy, does it. A minute 43. Incredible stuff. Powerhouse. They want better than third. They continue this, they're going to get it. Jamie Vesey done. Saw performance. Team Whatutoa, either end of Pat Rafter. If you're just joining us, this is the Pro Pairs final. Josh Strange getting done for TJ's house-sitting services. Troy Cassidy, it is your turn.
Second athletes have been released by their partners. AW True, they're out to a flying start, just copying a no rep there. They have to step down off that box. Really want to minimize the dancing around and stepping around on either side.
I don't think there's much dancing going on out there.
Not the happy kind of dancing.
The snake dancing kind of dancing, yeah.
Try and keep the steps minimal either side.
Just saw that from Troy Cassidy in lane 7. Jumped on the box and one leg went down and the other one stayed on the box. AW True, they are heading for a great finish. Powerhouse. They're not moving quick enough to get down the floor. AW True. And they're going to finish. Just over 4 minutes. Powerhouse are in next.
TJ's house-sitting services, their first to the barbell.
Troy going to task with these deadlifts. As he picked the bar up, it's a lot heavier than what he thought it was going to be. TJ's house-sitting services. If you need them, give them a call. Oh, good 1, 2, 3 finish. Team TWL coming in as well. Our final team, CFK. CrossFit Knoxfield. And that is all she wrote for our Pro Pairs competition. And well under the halfway point of our 11-minute time cap. Our Pro Pairs, we have ticked the box and given our 16 teams the opportunity to compete here on Pat Rafter Arena and take out the title for our Pro Pairs division. Our team competition coming up next.
Torian Pro 2026. Who's been here since day one? Who was here for day two? Who's here for day three? That is commitment. Yes. You guys make up a huge part of such a successful weekend, so we love having you all here, and we love having you all play along, so thank you so much. CrossFit Mecca represented.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. The drama unfolding on day number 3 of the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Thank you for your company. Wherever you're joining us right around the world, Jeremy Austin, Pip Malone and Gemma Ashworth with you. Our standings after 6 events for our team competition. It is a tight one and it is going to come down to the wire. Homefront CrossFit Proven have been in the lead from the start, but Snake CrossFit HWPO, they are clawing back. Kia Meyer with a great result earlier this morning, putting them in a qualifying spot for the CrossFit Games as well. And I don't think anyone is going to jump into that top 3 apart from the 3 you see at the top. The Rec Gym teams have been exceptional as well all weekend. CrossFit Mecca jumping into that top 10. And the walls on the competition floor here.
They sit there looming.
Oh, don't they? Our teams in the corral, about to make their way onto the competition floor. It is the final event of the competition for our teams, event 7 presented by TYR.
4-person relay for time, 15 and 11 wall burpees, 30 cal ski, 22 for the women, and 15 wall burpees, 11 for the women.
The athletes going straight to the wall, having a bit of a play around, not having the opportunity to test this out. And we had Royce Dunn earlier on in the broadcast, and he was the poor side who had to test this out, and he got it done in 3:45, so he said it's possible. Our late assignments for our first heat of 5. Our 2 chocolate box teams from Sydney in this heat. And a good mix of teams from Brisbane, West Australia, and also New Zealand with the Daily Grind and East Tamaki.
I really enjoy these teams events where each person on the team has to do their part out on the floor. They may not have their teammates out doing the work with them, but they're doing it for their teammates.
The athletes starting at the finish line, and they are going to have to move down the floor, over the wall, to the ski, then back down. As I mentioned, 3:45 was that time from Royce Dunn to get 15 wall burpees, 30 calories on the ski, and another 15 wall burpees. A 16-minute time cap, that's going to constitute 4 minutes per athlete, and we could potentially see some athletes not even get on the floor.
Got a sprinters start.
I don't think it's that sort of event, is it? Hey, you never know.
Can be if you want it to be. Just restarting with the air horn.
Team's about to jump. Underway. And we have got a sequence to go through. Oh, I've had some spills already. And there's only blokes would do that.
That's going to leave a bruise.
And that's why females live longer. You should put implements like this in events, and blokes are just going to do whatever they have to do.
And you said it wasn't, you know, that sprint kind of event before, but
it is.
They went out hard, a 16-minute cap to get all 4 athletes across the finish line. They have to push it.
This is the first of 5 heats of our team competition. And our rejig of our heats based on performance. CrossFit Claremont through Lawson, who is not a dolphin trainer. The top-ranked team in heat number 1. And keep an eye on that clock. All well and good to get those first 15 wall burpees done. Then having to try and set yourself.
And if you're the athlete getting sent out first on this event, you need to move fast, not chew up any extra time for your teammates.
Well, you want to go negative split to give your team every opportunity to get this done under 16 minutes. Two and a half minutes in. So we're looking down the barrel of 90 seconds for these athletes to get finished. Claremont through Lawson. Chocolate Box Strong are going to be second. Come on, Max. Second last event. Your last one's coming tonight. Just give yourself a little bit more energy.
He's referring to the after party if you're just tuning in.
Max Lamberts reckons he is going to win event number 8 tonight. Claremont through Lawson Baker. And we are getting oh so close to that 4-minute mark.
Most of our athletes going for that quicker option of reaching up and over with one arm and flicking both legs over at the same time, almost like a forward flip, saving time on the way down.
And we are over that 4-minute mark. They are now in a team deficit per person. Final rep for Lawson Baker. CrossFit Claremont. And that has stung. Jake Lauder. Did extremely well with Georgia Weldsman yesterday. Very close to signing with Australian Sevens rugby team. And funny, Jake alongside the team coming second. The gym that he was from originally, Chocolate Box.
I was going to say, bearing in mind as well, these athletes were saying that they need to make 4 minutes each athlete, but they don't. I don't think anyone has a wall like this in their gym. So they've been practicing it probably with boxes stacked or whatever objects they can find to do it, and it's just going to change the timing a lot.
Brendan Wild getting to work for Chocolate Box Strong. Jake Lauder to work. Can he make up a little bit of deficit? CrossFit Chocolate Box. Claremont leading, flanked by the two teams from CrossFit Chocolate Box. CrossFit Quarter, CrossFit 4165 in the daily grind. Talk about daily grind. You don't want to be doing this every day.
This would have been one of those events that you practice as individually, but also obviously as a team for the team competition. But you would do it and go, I hope I can go faster with adrenaline.
1 minute. The athletes have got to get back for that split. Jake and Charlie head back. Chocolate Box just in the lead, and the deficit of that 4 minutes per person. He's getting tougher and tougher to maintain. Keep in mind, female athletes will be doing 11 wall burpees and 22 cals on the ski.
That wall just being, it's 6 foot, so it is higher for the female athletes, a little bit more difficult to get over for some of the shorter females.
Last 5, CrossFit Chocolate Box, Charlie Bolton. Manager of Chocolate Box, and snapped his wrist last year, so having 6 months off, not ideal, but if you're going to be putting it under some pressure to test it out, this is the way to do it. 8:40. Michelle Savova, originally from Bulgaria, living in one of the best places in the world, and that is the northern beaches of Sydney. When we think about sport, Georgia Weldsman getting to work for CrossFit Claremont, what sort of sport will assist in being better at getting over this box? A wall. We could call it a box.
Functional movement. So even just anything where you've had to do any sort of jumping, bounding.
We're thinking pole vaulting, maybe? High jump's obviously going to help with getting the height of your body up, but
Probably a lot more technique involved in pole vaulting.
I'm sure.
Scaling a wall.
Welsman. Claremont back to work.
I think athletes that are generally good at the body weight movements seem to be really thriving with this wall burpee.
Georgia Welsman to your left. We go back a couple of years to 2024. She was in a team with Liam Ford, Ethan van der Velden and Jess Green, all three individual competitors this year. Probably one of the toughest jobs to have or trying to train for elite competition, fly in, fly out in the mines.
And shift work as well out in the mines. Very difficult to train around shift work, as I know.
I'm just hearing excuses, Pip Malone. Do you even train anymore?
Not an excuse. Just an explanation.
Georgia Welsman, Shell Savova, Shell on the far left, Georgia in the middle. And 11 wall burpees to do. Georgia was quick on the first 11. This is going to be tough going for any of our teams to get finished with all 4 team members. It is absolute full send.
Especially this second set of wall burpees, they really slow down from the first. The shoulders blown out a bit from full sending on that ski. You can see the top of the wall just getting that bit sticky for Welsman there.
Last 5 for Georgia Welsman. Shell Savova just looking at the wall, shaking those arms out, going, come on, help me out here. And double jump from Georgia Welsman. If you notice, when she comes to the wall, stepping back. With a double hop, and that is helping getting over. A last rep now for Welsman. 3 to go for Savova for CrossFit Chocolate Box. And pretty much spot on 4 minutes from Georgia Welsman. Nikki Ascott doesn't mind the competition. And only 3 minutes, so it is going to come down to reps on that ski erg and how many wall burpees. As Savova comes back for Chocolate Box. Erin Burke underway.
You've got less than 3 minutes on that clock to do everything you can for your teammates to finish the weekend as strong as possible.
Erin Burke for Chocolate Box. Now loves adventure sports, loves rock climbing. This is going to be right in the wheelhouse. Quite unorthodox get over style. We're just going to get over. Nikki Ascott sole athlete on the ski. Qualified for semis before. Individual masters teams ticking all of the boxes. Daly Grimes. Jen Collins getting to work. Trying to chase down our two leaders, CrossFit Claremont and CrossFit Chocolate Box. Erin Burke getting right after it. That pull from the top could possibly open those hips just a little bit more. Nikki Ascot, Claremont on the left-hand side. He's going to come home with only 30 seconds left, so that's how quick these athletes have to move if you want to get it done under time cap. I'm going to expect 3 reps.
Make that maybe 2 reps.
Nah, she's got 1 more. Easy. And done. And that's how difficult it is to get finished. Claremont's leading, and with best score from heat number 1, that wraps up all of the work done for heat number 1 for our team competition.
Tough event for our teams to end their weekend. Seeing what's required to get all 4 teammates across. Got a 16-minute cap. They need to be, that's 4 minutes for each athlete. Claremont getting closest, getting a couple of reps done on that final set of wall burpees. The time is chewed up very quickly.
Who are we going to see finish up? And no doubt every single team sitting in the corral have just witnessed no teams getting finished. Heat number 2. Not too far away, Tommy Bartley with his home front CrossFit blue team. There's a lot of hopping up and down. They're going to need a lot of that on the competition floor. The final chance to get the job done. Final chance to impress on Pat Rafter Arena. And as I expected, some competitors not even getting the chance to do some wall burpees. We welcome heat number 2 onto the floor for the final time. If you've got any advice for them, what are you going to give them?
They need to full send it because there's no time to pace at all. They have to leave enough time to get that second set of wall burpees.
Now, Patrick Hoey from CrossFit Hawthorn East has just leapt and gone over that wall like it was a 20-inch box. They are sitting in lane number 6. And there are your lane assignments for the second heat of 5. CrossFit 2444. Big happy birthday to Tommy, 24 years of age. Still athletic. They are all the way as well. And probably one of those teams, they'll be in my top 3 for having the best time across the weekend. CrossFit Claremont with our score to beat 2 wall burpees from the final athletes at that 16-minute mark. Four minutes per athlete. They cannot afford to pause. Adrian Rodriguez, carbon method. Oh, he's bouncing off the floor. The Frenchman, full of spring.
Those are the fastest wall burpees that we've seen from any athlete on the floor yet, including the individuals, though they had a very different event to get through. He is springing off the floor up and over.
But that's what needs to happen. You need to give your team the chance.
If the male athletes can negative split for the females, it just opens it right up.
Got young Willow up behind us, causing absolute havoc, trying to climb over the glass barrier. Every parent in the place is holding their breath.
Toddler things.
That's it. Adrian Rodriguez, carbon method. Powerful.
The men are doing 30 calories on the ski.
You're trying to find something that's going to conflict as much as possible with a wall burpee. The ski's not bad. Yes, you are pulling yourself up over the wall, but you're bouncing and pushing off the ground to get up there first.
It's more that it's jacking the heart rate right up at the pace these guys are skiing, and also loading that upper body that you need to pull yourself over that wall.
Well, Tommy Woodham doesn't have to do any birthday burpees. He's doing them all right now. Nathan Clements for Hawthorn East. Tommy Woodham, Adrian Rodriguez, Sam Mason now for Hunted Fitness. And Bruce Mabagos from Anchor Fitness, CrossFit More. 3 minutes and 7. This is a lot quicker than our previous heats.
They would have definitely been watching in the tunnel and seen and gone, we need to go faster.
And speaking of seeing things on the competition floor, let's head down to Gemma.
Looking at the burpee technique of these boys, those who are going fast are really leading with their hips on the way up. those athletes who end up pushing with the shoulders, almost like a slow worm, that is what's really going to put that time under tension on the way back up. And I think that is why Carbon Method CrossFit in lane 5 are moving through those so quickly as he runs back and tags in his teammate.
Two teams with the negative split. We're about to make that 3 with Hawthorn East. Nathan Clement's done. Now Patrick Hoey coming out. He was springing at warm-up. Oh, yes, sir. That is how you do it. That's because he's 6'3". Now that wall moving a little bit as he's transitioning over. Sam Mason, Patrick Hoey. I think they've realised from watching heat number 1 that they need to send it. They don't have a choice.
They can't hold back at all. Definitely have seen the pace increase on this second heat of teams.
Two 444. Damo Kypriotis out there all on his own. Tommy Woodham has set him up perfectly. Carbon Method, final rep. Matty Bathgate done. Patrick Hoey from Hawthorn East has made up a lot of ground.
He's going to do some damage on this ski. Having that height advantage.
Go athletic, far right as well, Jed Edwards. Gemma mentioned before about leading with hips. And if you're not used to doing something similar to this and getting over obstacles, like I know there are some obstacle races out there like Top Mudder and all those sorts of things. If you haven't done those and you're not sure how to move your body through that thing under fatigue, it's difficult.
It is very difficult. I think what is the biggest shock when you chuck a object like a wall in is just how quickly it jacks your heart rate.
Damo Kypriotis. 90 seconds, you can't be walking, buddy. You got to get your hustle on. Get your girls into play as quick as you can. Mike Tanner in the background. I'm sure he's enjoying every part of this. I'm actually surprised it's taken him so long to bring it back. 2017, the first time we saw the walls in competition. Patrick Hoey for Hawthorn East. Ahead Bathgate for Carbon Method. And this is where Hoey was moving so efficiently. And probably one of the only people in the field so far to make up time on the wall burpees.
He also got that ski done very quickly.
Tall athlete, big range of movement.
He's doing 1.5 reps to everyone else's 1 rep of this wall burpee. And it's a long rep.
Kypriotis not too far away from finishing. Oh, Hoey is moving. Kypriotis is done. Just over that 8-minute mark. Hoey with 2 to go for Hawthorn East. They are going to jump into second position. Hawthorn East, the tag off comes. Ali heads out. Final rep for Carbon Method. Final rep for Bill Athletic. And every athlete I've seen take the floor so far moving with a lot more purpose.
Two 444 still out in front.
Nat Welsh continuing. Now she's got a big engine. She's a runner. So cardio should be her jam. Now Bella Major has just hit that wall from Wolfton. She's in lane 4. She is moving so quick. Claire Horn in the background for Bill Athletic. She's at the far right of screen now. The time to beat is the time cap, but more than 2 wall burpees. 2 444 look like they're on their way. Nat Welch about to finish off her reps on the ski. 11 reps required on the way back down.
I'm interested to see if she can keep the pace she was moving in that first set of wall burpees, because she was really fast. Let's see if the engine holds up. It does. She's still moving.
Elizabeth Russi for Carbon Method will be next finished on the ski.
Really powerful pulls on that ski.
And pacing on the ski is probably a portion that we haven't overlooked but haven't really focused on either. What rate do you go? Are you going a red line? Are you going a 90, 85%-ish? Do you want to back off just a little to hit back, or are you just sending it for 100?
I think around that like 95% mark, and just leaving that tiny bit in there to get that final set of wall burpees done.
Lucy Lund off to work for 2 444. Teenage Games competitor, the 16-17 division last year. She's only been doing CrossFit 6 years, but she's been doing it since she was 11.
That's wild.
Now, loves a barbell, loves some gymnastics. I wonder if we can add frog grip wall to the resume. She might find that she likes competing at the TYR Torian Pro each year. 3 minutes left on our time cap. Two wall burpees from CrossFit Claremont on the way back.
Now you ask how much you should leave in the tank on this ski. If you're the final female and going to hit the time cap, you have to full send it.
It's still 2.5 minutes.
Every rep on those burpees is going to count for placings on the leaderboard.
Lucy can give herself 90 seconds. Maybe we get someone finished. Ellen Romare from Hawthorn East. Only 2 teams on the ski. We're getting into danger territory now. The final 2 minutes. It's a daunting fact of knowing you're going to get the ski done. It's just what rate you're going to get it done. Ellen Romare from Hawthorn East loves anything burpees and gymnastics. Last rep for Lucy Lund for 2 444. Now 90 seconds. There's a glimmer of hope for 2 444. They are going to have your best score to date. Oh, how about Ellen Romare from Hawthorn East? Bella Andoways' gym down in Melbourne. Only 1 rep behind. Lucy has got to get rocking here. Final 60 seconds. Oh, the race you want when you just don't want it.
Hawthorn East made up a ton of time on that ski.
And Lucy Lund, great job from her. Hold out Ellen Romare. Oh, there is a chance. Lucy Lund, come on. Get this completed. Put a smile on Mike Towner's face. Lucy Lund, probably the hardest run she'll ever do. It's going to be 15 metres long. Final rep, Lucy Lund, she's got time. We're going to see a finisher. 2 444. And celebrating Tommy Woodham's 24th birthday. They get the job done with 3 seconds to spare.
Wow, way to hustle.
Royce Dunn called it, yes, you can finish it. And they did. Ah, Shane Gregory, take a bow, young man. You've got some great athletes down there with you. I know he is tuning in. Got to be pretty proud of that effort. Tommy Woodham leading from the front. And it might have been a slower split at the halfway point, but wow, the ladies bringing it home.
Our second set of heat of teams, they came out, learned from the previous heat, kicked it up a notch. 2 444, they were very hard to beat, all 4 athletes putting in 100% when it counted.
Lucy Lund, for a youngster. Hey, you've got the experience of going to the CrossFit Games, the 16-17 division, but now you're playing with the big dogs.
Oh, way to hold on to. She full sent that ski and then held the pace on the burpees. Very impressive for the youngster.
But knowing that Ellen Romare from Hawthorn East was sitting right next to you and coming home so strong, having the composure. Great work, young lady, and another one with a massive future on this floor. All right, we have a new time to beat. 15:56. And now it's okay if no other team finishes. We've had one. Mike Towner goes, oh, thankfully someone's finished.
And that's all that counts, right? One team, one athlete, they just need to finish it.
It's a valid test. Kirby Hamilton with a good little sway going on at the back there. Talk about chilled before you go out. Oh, now he's got to put his serious face on. It is Team Southend at the bottom of your screen. Star Strength. Terry Martell, oh, get pumped up, buddy.
Now these teams would have just seen 2 444 finish, and that should light a fire that it can be done.
But not just a fire. Give themselves some sort of markers in regards to time of when each team member should be finishing. Male, male, female, female format. The boys can get finished at 8 minutes. It's going to give the females every chance. Our lane assignments for our third heat of 5. Going to look forward to seeing what Hannah Jansen can do for Raw Iron. Ex-pro ballet dancer and the most flexible person in the arena, including spectators.
I don't doubt that for a second.
So she is going to have a whole lot of fun with this one. Like, you talk about body awareness, and if you're ballet dancing, you're going to know exactly where to put your body and when. But your other team, 3 team members have got to do the job first. Morgan Lambert. The Dragon. Another of our Welsh contingent. Oh, the focus.
His teammate getting in his ear before he started.
Oh, how about Brown Pride in the blue shirt, center of your screen.
That is a smooth transition over the top.
Oh,
Brown Pride.
Just not wasting any time. Looks like that's Elvis out there. Terry Martell will be next up. It is Elvis. Oh, he is moving so quickly.
He's not even pausing at the top. He's just rolling straight over.
Or the bottom, for that matter. Bounce off the floor, straight to work. They are going to be the first team to the ski. Gee, if you can set your second team member up with a 3-minute split. Wowza. Three, two, 1, 6 the next. New Zealand 1 and 2, South Wharf. Seb Vargas all the way down there in the white shirt to the far right of your screen. Not just be able to bounce up and over that wall 15 times, but you need to do it on the way back as well. Wait for that judge's hand in the air from Brown Pride. Elvis Noble. Three, two, 1, 6. They are pumping as well. Finn Proctor back. Elvis Noble just ahead. 3-2-1-6, and that lead getting cut down. And there it is, Elvis taking the lead.
And that is the pace you need to get this done. No slowing down on this second set of burpees.
And after that first heat, where the crowd was sort of going, oh, no one's going to finish this, a little bit more excitement in the crowd. Let's get a feel for what's happening on the floor, Gemma Ashworth.
As the heats have gone on, as you said, the crowd are getting the hang of what's going on, and I think realizing how fast these athletes are going to have to move to get everyone through. The best thing about teams is getting the community around them, and you can definitely hear the crowd cheering on their teams, the affiliates getting behind their members. It's just amazing to be part of it, really.
Elvis Noble finishing for Brown Pride, 3:37. Now, Terry Martell, it is your turn. Been doing CrossFit for a while, 12 years, and moving that body very well. That tilt of those hips, Gemma mentioned it before in the previous heat. Anyone with their hips high, they're going to be doing it easy. Terry getting his hips up to that horizontal point and just falling down. And that's experience and practice.
It's confidence too that you're going to land on your feet on the other side, getting the hips up high and vertical and reaching the other arm down the wall to hold yourself up as you flip.
Liam Wright to the top of your screen in the blue and red for South Wharf. Late call-up for Joe Jels, who was injured during the week. But he's going great guns over that wall. No better know than Brown Pride's Terry Martell. A bit of separation happening now. Now Terry's 6'2" as well.
He's going for really short, sharp pulls.
But he's not really using that full length of his body with those straps. It's all about the short, sharp pull, but it must be working for him.
Three, 2, 1, 6, using the full length of those handles all the way up to the top and reaching down.
Josh Pedley now living in Brisbane. And Liam Wright's proving, hey, might have been sitting on the sideline up until a couple of days ago. But let's go. Dylan Blair for Raw Ryan. And another athlete who we're seeing use the full length of those cables on the ski. Terry Martell about to finish up for Brown Pride. Brown Pride, they are on a mission.
And that's confidence right there. He's throwing his head and his body right over the top.
3-2-1-6, Josh Pedley looking for a man in finance. Hey, we found one.
Oh, that was one of your best all weekend.
Martell continuing.
Brown Pride with the final rep. They'll bring their female athletes in.
Look at the time as well, 7.5 minutes. That is so much time for Brown Pride to get the job done.
No messing around from their females either. 3-2-1-6. Currently in second.
Brown Pride out of CrossFit South Auckland. Although the hips not as high. Zion, Leo Pepe getting to work. And Zion, another of the New Zealand athletes with a tamoko. The facial tattoo representing genealogy, social status, and prestige. And they are representing the whole country of New Zealand by leading the charge here in heat number 2. Mr. Mahi will be waiting patiently. The nerves, the anxiety will be building. They know there's enough time to get it done. Great work from Elvis and Terry. 7.5 minutes. That's so much time.
Zion doing her part as well. She has not let up on this pace. She has just been attacking that ski.
Injustice just tagging out at the 10-minute mark.
Zion was so locked in on that ski, the judge had to tell her to get off.
Zion, Liel Pepe. And a little bit of fatigue now, but the bulk of the work has been done.
She just needs to keep moving. Make sure that she's not resting at the bottom of the wall. Just probably jumping just from a little bit far out, that fatigue really setting in.
Oh, it's starting to hurt now, but still plenty of time. Final 2 reps. And I bet you there is going to be a KFC meal coming post-competition for Zion. Esther Mahi, 4.5 minutes. They go 4 minutes, they go the quickest time. 2.5 heats down. 2.5 remaining. Now Esther getting her foot position perfectly as she comes over for that burpee. And she's almost doing that half twist spin and making sure she lands so she can kick straight back into that burpee.
She's doing a good job of being smooth over the top. 3-2-1-6 also with 4 minutes for their final female athlete to get this done.
Esther, a few dramas with that last jump. 5 reps to go for 3, 2, 1, 6. Esther Mahi, favourite CrossFit athlete, believe it or not, is Tia Claire Toomey. She's probably hating the fact that Tia was up here earlier. But she didn't get to hear it.
Her favourite and the rest of the crowds here at the Torian Pro. Really short, sharp pulls from Esther.
2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Brown Pride. Oh, they will be cheering loud in Auckland. They are going to set a very quick time to beat. Esther Mahi, done. 11 reps remaining.
Those pulls over the top of the wall look like they're starting to get hard, just with a missed jump there. She probably needs to put a foot on the wall to help her get up now. Too much fatigue to just jump to the top. She's got it now. She's got those feet helping her on the way up.
Esther Mahi. Oh, that last rep coming. It's going to be the quickest time by about 10 seconds. But Brown Pride's getting it done. Oh, excellent. And yes, Elvis. 3 people cheering, 1 gasping for air.
Oh, she had absolutely nothing left in those last 2 burpees.
And again, just 1 team finishing. 15:40, Brown Pride. Oh.
And that is the effort that is required. Brown Pride and 3-2-1-6 were off to a flying start with their first athletes. Early leads. Brown Pride were able to pull ahead and stay there. Absolute monster effort from Zion on the ski. And then she too had nothing left for that set of burpees, but she did so well to hold on, giving Esther enough time to get it finished.
Oh, the first 11 versus the second 11.
Brown Pride setting the time to beat. What a way to finish their team competition this weekend.
And 3 heats down, 2 more remaining. And things getting exciting, only 2 teams ticking the box for event number 7. And every single person in the corral knows just that. Kaya Masters telling her sore performance team, hey, we're on camera. Hey, you got to get on the floor too. Gina Coombs, Ruben Esterhuizer, South African rugby player, and Houston Noima. Sore performance, leading ahead of Avada CrossFit Fremantle. This is event 7, the final, presented by TYR.
4-person relay for time. 15 wall burpees for the male athletes, 11 for the women. 30-calorie ski, 22 for the women, and another 15 wall burpees and 11. They're going to go male, male, female, female, and they've got a 16-minute cap.
CrossFit Torian, crowd favourites here. Interesting to see how Simone Arthur, Christy Hollard are going to go, 2 of our shorter athletes. Elena Simons, our second last heat of the team competition. Torian, side by side in 5 and 6. CrossFit Mecca, another of our New Zealand teams. Alongside sore performance in lane 1. Stage is set. 15 minutes, 40 seconds. Brown Pride, your leaders. Oh, focus, Ruben Esterhuizer. And a big wave in the background from Andrew Daly. Esterhuizer, bottom of your screen. Oh, super quick.
Wow, sore performance. That is one big jump to the top. Got to use it while you've got it. It'll be interesting to see if that jump is the same on the second set. But they've seen the previous heats. They know what it takes to get this done, and you have to move this fast. That was impressive.
And I got an inkling Ruben may be okay on a ski as well. Ruben Esterhuizer, former South African rugby player, now firefighter. And this is going to be his jam, and no surprise to see him lead the team out Saw Performance alongside Brown Pride, who are our fastest team so far in 1540. Two of our New Zealand affiliates representing here at the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. So about a 3:36 was the time from Brown Pride. Terry Martell tagging in the females. And Zion quick to work for Brown Pride. Alex Heroweni knows a thing or two about this competition floor. And Ruben back. Got those legs a little bit heavy.
Ski does it if you use your hips correctly. It does load the posterior chain.
Nick Mitchell from Mecca.
Nevada CrossFit Fremantle. Chasing down Saw Performance. They're about to be neck and neck. .333. We're getting close. Ruben Esterheiser. And Brody Scott from Freezing Hot has really punched this second set. Houston Noima for Saw Performance. Quick as well. Heath Mitchell tags. Hawaii McGann. Hey, there you go. Oh, better be careful with those legs. There are legs flying all over the place. Nick Fuentes leaves the wall for the final time. .565. Nick Fuentes tagging in Guy Parkins. Guy with an interesting way to get over, almost hurdling. Oh, straight up to the top like a strict bar muscle up.
Interesting.
Still doing it smooth though, no problem at all. You've got to go with your strengths.
Big time. It is New Zealand 1 and 2 once again. Saw Performance and CrossFit Mecca. Houston Noima, Hawaii McGann. Andrew Daly for Avada CrossFit Fremantle in the middle of them. Guy Parkins wasting no time for 565. Harry Bader making his way to the ski. The battle of the Torian teams continues. Charlie Drake Walver getting to work.
CrossFit Mecca have made up a ton of time and have overtaken Saw.
OY doesn't mind a little bit of power output. The boys in the grey shorts are going to battle it out for the next 13 reps. Andrew Daly from Avada CrossFit Fremantle. It looked like Harry Bader was almost waddling back to the wall. Probably a little bit more leg fatigue than we expected.
A lot of these athletes are emptying the tank on the ski and then just holding on for dear life for the wall burpee.
Guy Parkins from 565 continuing with that half hurdle. And just taking a big deep breath that time. You wouldn't want to trip with your feet up top there. You're coming down one way and one way only. We are coming up to the halfway points. And Houston Noema tagging off. Kaya Masters, and she's moving quick too. At the halfway points where the females are coming in, Zoe Bartle for Avada CrossFit Fremantle. Let's head down to the floor with Gemma Ashworth.
Well, it's really interesting on the start line now because you have half of the competitors who are absolutely keen as mustard to get out on the floor and give it their all. And then you have the boys who are absolutely exhausted. You've got to remember, this is the last event of what has been an enduring weekend as well. So they've got to really ramp up that mentality to give it their all for the 4 minutes that they're out on the floor. And some of them are maybe not even expected to get out on the floor watching previous heats, but those girls are itching to get out there.
Keen as mustard. You've been hanging around Jeremy too much this weekend, Gemma.
Way too long.
Hey, we're not here to put shoes on caterpillars.
Well played.
Mecca and Saw continuing to lead. It's our second last heats of our teams before we find out if there is going to be any change to our leaderboard. Home front, CrossFit Proven, Snake CrossFit, HWPO and Kia Maya, Mahi Dogs are your top three coming into this final event.
Performance doing everything they can to get their final female onto the floor and finished.
Still 90 seconds away from that turnaround point. Rena Hendry for Mecca, back up over the wall.
And she's still got some speed on this final set.
Hi Masters at the bottom of your screen for Saw. This is going to be a great battle to the end. Now Dana Shields in lane number 7 for freezing hots. Keep your eye on her as well. She's moving super quick.
I love that frog jump at the bottom of the screen onto the wall.
Kaya, she's taken it literally. There's Dana. Oh, I love that bounce out of the bottom. Having a little bit of trouble getting that leg over the wall, but that bounce out of the bottom of the burpee. Impressive from Dana Shields. Zoe Bartle is back. Oh, Dana Shields. As Kaya comes soaring into the finish line. Ruby Camps now. Gina Coombs. Olivia Kitson-Clark for Mecca. She's in lane number 4. That was great from Dana Shields. Just a little bit in the tank.
Police officer. She's climbed some fences in her time, I'd say.
Chasing down the bad guys. Three minutes away from finishing. Livy out in front. Doesn't mind a 5K run before she starts a 5 a.m. class. And there's a good chance for freezing hot CrossFit to really start making a move. 15:40, Brown Pride. Our time to beats, 15:56 from 2:444. Our second fastest, our only 2 teams to finish up event number 7. For Elvis Noble from Brown Pride, hey, you went quicker than Royce Dunn.
That's something to brag about.
Put that in your memoir. Tiffany Hunt finishing up for Bill's powerhouse. Katie Cameron gets started. Libby Kitson-Clark will be the first back to the wall. Now 90 seconds. Pressure is on. Now if Libby's running 5K before the 5 a.m. class, she's got a big gas tank. Only 11 required for our women in the team competition. The men getting through 15. And the hardest thing is for the other 3 team members at the end on the finish line, trying to support the team member that's still going and saying, can you just hurry up a little?
Livy moving really quick at the bottom of each wall burpee, just the top of it getting a bit sticky, but she's doing a really good job of sticking with it and grinding through.
Like a finish, we'll go top 3.
She's not let it rattle her at all. She's just been sticking it out and getting it done.
2 more to go for Olivia Kitson-Clark. Has to move. Final rep coming. CrossFit Mecca. The second New Zealand team to get finished. And they're going to do it in style with a second place overall. Can you please leave me alone?
Let me lie here in peace.
And that is all she wrote for our 4th and second last heats of the team competition. Everyone else is happy and recovered and cheering. Oh, Libby. Oh, we got 2 thumbs up.
Sore performance. We're off to an early lead. in our fourth heat of teams. Lots of different techniques of getting over that wall used by all of the athletes. We've seen front flips, we've seen strict muscle ups, we've seen almost jumps over. CrossFit Mecca though, their female athletes coming through for their whole team. Livy finishing it off for them, gritting through those final 11 wall burpees.
Four heats down, one heat remaining. It is going to come down to our final 8 teams on the competition floor. Our top 3 going through to the CrossFit Games. There is a big split between 3 and 4. The placings on the podium are still up for grabs. Hey, we've got some prize money to play for here.
And bragging rights.
Big time. Home front, proven CrossFit 585 points. Snake CrossFit HWPO 582. Kiamaya Mahi Dogs 567. And there they are. Destry Tamai with a nod of approval. Yes, let's go. I can't wait to see what Oscar and Alessio can do for Tribe. They're way taller than the wall is. Oscar's way taller than Alessio is. Try bringing us out for our 5th and final heat. This is the final 16 minutes of the team competition. The 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world. We have got a mad finish coming up. We have our top 3 teams that are going to qualify for the games. In what order? We still don't know. Elena Simons, 4, 5 and 6 are your 3 teams. Kiamaya Mahi Dogs, 63-point lead over Rec Gym.
The job's not done until they have that ticket in their hands tonight.
And where are they going to sit on the podium? But they've been looking, Andrew Sample. It's all about team. Bailey Proud, Maddie MacArthur, and Emily Atten. Smiles all round. Hey, they're not doing King Arthur Mark II again. It's all good. Pressure on the teams, easing off a little, knowing there's that 60-point gap. If you finish, you get your last athlete to halfway through the wall burpees, you know you're pretty set. But we don't want to do that. We want to finish this.
We want to finish strong.
And for the final time in the team competition, we get to work. Andrew Sample moving fast in lane number 2. Jake Douglas pushing Joel Millennia. Bryce Shearer moving quick as well.
top three teams might have a little bit of that pressure off, but all three of them will be wanting to make a statement with this final event. It's bragging rights for the winner.
Kiyamaya through Bryce Shearer. Snake CrossFit HWPO through Jake Douglas. And Concept CrossFit through Andrew Sample, your top three. Expect Jake Douglas and Bryce Shearer to get off relatively quick. Bryce Shearer to the far right, those knees just buckling in a little. And moving in and out, a big hip hinge as well. Very narrow stance from Jake Douglas as well.
He's got that really strong upper body to rely on.
Yes, he does.
He can have whatever stance he wants on that skio because his arms are going to do it for him.
Arms in the air, Bryce Shearer. No surprise. Jake Douglas is next. Andrew Sample is third. Rick Jim Black. They are jumping into contention, but Bryce Shearer for Kiyamaya. It is Rick Jim Black. Half a rep behind. Kiyamaya, Mahi Dogs. And Snake through Jake Douglas, jumping back into second. Can they jump back into first? Level pegging now. And it is going to be Snake into first. This is going to be a tight one. 3:37 was their fastest time from Brown Pride. Just to show exactly how fast the team from New Zealand was moving. That is 20 seconds from now. Last 5 for Jake Douglas. Last 5 for Rick Jim Black, Kiyamaya, Mahi Dogs, and Concept. It is going to be roughly the same time for Jake Douglas to bring his team home. And it's just outside that time from Brown Pride. Jake Marconi is up next.
Jake Marconi getting a couple of reps ahead of Rec Jim Black. We're going to know by the time the females are on the floor just how fast Brown Pride's time was and how it's going to place amongst these top teams.
Aiden Sawaki. Kiyamaya, Mahi Dogs. With an interesting get up and over. It's over the 3 athletes in from the top of your screen and just a crawl over. Hey, whatever works. Marconi doing the full double leg flip over and is your leader. And all they'd want to be doing is finishing with an event win. Rick Jim Black go, hold my beer. Shelly Healy for Homefront CrossFit Proven. Bailey Proud for Concept. Our top 3, Homefronts. Only a 3-point lead. We do have 3-point splits. We could end up with a countback if Snake can finish ahead of Homefront CrossFit Proven.
Zane got to work on those wall burpees close the gap with Snake and Rec Jim Black.
If we do go to count back, Snake is going to take the win with 3 event wins so far. Homefront CrossFit proven with 2. But they all chasing down Brown Pride. 15 minutes, 40 seconds. Shellebear Healy has got to work. Rec Jim Black. Oh no, there's a mistake. It is a 3-way battle. Kia Meyer nowhere to be seen just yet. And Kia Meyer joining the party now, but Rec Jim Black, they have been the surprise packet all weekend long, currently sitting in 5th.
Shellebear Healy is not going to let them have it easily. He is moving.
Rocky Scarpelli continuing. Oh, the push. This is starting to hurt. Shellebear Healy. Scarpelli. They are battling it out. Now Marconi. Seven and a half minutes. Some good timing. Shellebear Healy is going to hand off to Poppy Hay. Looks like Maisie Wild is next up for Snake. Shellebear Healy has put himself in a massive hole. Rocky Scarpelli done as well.
Zane did his job plus some to get them ahead.
Now, Snake need to get to work. Poppy Hay moving ridiculously fast. Alice Latham getting to work for Rec Jim Black.
Emily Julian, Kia Meyer is moving very fast over that wall.
We are over the halfway point of the time cap. And Northbound, our only team in lane 8. And Tribe Athletic in lane 1 with our males still on the floor. Oh, Rec Jim Black, they're not going anywhere. They want to finish strong. Now, what can Maisie Wild and Emily Julian do?
We said at the start of the heats what it would take to get the top time in this event. Each athlete has to full send. Poppy Hay is going for it.
How do you not go for it after backing up what Zane just did?
It's the end of the weekend. You just have to empty everything that's left out of the tank.
Levitakis, one of our shortest athletes in the field, but one of the most experienced as well. CrossFit Games qualifier from last year, Poppy Hay has got to work. And isn't she on a trajectory?
We saw a bit of what Poppy Hay is capable of as an individual at Down Under last year, and she's brought it to this team. She's using it now.
And that took an eternity for Poppy Hay to get back over. Alice Latham, Emily Julian chasing down Poppy Hay. Sophie Robinson just to the far left of your screen. She has jumped in with Maisie Wild. 5 teams, they are your top 5 teams on the leaderboard. All vying for spots on the podium.
Emily Julian has made up a ton of time on these burpees. Kia Meyer.
Oh, she's not too far behind either. Last rep now, Poppy Hay. For home front CrossFit proven. Oh, it is taking everything Poppy's got. Kia Meyer. You have got to be kidding me. Poppy has emptied the tank as well. Livitatakis and Michelle Hayes. And if you wanted a race, you have got one. Maisie Wild tags Georgia Pryor into competition. Kia Meyer want another event win.
Georgia Pryor, she is smooth over the top of that wall.
Maddie MacArthur done for concept. Pryor continuing to bound over that wall quickly. Livitatakis is done. Julian with 2. And Georgia Pryor, I tell you what.
Wow.
He has made up so much ground. Snake, they're not done with yet.
Our top 3 teams on the leaderboard battling it out.
Georgia Pryor. Christina Livitatakis. Both CrossFit Games qualifiers. Emily Julian on the far right. Sorry, Michelle Hayes on the far right. Trying to book a ticket as well. The fastest out of the 3 was Georgia Pryor on the way down. Are we going to see the same on the way back?
Homefront and Kia Meyer are in a bit of trouble if Georgia Pryor gets to the wall at the same time.
Livitatakis, oh, Mitzi for Kia Meyer. Georgia Pryor needs to get to that wall. Oh, it is going to be Michelle Hayes. Mitzi there first. Can she hold out Livitatakis for the next 11 reps? Pryor is done. She is not too far behind. Georgia Pryor has got to get moving. Livitatakis just ahead of Hayes. Oh, the bounce off the floor from Pryor is exceptional. She's only half a rep behind now. Almost catching Hayes. Georgia Pryor needs to empty the tank now. But Livitatakis is holding strong. Snake in a second. There's been a delay for Livitatakis to get over the last rep. It's going to come down to this. It is going to be Livitatakis. Home front, CrossFit proven just ahead of Snake by seconds. Kia Meyer in third. Your top 3 are your top 3. And they are on the plane to San Jose at the end of July.
What a way to finish out a battle we have watched all weekend long between these 3 teams. Couldn't have gone any better if we rode it that way.
Home front CrossFit proven. I've got the job done.
And Rec Gym sneaking in 4th as well as they have done all weekend long.
So your top 5 teams coming into this final are going to be your top 5 teams to finish. And Rec Jim Black. Kayla bringing the team home. And Concepts through Banksy. They are done as well. Time cap done. And what an epic team competition we had. Our top 3 from the very start. They battled and toiled for 3 days.
Wow, that event went in a blink of an eye, but watching the males back from the start, it feels like an eternity ago. Jake Douglas getting us started for Snake. It was Snake and Rec Jim Black that were off to an early lead. Then Zane Shelbear-Healy for home front CrossFit Proven made up a ton of time. Getting Poppy Hay in just when she was most needed. And then the female athletes from all 3 of our top teams, wow. Emily Julian almost catching Poppy Hay, and then the speed of Georgia Pryor for Snake. Christina Libertakis did amazing to keep her composure and hold off Georgia Pryor in the end, giving Homefront Proven another event win. And unofficially punching their ticket to San Jose.
Epic performances all round, but our top 3 were just so good. Let's head down to the competition floor with Gemma Ashworth.
What an incredible finish. Christina, talk us through that moment.
Oh my God, I didn't know where I was or what was going on, but I knew I had to do it fast. Yeah.
How proud are you of this team?
Oh my God, they've showed up in so many ways, like together, like as people for each other, you know, on the floor, we stood up, stepped up when we needed to. I am beyond proud of these guys, and I'm so happy they're about to go to the CrossFit Games.
Joel, Zane, you've changed places. Zane, this will be your first time going to the Games. Talk us through your emotions right now.
Like, this is what we wanted to do this year. I knew after Down Under it was going to be real tough going individual, but had some chats with coaches at Proven, and I was like, who's 4 really passionate athletes that we can try and like find and be there for each other. I didn't care where we were in Australia. I knew that we would make it work, and I was lucky enough to have these guys, and like it's just a relief now. I think we really all knew that we could do it. It was just a matter of kind of putting things together, and we had ups and downs all weekend, but every morning, every night when we go to bed, we're messaging each other and we're like, just stay in it mentally, and that's what that last one is. It's like the last couple of reps is where it really hurts, and that's where you got to hold on, not for yourself, but for your teammates. So I love it.
Well, congratulations. It's unofficial, but you are unofficially going to the Games, so book your flights.
How good. Unofficially, but officially. And they were so good all weekend. And they really were at the margins of their experience with some of the events this weekend. We saw John Millennia lose his grip. They pushed the boundaries every single time to see where they would stack up.
They really did, and also they don't have the luxury of all being in the same gym every single day, training together all the time. They've had to come together to train. Some of our other teams, they are together more often.
I need my license.
They were awesome to watch all weekend long.
Where is it? Okay, you need to come down here.
And our team competition wrapping up, and I don't think you could have asked for a better script.
No, you couldn't.
Our top three like battling, lead changing back and forth. Rec Jim Black jumping in there as well, trying to mix things up. We're going to take a breath, let all of our spectators take a breath as well. Our team competition has wrapped up for the 2026 TYR Torian Pro, our individuals. Who goes to the games? Well, we're about to find out in the next couple of hours, so don't go anywhere. More action from the 2026 TYR Torian Pro coming up next.
The TYR Torian Pro would like to thank its major partners. TYR, always in front. CrossFit, forging elite fitness. Rogue, don't weaken. Proven, leave no doubt. Frog Grips, the world's most trusted fitness grips. LSKD, 1% better every day. Brisbane Economic Development Agency. Tourism and Events Queensland. The TYR Torian Pro proudly supports Small Steps for Hannah.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. We are ticking down the minutes until we finish our third and final day. Our men's standings coming into our final event, number 7. Ricky Garrard with just a nudge over Jay Crouch. Bit of space back to Bailey Martin. Justin Medeiros and Riley Martin rounding out your top 5 for our women. Maddie Sturts, same deal. Kyra Milligan knocking on the door, and Ellie Turner only 3 points away. Our top 3 are going to qualify for the CrossFit Games. And how is it all going to roll out? We are not really sure. Our first heat onto the floor, it is heat 1 for event number 7, presented by TYR.
For time, 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs, 24-inch box, 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 112 kilos for the women, 6-minute time cap. It is going to be fast.
Our lane assignments for our first heats. See fan favourite Julia Hannaford in lane number 4. That elbow heavily strapped once again. And very similar to our pro pairs final. Exchanging our barbell for some reasonably heavy kettlebells. Ladies preparing. This is their final 6 minutes. Crowd in here at Pat Rafter, waiting patiently. Seen some incredible stuff in the last 3 days. And I am 100% sure we're about to see something incredible from someone in the next 10 heats.
If that team final was anything to go off, I think we're going to have some similar races on our hands coming up soon.
Holly Honey getting in the groove. Better get in the groove. This is going to be fast. Julia Hannaford getting ready. Engaging her inner Mr. Mister from last night's. Holly Heine. CrossFit Games qualify from our team competition in 23. And to work the ladies go. 30 calories on our ski, 20 box jump overs, and 10 kettlebell deadlifts. These kettlebells are hefty.
And they are. It's 112 kilos for the women.
And that doesn't sound too bad if it was a barbell.
Well, they've also got to do 2 reps in each section of the floor, so they don't just have to deadlift it, they have to walk it down the floor towards the finish line. Athletes are going out hard on these 30 calories. There is not enough time to hold back at the start. The fastest times will be able to full send and then hold on through the rest of it. 6-minute cap.
The total opposite of what your brain is telling you to do.
We saw our team athletes just do just that, full send when it counted most.
Tyler McKellar, big lead already. She's already at 5. Hannaford coming.
I like how methodical Tyler is with those box jump overs. 1 step at a time, no extra steps.
But focusing on a landing point, which a lot of people look to the horizon and that sort of thing. Hina Montebello in the background, just taking that 1 step extra on the way back to look at exactly what's happening in that pause. Tyler not doing that.
Landing in the exact same spot and stepping in the same spot every single time.
2 minutes down, 10 reps remaining. This is where you don't have time to rest.
Tyler breaking it up early. Gripping these kettlebells is probably the hardest part of it. The extra little walk in between, just blowing the grip out.
Tyler McKellar. Final 2 reps. And done. Sub 3 minutes to start things off.
And did it easy as well.
Hannaford, 4 reps to go. Probably the best thing she's done all weekend for her elbow as well, keeping it straight the entire time.
You see she's having a bit of trouble keeping those fists into her side. Battling all weekend long like a champion.
Hannaford is done. Well done, Jules. Another great Torian Pro in the books for you. Heine done. And there's no slow lower of these kettlebells. Hina, half a meter away. Maddie Jarvis, still time to get this finished. When you get to that finish line, you've still got work to do. Hina Montebello. Great first crack. As Maddie Jarvis with her first crack. The TYR Torian Pro for 2026. And just like that, the weekend for our ladies in Heat 1 is over.
We said it would be a quick one. All done in under 4.5 minutes. Tyler McKellar though out first off the ski and then really smooth on those box jump overs. Broke up those deadlifts down the floor. But she looked like she did it easy. Just sub 3, unofficially of course. Julia Hannaford battling that elbow injury all weekend long, but showing up every single event and giving it everything that she's got.
McKellar in 3 flat. Hannaford and Heine, your top 3, all in that 3-minute realm.
I thought Tyler might have just snuck in under.
But now the new time to beat. Sub 3 minutes, that's half the time cap. There's just that urgency and getting uncomfortable out there. Those kettlebells are not going to be pleasant. Heat 2 in the corral. Trying to stay to schedule because they did have a very quick heat. As we welcome our second heat of 5 onto the floor. Elena Simons for our second heat. Keep my eyes on Alexandra Bullock in lane 8. Going to be powerful off this ski. And once she gets those kettlebells in her hand. And a couple of our shorter athletes in here as well. Marley Binding, Lauren Lovick. Just looks like she means business all the time. Partnering with Holly Heine from the previous heats to qualify for the CrossFit Games. BFC 3076. BJ Tafidi, Tremaine Jensen. So lots of experience on this competition floor. Trying to extend that experience. Our ladies preparing and underway, 3 minutes flat. Our time to beat. Tyler McKellar from Heat 1. This is event number 7, the final, presented by TYR.
For time, 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs, 24-inch box, and 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 112 kilos for the women. They'll do 2 reps on each section of the floor. Farmers carrying it down the floor in between. They've got a 6-minute time cap and it goes fast.
The ladies really haven't got an opportunity to settle into a good pace. Alexandra Bullock, lane 8, she is getting after it. Oh, that is a rapid pace. See the difference between herself and Lisa Hemrick.
Not messing around at all, and that's what it's going to take to go sub 3 minutes.
Are we going to see it maybe a 2-minute 30 time? But it's got to be efficient and fast. The 2 components either end. The ski and the kettlebell deadlifts are the hard stuff, the middle section, where you can really sort of try and recover if you can. Maddie Gilmore. First to move, Bullock. And Nika Stadnik is second. Laura Yardley in fourth. Lisa Hemrick in fifth. And your brain just telling you to slow down and recover, but you've just got to push. And the less contact with the floor, the less contact with the box is what's going to give you a win here.
You want to be really clean with your reps, feet on the box in the same spot every time, and then the same steps down on the floor each time, no extra movement.
Gilmore. Lane number 6 in the black and red. Ready to go. 2 minutes down. Oh, deadlift, easy. Gilmore. Is she going to carry them the whole way?
Oh, those deadlifts. Wow.
And wearing a Porter shirt. Kayla Porter unfortunately have to withdraw with injury. But Maddie Gilmore, just over 230 now. Oh, simple stuff, Maddie Gilmore, come on.
She made those kettlebells look so light.
Yardley, 4 reps remaining. Studnik putting them down. And Yardley is done. Stadnik done, just outside 3 minutes. Bullock is done outside 3. Jankowski is in as well. Hemrick. And binding. The last 2 reps. Hemrick gets done. Lovick with 3 reps to go. Binding finishes up. Oh, and Lovick, she's got to do 2 more reps. She thought she was done. Damn it.
Almost got away with it.
Almost. There's always someone watching. Lovick. He's looking forward to heading to the Masters divisions. Yeah, tough going, tough weekend.
Contrary to how Maddie Gilmore made those kettlebells look, they are very heavy.
237, Maddie Gilmore. But didn't Alexandra Bullock get some work?
Fast out of the gate on the ski. Maddie Gilmore, though, wasted no time. Soon as she got those kettlebells in hand, she was off. Unbroken all the way down the floor. She looked like she could have gone back for another lap. Setting our time to beat so far. Laura Yardley also sneaking in sub 3 minutes.
Six-minute time cap. Who was Mike Towner kidding? Nobody.
That was heat 2. We've still got heat
we got
3, 4, and 5 to go.
So much more coming up. Athletes making their way. Brodie Preston, we can just see her at the bottom of your screen preparing. She's had a very good competition. The final event coming now. Our middle heats, heat 3, and this is presented by TYR.
For time, 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs, and 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 112 kilos for the women with a 6-minute cap.
2:37 is our time to beat from Maddie Gilmore. Our lane assignments And there are some athletes here who could do some real damage. Megan Powell, we've seen some really good performances from her this weekend. And probably the athlete that's flown the furthest alongside Taylor Howe. CrossFit container, Sarah Cabell, with the biggest cheer squad I've ever seen. They were all up the mountain on Friday. Hundreds of them. There's Brodie Preston. Sitting in 24th on the leaderboard. We know Gabby Smith loves to lift heavy. She'd love to ski heavy. One of those gritty workouts again that I'm sure Gemma Hoke has done many, many workouts like this in training. It's not hard, you've just got to get it done fast.
There's athletes that will love the weight of these kettlebells, but they need to get there first and not waste any time on the ski or the box.
Heat number 3, we get started. 2 minutes 37 or bust. Are we going to see a sub 2:30? It's all going to come down to the speed of ski. We've seen Maddie Gilmore in the previous heat go unbroken with her kettlebell deadlifts and her carries down the floor. So it's all going to come down to how fast you can do the box jump overs and the 30-calorie ski.
Ellis and Preston, they are moving fast.
Powell in lane 6, super powerful. Wait for those judges' hands in the air. It won't be too long. Coming up to that 1 minute mark, we should start seeing some judges' hands raised shortly. We do have one already. It is Gemma Hoke. Bella Andaweza on 1 and 2. Gabby Smith is 3. Brodie Preston in 4th. Gemma Hoke, off she goes. Andaweza makes a spill. And maybe went out a little bit too hot on that ski. And this is where you've got to compose.
She's got up and she's moving. She looks okay. Lost a lot of time.
It was a massive shock to the system when, oh, we're doing this now. I thought we were doing that. Gabby Smits and Gemma Hoke. And Gemma Hoke has got 37 seconds to get down that floor. How fast can you walk 112 kilos? Gabby Smith is next, Ken's Woodhouse. Bella Andaweza has made up a whole heap of time after falling off that box.
Hoke had to do an extra deadlift. That is going to hurt the grip.
Gabby Smith working fast. Gabby Smith almost jogging between segments. Hoke has got to get moving if she wants the fastest time. 2 reps to go. Maddie Gilmore is going to be safe. Gemma Hoke, second fastest time at 2:43. Gabby Smith is in at 2:47. Bella Andaweza with that comeback.
Great recovery from Andaweza.
Oh, without that spill, we've got a really good race on our hands. Ken's Woodhouse with 2 reps to go. Brodie Preston, and now Megan Powell. Preston is first, and then a 3-way tie. Powell, Woodhouse, and Cabell, and Ellis, final rep. And she is done. 3:25 all wrapped up.
Every single one of these athletes was full sending it on that ski. Bella Andueza, oh my gosh, that spill. Would have loved to have seen how quick she would have moved those kettlebells down the floor. Very unfortunate, but I hope she's okay. Gemma Hoke, she had to do an extra rep in the middle of the floor and still held on. Gabby Smith almost catching her. She'll be second best so far. Maddie Gilmore's time from the previous heat will stand. But Andueza, that just shows you how quickly a short, sharp workout like this can go south.
Big time. 2:44 from Gemma Hoke. Gabby Smith in 2:48s and Bella Andueza in 2:54. Lots of sub-3 times. We're yet to see a sub-2:30 time. Megan Powell will be in that group with Kenz Woodhouse and Sarah Cabell. Taylor Howe in medical earlier on, and great to see her back out on the competition floor. Oh, Marnie Sykes and Bryony Chalice having a sway around.
Not their first rodeo.
Erin Felton as well. Is it an awkward position to be in? Because you're not sure what to do or who to talk to, what to say, and hey, how you doing? And
I think you can see from Marnie Sykes and Bryony Chalice that you get used to it. You know who wants to talk and who doesn't. Who wants to dance and who doesn't.
Danny Ford definitely doesn't want to dance anymore. That smile completely gone. She's all serious now. Danny Ford in 13th position. Welcome back to competition. Spending plenty of time. Some rowboats, firefighting. Doing plenty of fishing as well. As the ladies on their way, it is event number 7. And presented by TYR, our final.
The time, 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs and 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 112 kilos. The athletes will be doing 2 reps on each segment of the floor. They have to farmers carry it down between each segment. Also saw in the previous heat, the athletes have to make sure they're in the right part of the floor to do their deadlifts. There's a couple of extra reps being done.
Elena Simons for our second last heats for our female competition. And there are some athletes in this field, including Emma Iredell and Danny Ford, who are on the taller side and big power output athletes. Malasti, one of only 6 females to finish King Arthur Mark II. And if you're going to take anything away from the TYR Torian Pro for 2026, I'd be taking that away as something really special.
Seen massive improvements from her this weekend. We've seen her over the years and she's just been chipping away, getting better and better.
Great set of balance tests this weekend. 2026 TYR Torian Pro. What a way to finish. We'll give you 6 minutes, but you need half of it. Athletes to work, chasing down Maddie Gilmore's 2 minutes 37. If you're looking for second best time, 2:43 from Gemma Hoke in the previous heats. Emma Iredell with that massive reach. She's 2 athletes in, just behind Taylor Howe. At the top end, far right, 2 athletes in the blue. Danny Ford.
Erica Polasti is one of the shorter athletes on the floor, but she's powerful.
Well, you keep that tension on, those calories are going to flick by. Iredell, no surprise. Hayley Adams as well in lane number 8, Taylor Howe in lane 1. But Iredell, she's got a tall frame to move over that box.
She's got herself a 3-jump lead.
Felton quick. She was just short of getting to that overhead squat barbell for King Arthur Mark II. Athletes have got less than a minute to pick up those kettlebells and march them down the floor. 10 reps required, 2 in each segment and 2 at the finish line. Felton has moved super quick. Oh, Felton has jumped herself into the lead. 30 seconds. Iredell and Ford are there, so is Adams. Now the problem with kettlebells being so heavy, they are going to throw your straight walk off kilter. Adams on the outside in lane 8. Danny Ford coming. She's sitting in second, but Adams won't be quick enough to get the time from Maddie Gilmore. This has been great from Gilmore, but Adams in the final heat last year with Tia Claire Toomey and finishes with a heat win. Danny Ford, sub 3. And Iredell is in just on 3 minutes. Chalice is in. Sykes with 2 to go, Polasti with 4.
Arnie Sykes has 2 reps to go. That first attempt looks sticky. She's got it, last one.
Polasti just behind as well, 3:25 all done, exactly the same as heat number 3. Wow, yeah, it's like a big slap in the face with a fish. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny Ford, so polite always.
Iredell was off that ski so fast, but the speed of Erin Felton on that box, she caught up and was first off. And then we didn't quite catch her in the shot, but Hayley Adams on the far side of the floor in sneaky number 8. Those kettlebells were trying to drag her torso down. She did not let them win. She gritted on, held on for the heat win.
Power output, absolutely impressive. And got more impressive performances to come. Our top 8, our final heats of the competition. We're going to find out who our top 3 are going to be, punching their ticket to the CrossFit Games for 2026 in San Jose, California. And one of those opportunities where they're not going to be corralled for very long. current leaderboard stands with Maddie Sturt, 516 points, Kyra Milligan, 507, and Ellie Turner at 504. 21 points back out of that top three. Bella Vallejo in the red top. And Jess Green back 30 points from Bella. Jess second last athletes in lane number 7. Pressure on. Can Ellie Turner turn back the clock and book another ticket to the CrossFit Games? Can Maddie Sturt win her first Torian Pro? Kyra Milligan coming all the way from the US, wanting to experience the Torian Pro. And I'm sure she's got the entire experience over the course of the last 3 weeks. Before the ladies come out, you're coaching Maddie Sturt, you're in the lead. What do you tell her?
Nothing left in the tank. She has to go full send, which we know she can do in a final. We've seen it before. All these years in the sport, we've never seen her on top of the podium at the Torian Pro. How bad does she want it?
When it comes down to competition, are you content with the top 3, you know you're going, or you're really pushing hard for that top spot?
She's going to want to put her name on it, Jeremy, and make a statement. She's not here to play around.
Steph Collins, cheer squad, they've been great all weekend. She's currently sitting in 8th on 413 points. 103 points back from Maddie Sturt. This is the final heat. The final event on the final day of the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. Great crowd in here. Massive crowd in here last night. Mr. setting Brisbane on fire. They're heading to the CrossFit Games as well. Event 7, it is our final, and the final 6 minutes.
The athletes will be completing for time 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs and 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 112 kilos. 2 down the floor in each segment.
Our fastest time so far has been Maddie Gilmore. 2 minutes, 37 seconds, 2 minutes 43 from Gemma Hoke, our second fastest. Are we going to see that broken? Our top 8. The best of the last couple of days here at the 2026 TYR Torian Pro are about to put on a show. Our lane assignments. Your top 3 in qualifying positions right now. Kyra Milligan in 4, Maddie Sturt in 5, Ellie Turner in 6. Bella Vallejo sitting in 4th on the leaderboard. And she is in lane number 3. Kyra Milligan. Has the trip been worth it? At this stage, it looks like things are looking pretty good. Come out, have a great 3 weeks out in Australia and book a CrossFit Games ticket. Sounds worth it to me. Maddie Sturt in all yellow. Ellie Turner. What an incredible weekend Ellie Turner has had. Jess Green sitting top 5. Ella Price could have something to say about that. Heart rate already at 200. The ladies are underway. They are gonna hustle hard. 2 minutes and 37 seconds is the time to beat. Maddie Sturt just needs to finish ahead of Ellie Turner and Kyra Milligan to take the title. She's got a 2-spot lead ahead of Kyra Milligan, so she can afford to drop 2 spots, but no more, and that will allow Kyra Milligan to take the title. Ellie Turner, 1 spot back from Milligan as well. We know how powerful Ellie Turner is.
Bella Vallejo in lane number 3 could be the athlete to do some damage.
Oh, she's had a great last day and a half. We hit the minute mark. The judges' hands are coming soon. They're already up. Ellie Turner. Daisy McDonald as well in lane number 8. Maddie Sturt now, and Kyra Milligan. Ellie Turner. Can she finish with an event win? Daisy McDonald coming. Shorter range of movement for Turner, allowing her to get a bit of a lead. She's got 5 reps on Sturt and Milligan already. Vallejo, the last to get off the ski. That could put her out of contention for a game spot. Ellie Turner rehabbing a lower back injury over the last couple of years. And the last couple of reps for Ellie Turner. 2:37 our time to beat. Daisy McDonald, the first to move. Ellie Turner is second. We hit the 2-minute mark. Steph Collins is coming. Daisy McDonald with a big lead. Daisy McDonald is going to take the fastest time. She gets called back for another no rep. McDonald, the final 2 reps on the line. It's going to be the fastest time overall. Daisy McDonald's event win. Ellie Turner's going to be faster than Maddie Gilmore, as is Maddie Sturt still. Gilmore is in. Ella Price is going to get ahead of Kyra Milligan. Or is she? That's going to be tight. Jess Green, Bella Vallejo, the last 2 to finish. This has been an incredible final heat for our individual female competition.
That happened in a blink of an eye. And Daisy McDonald, what a contrast with how she started off her weekend. That is how you finish strong when it doesn't go your way.
Ellie Turner booking her ticket back to the CrossFit Games. Can you believe it?
You mentioned the back injury that she has spent a lot of time rehabbing, and when she picked up that first set of kettlebell deadlifts, it was like, what back injury? She's been doing the work.
Maddie Sturt looks like she has done enough to take the Torian Pro title for 2026. Kyra Milligan has finished high enough ahead of Bella Vallejo and Jess Green to cement that 3rd spot.
Our final female event did not disappoint. Ellie Turner, Daisy McDonald off the ski first. Daisy McDonald just with those long legs. That box, absolutely no problem for her. And managing those kettlebells with ease. Ellie Turner. She composed herself down that floor beautifully.
composure, not something you really associate with a final event like this in the TYR Torian Pro. Daisy McDonald having to do 4 deadlifts because she was either side of each segment. Hey, they don't say where you have to do it in the segment.
Kyra Milligan and Ella Price.
That's going to be a tight one.
Photo finish.
Daisy McDonald, what a way to finish. Well, let's throw down to Gemma Ashworth on the competition floor.
McDonald, what an epic finish. What has been your proudest moment this weekend?
I had a bit of a doozy on Friday, so I think my proudest moment would just be coming back from it, turning the corner and just moving upwards.
And how does finishing with a win like that affect your confidence moving into your training block next?
I think it helps me know that, like, sometimes you can just send it and it can pay off.
Well, it definitely paid off. It was incredible to watch, so congratulations. Ellie, you're back. Describe how you're feeling right now.
I'm honestly just lost for words. I thought this might be my last ever competition, and turns out it's not going to be. These last 3 years have honestly been the hardest of my life, and there's definitely been a big crew of people that have helped me get back to this point. But I wouldn't be on this floor, maybe even on this planet, without Justin. So this is as much his achievement as it is mine.
Well, Ellie, you have unofficially qualified for the CrossFit Games. Congratulations.
How good?
Who's cutting onions?
I don't think it's sunk in, but it hasn't. But such a good competition. What a way to round out your final day of competition. And just epic. And they're our top 8. They gave us so many great performances right across our 3 days. All of our results, obviously unofficial until we get to the official presentation ceremony. But wow, take a bit of a breath.
Oh, wipe away the tears, everybody. Ellie Turner. No matter the result, she has proven to everyone that she is right where she belongs.
I think talking to her on the bus going out to event 1, I sat with her the entire bus trip and we just got chatting about all sorts of different things, and she just goes, I'm not expecting anything out of this weekend. I'm just going to go and do what my body's going to allow, and if it allows me to go back to the CrossFit Games, great, but it's not going to define me as a person anymore. When before it did. That's a big realization.
And it really comes across in her calmness and composure out there.
And there she is, all smiles, and seeing Justin in the corral. Justin, go get ready. You're on in 4 heats. And our gentleman about to take the floor. It is event number 7. The gentlemen from heat 1 are about to hit the floor. This one presented by TYR.
For time, 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs, 30-inch box for the men, 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 185 kilos, 6-minute cap. That is some heavy kettlebells.
I'm just looking at them on the floor, and they look enormous.
They're massive. We can see them from all the way back up here, and they look massive.
They look like a normal kettlebell from here. Crowd pumped up by what they've seen. Our lane assignments, this is heat number 6, the first of our male heats. We've got 5 male heats to finish off the 2026 TYR Torian Pro. And we saw some great progression right throughout our 5 heats of our women. I'd love to see Nicky Rogers is just setting his chalk out on the floor. It's like breadcrumbs all the way to the finish line. Nicky, if you don't put the kettlebells down, you won't need more chalk. Hey, how about that for an idea? The rain's starting to tumble outside. You can feel a little bit of mist coming into Pat Rafter Arena. But nothing's going to cool us down in here. We are going red hot right to the finish. We wait patiently. We know who our teams are going to be. We're going to wait for official results for our women. It looks as though Maddie Sturt may have nabbed her first ever Torian Pro title. Talk about trying to get smiles off faces. If that is the case, that's going to be hard to wipe off for a long time.
It's been a long time coming.
The first of our men's heats. It is heat 6. Getting to work right now. Quick times from our women.
And the men and the women are doing the same amount of calories on the ski, but it will wash out with the weight on the kettlebells. 185 kilos for the men.
Verman. Oh, hello. Oh, you're kidding. It's like a butterfly swimmer.
It's working for him because his hand's up well before anyone else's.
Not even at the minute mark yet. Verman, he is on. And that's one aspect athletes have got to deal with as well, the offset ski attached to the rig. CJ Walker, second in, 30-inch box jumps. This is going to slow the gentleman down a little. Daisy McDonald in the final heat, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's fast. Now, 185 kilos for these kettlebells. As you mentioned, 2 in each segment as they come down the floor. We've seen heavy kettlebells at the CrossFit Games back in 2015. Oh, and a no rep for Verman. Oh, that's exactly how heavy they are. Look at the size of them.
Not only are they difficult to deadlift, they are exceedingly difficult to walk with and stabilize down by your sides.
They're not even good for doorstops. Oh, wow. Your core is going to be shredded after this. Verman, 6 reps remaining.
Well, the fight is in trying to keep your torso upright, not letting those kettlebells win and drag you down forwards.
Oh, it is super heavy. CJ Walker making a move on Jack Verman. Mulvaney snake dancing down the floor. Straighter is going to be better. This gentleman's final time is going to be a lot slower than the females. CJ Walker, the old dog. Here he comes. 2 to go. Mulvaney has got 2 to go. Mulvaney's going to get the jump on CJ Walker. 3:19. Oh, and Verman struggling massively. Alarcon. Back on the floor, has had a very up and down competition with injury. Verman with 2. Cam Kuzla with 2. Alvaro Alarcon with 2.
On the struggle to even slide them into the right position.
You know what I'm laughing at? The corral for heat number 2, watching what is going on. Going, uh-oh. Kuzla in. Mulvaney at 3:18. CJ Walker at 3:19. Oh, it is absolutely devastating the bodies. Alarcon done. Nikki Rogers. 2 reps to go.
Deadlifts it easy, just the farmer's carry looked like it was slowing him down.
Max Lees.
He's got 4 reps left.
Oh, Max Lee's talking to himself on the way up, so come on, buddy, we got this. Oh, if you throw it back to Ben Smith winning the CrossFit Games. Ben Smith, Matt Fraser. That battle came down the floor. 2 to go for Max Lees. Come on, Pat Rafter, let's get him home. One to go, 20 seconds. Come on, Max. I don't think we're going to see a backflip after this one.
We did get a twerk, though.
I don't think that body's going to allow a backflip. Ouch.
No part of that looked fun at all. Our first heat of men for their final event. Fast through the ski and the box jumps. 185 kilo kettlebell deadlifts. CJ Walker, Mulvaney.
CJ's had a good competition. Just surprised at certain points across the 3 days. The young and the old, Mulvaney and CJ Walker. Gee, do we see CJ Walker again?
Well, this is why they keep coming back, isn't it? Because they have a great comp and sign up for the next year.
Max is just talking down on the sideline, just going, who came up with that? Mike Towner did, that's who. And you can go and blame him. There are your results for heat number 6. And Ryan Mulvaney and CJ Walker, only that 1 second in it, or 1 second and a bit. That's what we are staring down the barrel of for the next 4 heats. Can't wait to see what the likes of Ricky Garrard are going to do with this. Riley Martin, no doubt, will enjoy this. Heat number 7, about to come onto the floor. It is the final event, event number 7, presented by TYR.
For time, 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs, 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 185 kilos. They have to do 2 reps in each segment of the floor and walk it down.
Try and walk it down.
6-minute cap.
Lane assignments for Heat 7. John Champion. This is going to be gritty, and Champion is going to love it. Now, there's John Champion there. Welcome back to competition. Now, are the shorter athletes going to enjoy this more because they don't have to lift it off the ground as far?
Shorter range of motion for the deadlift, but the carry, sometimes that can be the trickier part than the deadlift.
James Hargraves, she's set, ready to go. .3:18, our time to beat from Ryan Mulvaney. Needing a little bit longer on our time cap than our women. .50 seconds slower than the time from Daisy McDonald, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Wasn't that right in her wheelhouse?
I just love the complete 180 turnaround from Friday.
Heat number 7. We have 4 heats remaining. And Standen just going through a nice conservative approach to getting these calories done on the ski.
Standen can lift some heavy weight. I'm really interested to see what he can do with those heavy kettlebells in his hands.
Goulet getting to task, and stroke rate for Goulet, who's all the way down in lane 8, is massive. Standen, probably half the number of reps. There's something to be said about keeping the tension on those ropes and keeping that fan spinning.
We saw with the previous heat though, Berman was off the ski very quickly.
2 different techniques, both judges' hands in the air at the same time. Standen actually got off first. So a slower stroke rate, more power. What's that done for his heart rate and his breathing? Connor McElhaney on the left, James Hargraves on the right. Jake Standen there just tripping on one of his box jumps. And just some extra steps for Jake Standen as he comes down off that box. Jake Wheeler.
Compared to McElhaney, who's just doing 1 jump up top, has been doing 1 step down the bottom. As the fatigue sets in though, the extra steps start to creep in as well.
Hargraves is going to be moving first alongside Isaac Sheriff. Now Isaac Sheriff, this is about triple his body weight. This is going to be tough. Goulet is moving. Hargraves, steady as she goes. Corden with no shirts, in the blue shorts at the back. A stumble from Hargraves. Goulet looking good in lane 8. Standen steady as well. Standen, oh, this is simple for Jake Standen. No wonder he was going strong and composed. He could even get a sub-3 time here, Jake Standen. Oh, the grip failing. Goulet in lane 8. The final 2 reps. Goulet is done, just under 3 minutes. Smiles all round. Standen is in.
It's that unfortunate loss of the grip in that final segment.
Nathan Corden, he is done. Hargraves trying to get that final rep. Those feet are sticking together. He's trying everything. McElhaney gets done. Champion. Hargraves having to go back and get some more chalk. 185 kilos.
Hargraves finishes just.
And Jake Wheeler still on. Jake Wheeler still on the course. Early jump from our equipment crew.
Jake Wheeler is still working the way, everybody. He's still got 2 minutes on the clock. The deadlift isn't really the problem here. It's stabilizing them down by his sides to get his feet moving. The crowd want to see him finish.
And your core is got to be absolutely shredded after this. Trying to maintain that midline stabilization. I need some chalk. Somebody, give me some chalk. Oh, and having to go all the way back to get it. Well, maybe that's the break he needs. Jake Wheeler, an event win already this weekend. And great to see him back. One of the originals for the Torian Pro back in the affiliate before it was moved to Pat Rafter. Jake Wheeler, 1 to go. And Jake Wheeler gets done.
The grin on Jake Wheeler's face when he was like, hey, I'm still here.
I'm still going. Don't cut me short. I'm trying my hardest.
The 185 kilo kettlebell deadlifts.
Isn't it?
They almost win again.
Isn't it just stopping people in their tracks?
Oh, and their handles are just so thick as well. You see all the athletes going back, having to re-chalk. We saw how much chalk was on those handles to begin with. Just absolute grit and determination to get those final reps done. Great to see Standen back on the floor this weekend.
Yeah, Jake Standen going away, having a couple of kids, giving himself the opportunity to come back and compete. And having a partner like Shan going, hey, yeah, Jake, go compete. Especially with a 10-week-old. Heat number 8 not too far away. Now, unfortunate news. Absolute legend Khan Porter won't be joining us on the floor for event number 7. He has had to withdraw due to illness. But KP, get better soon, buddy, and look forward to seeing you back here again, because you actually didn't finish this one, so you've got to come back in 27 and go again.
So they do have to let him sign up again.
Yes, they do. Dan Goulet, 2:58 out time to beats. To welcome a gentleman from the third heats. It is heat number 8. Thor Heinel, gathering that he wouldn't mind something like this. Gonna find Thor in lane number 6. Liam Ford loves something heavy too. And lane number 3 is going to be empty. Gonzalo, for one of his first elite competitions, he has done extremely well. Partner Hina Montebello in the female competition as well. That doesn't happen too often.
We have seen a lot of partners on teams though at this event.
Ford from CrossFit Geo, that yellow shirt, alongside Jack Fleming from CrossFit Churney. Big Churney mob up here with me. Kevin Gosselin, another of our Canadian counterparts coming down here with our open border ruling. Zalo is going to get to work quick. He has got a big frame. The same lane as Jake Standen was in. He's not just using the same range, but he's using the same speed as Dan Goulet from lane number 8 in the previous heat with the fastest time so far, 2:58.
From the previous heat, speed on the ski to get yourself enough time to get to the kettlebells, but it is all about the kettlebells for these men.
Now, Luc de Jong put 6 bets on the Khan Porter was going to win event 7. He has just lost a lot of money. Talo Del Rio getting to work quick. Now, Thor Heinel. You can't miss him, he's wearing black and bright pink. Just wait till he gets to those kettlebells. I've got a sneaking suspicion they're not going to be worrying him at all. As a Tyler, you're used to being lifting very heavy things all day long. Now, owner of Village Athletica. Heinel from Perth, Western Australia. Oh, look at him go. Don't just hand in the air. Gonzalo Del Rio there as well. And Thor finishing first. How quick was that? Short frame versus tall frame. Oh, Jack Fleming didn't seem to work very well. Stumble from Heinel. Gonzalo Del Rio, snake dancing down the floor as well. Oh, Jack Fleming. Oh, stumbling all over the place. The legs don't have enough in it. Del Rio takes the lead in lane 2. Fleming trying hard, Heinel coming for him. Del Rio, here we go. Final 2 reps, 2:58 from Dan Goulet. Is our time to beat. Final rep, Thor Heinel, can he do it? Oh, it's a race to the finish. I think Heinel got him. but both under that time from Dan Goulet.
Tallest athlete against the shortest athlete out there.
And just showing you the comparison. Doesn't matter what your body shape type is.
Strength is strength.
That's it. Liam Ford finishing up. Connor Smith is in. Sweeney done. And quick heat. What Carl Porter would have done with that.
Hey, thanks for the weekend. Pull it up. Thank you.
Would have been right amongst that race, no doubt.
2:52, Thor Heinel, unofficial time, of course. Gonzalo Del Rio.
53. 01. 01. Yeah, what did you get? 52. 52, 52. Woo! Okay.
Thor Heinel has had impressive performances all weekend long. He never disappoints us.
Oh, one of those characters of the floor. Unstuck a couple of years ago in the Open. He got a massive penalty. Wasn't able to move on to qualifying. But those box jumps is where he really made his move.
Just springing off the ground. He had further to jump than all the other athletes. Using that power to his advantage. Racing Gonzalo down the floor.
Oh, tight. The problem with Thor is he had the wrong foot forward. He had to shuffle to get that chip timer triggered. .252 and 2:53 are our unofficial times from Gonzalo Del Rio and Thor Heinel. Oh, there it is. Thor actually getting it. Oh, milliseconds in it.
0.33 of a second.
Oh.
If my maths is correct.
Gossom with a good time as well. Have to go back and check Jack Fleming's time. Heat number 9. We are getting ever so close. Our top 3, Gerard, Crouch and Martin, they will be coming up next. Splattering of New Zealanders in this one. Korua, Chevsky, Karangaroa. And you're going to have to think that Dante is really going to get to work on that ski. The weight shouldn't be a problem either. It's just going to be a matter of how he can get up and over that box. We'll keep an eye on lane number 8. Sexton. Gaskell. Shevsky. How much chalk is too much?
And still won't be enough.
Gaskell just painting those handles with chalk.
They were watching the previous heats, obviously, where the guys had to keep running back to get chalk, losing their grip.
One end, go the Waz on the other end. Dante Karangaroa. .252. It's the time they need if they want the fastest. For Heinel, Gonzalo Del Rio, both with 253s. The target 252. Are we going to see faster than a 230? I think not. It's just a touch too heavy. Torua, wowza. Dante Karangaroa, look at the speed, look at the power.
And that is how you full send a ski.
Wow, already at 40 seconds, the hand is up. Oh, wow, Dante, he's on a mission. And that foot stuck. We saw the same thing with Jake Stanton a couple of heats ago. Gaskell with a little bit more spring in the step in lane 5 in the white shirt. Hickson to the bottom of your screen as well in the grey shirt is third.
Gaskell in the white shirt doing a very good job. Methodical foot placing.
Oh, just methodical, everything, every single rep is identical. Karangaroa, Gaskell are going to be your first two athletes to move and pick up those kettlebells. 185 kilos, Gaskell first. Karangaroa moving fast, grabs them and goes. Gaskell has another rep to do, gets it done. Karangaroa, 4 reps in, 6 remaining. And we are level pegging Karangaroa and Gaskell. Oh, Gaskell going all the way to the end. Doesn't matter where you get them done, you've just got to get it done in the segment. Karangaroa has got 2 reps to go, he trips. Opens the door. Gaskell, no rep from him. Karangaroa can still get there. 1 rep down. Oh, it is going to be Gaskell. The fastest time, 2:37. Karangaroa, still a fast time. It will be the second fastest overall. Sexton is going to get the 3rd fastest time. Heinel and Del Rio sharing the 4th fastest. Gaskell. Hickson is in. Mashevsky not far afterwards. And strategy from Gaskell to do the extra segment and do a full carry. The 185 kilos to then back it up with 4 reps. That was impressive.
He didn't know that Dante was going to take a trip though.
The trip you don't want to take. Rocky Park is done. TYR Torian finishes off his first Torian Pro in style. Van der Velden. Oh, just so particular about foot placement. 2 reps remaining.
Just battling with those kettlebells down by his sides.
Ethan Van der Velden. Job done.
Dante. Oh, he was on a mission from the start. But Gaskell was just so smooth and methodical with those box jump overs. And really good strategy from Gaskell to walk it down to that final line and do his last 4 reps back to back on either side of that finish line. Dante having an unfortunate trip up there.
Official stumble, we'll call it.
Official stumble. Would have been interesting to see what his time would have been without that fall.
But still the second fastest time overall after Gaskell's time of 2:37. Ooh. There's not too many people who are going to beat Dante in a calorie ski-off. There are your results, 2:37 for Gaskell. And with that trip, adding 7 seconds to Karangaroa's time. We are 6 minutes away from finding out who is going to the CrossFit Games. Ricky Garrard in control. Jay Crouch. Second place, and Bailey Martin in third. Medeiros and Riley Martin make up your top 5.
Pacing like tigers in a cage, all of them.
Aren't they? Got ants in their pants. Isaac Newman at the back, just pacing back and forth. This is our final event. It is event number 7. And presented by TYR.
For time, 30 calorie ski, 20 box jump overs, 30-inch box, and 10 kettlebell deadlifts at 185 kilos. They have to do 2 reps in each segment of the floor and walk it down the floor. 6-minute time cap.
A gentleman make their way onto the floor. Medeiros, everything to play for. He has come a long way to book a ticket. Is that going to be realised, or will it be the Oceania contingent to take out our top 3? Our top 8 gentlemen. And the Chalkathon starts. Everything's so methodical. Nico Tarangi Curtis, a lightning from the heavens on Friday night. Can we see something special tonight? There are your lane assignments for your final heat of the competition. 4, 5, and 6 are your top 3 qualifiers at present. Medeiros on the outside looking in. As you've said before, Pip Malone, anything can happen.
It's not over until it's over.
And the whole equipment crew at the back waiting patiently to see who is going to qualify. And I know how much Jay Crouch wants to snag his 3rd Torian Pro title and not give Ricky 4. Bailey Martin sitting in 3rd, his brother Riley in 5th. Isaac Newman sitting in 7th position. Points out of 3rd. It's going to be a tough ask. Oh, Riley Martin looks ready to go.
If anyone is going to mess things up for everyone, it's going to be Riley Martin.
Gaskell with the time to beat of 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Hold on to your hats, people. This is going to be a fast one. Our top 8 competitors. It has taken 3 days to find them, and we have them. The top Australia and New Zealand representatives, and a 2-time CrossFit Games champion Justin Medeiros in the mix. Gerard only 9 points away. Jay has to beat him by 3 spots to take the title. Bailey Martin, a little bit of breathing space. He's got to finish 6 places above Justin Medeiros to book his ticket. And Riley Martin has just got to empty the tank and go for broke. Ricky Gerard, come on. Medeiros is there. Jay Crouch. All bar Zach Thomas off the ski. Now all onto the box. Execution needs to be perfect. All 8 competitors. Foot position, body position, everything perfect. Ricky Gerard is going to be our first off the box. Oh, Riley Martin, he was here to mess things up. And he's going to do just that. Isaac Newman is going 2 lengths of the carry. He's got to do 4 deadlifts, 2 this side of the line, 2 the other. Gets them done. Ricky Gerard does something similar. Newman again in lane number 8. We've seen it so many times. Gerard is going to take his 4th Torian Pro title and book a trip back to the CrossFit Games again. But Isaac Newman with the win. Jay Crouch in 3rd ahead of Medeiros. And Jay Crouch not enough. Bailey Martin is in as well. Well ahead of Brandon Gaskell. Bailey Martin is going to head back to the games again.
Riley Martin just failing his last deadlift.
Oh, but didn't he have a crack?
Oh, we love to see it.
Zach Thomas with 2 to go. Hiko Tarangi Curtis. Oh, finish from Hiko. And Zach Thomas is in. Oh, what a performance from our top 8. Isaac Newman with the event win. Ricky Gerard with a 4th title. Back to the CrossFit Games again. Bailey Martin has just realised what has happened. Jay Crouch is heading back. And the boys do so much training together. Bailey Martin.
That whole top heat we're in around that 3-minute mark.
Just incredible performance and the speed. There's Bailey. Justin not able to do enough. Hiko Tarangi Curtis. Oh, big future for him coming. Cannot wait for next year. Ricky happy with that one. But wow, how to recap this?
We have to replay it just to see exactly what happened there. Again, over the finish line, it was fast. Early leads from Ricky, Justin and Jay. The rest of the field joining them really quickly, but Isaac Newman just took off with those kettlebells in his hands. Riley Martin tried to come and play, couldn't quite hold on. Ricky Garrard, dominant all weekend, but the final belonged to Isaac Newman. Ricky and Jay doing exactly what they needed. And Bailey Martin, what a comeback from last year.
Incredible performance. Let's head down to the competition floor for the final time with Gemma Ashworth.
Isaac, what an incredible way to round off your weekend. You must be so proud of your performance.
Yeah, big weekend. A bit different to last year, but you know, I want to do this properly. I want to earn my ticket, and so that's why I came here, even though it's a hard crowd to compete with. So.
You have incredible family and support. What have you got to say to them?
Oh man, I love them so much. My wife's been texting me, praying for me, encouraging me all weekend. She's stuck at Perth, so I wish she was here. It's been hard without her, but yeah, I'm very appreciative of my support crew.
Well, you did amazing in that final workout. And Ricky, unofficial 4-time champion of Torian Pro. Sum up how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, just another heck ton of adversity I've overcome to be here today and to take out the Torian Pro. Yeah, it was a hell of a weekend. Yeah, it's probably one of the toughest comps personally, just with things going on, but I know when I get out here on the floor and all you guys are here, something inside me just switches and I just thrive being a competitor and relying on that adrenaline, and yeah, I just love it out here on this floor, and I've got to thank you guys for helping me win this for a 4th time.
And with that, you have unofficially qualified for the CrossFit Games. Stay tuned to find out with the podiums. Thank you, Ricky. Well done.
Well, adversity, that's what it's all about. Overcoming that and excelling at the other end. Oh, what? I just need to take a breath. That was just like kapow.
Blinked and it was over.
Our top 8 men following on from what our top 8 women did. And lane number 8, Daisy McDonald, Isaac Newman. Must have been something in that lane down there, because they've really set the world on fire. 2 minutes and 13 seconds for Isaac Newman. I didn't think there was going to be a sub 2:30, let alone a 2:13, but Isaac Newman thanking wife Ray and maybe Isaiah. Time to head back and spend time with those guys in the West. And Ricky with 4 Torian Pro titles, that is impressive. He's the only one to do that. Tia with 3. What better to see after competition than plenty of smiles.
The job is done. No matter where they've landed on the leaderboard, they've given it everything that they've had over 3 days of really tough competition.
If you go too fast like Dante, I think it'll blow up in the pool. So pull back.
Plenty going on as we set up for our presentation. And our team competition started things off on our 3rd and final day. I can't believe it was 8 o'clock in the morning when we started. And the worm at 8 o'clock, that's even worse.
Oh, wasn't that event absolutely brutal on these teams? Tested every part of them as a team, not just their fitness and strength individually, but team cohesion, communication. And Kia Maya proving that they were the best in that event. Closely followed by Snake. And then we sent them over the wall.
They came back though. And probably one of those occasions where you can't train for this.
Well, you look at this, that final team event on paper, you think 16 minutes for a final. Where is the race going to be? But the race amongst that top heat of teams, our 3 top teams that were battling it out all weekend long, it did not disappoint. Homefront CrossFit proven, bringing it home when it counted.
But the middle 2 athletes, Zane Shelley-Healy and Poppy Hay, they really went to the brink.
They really did, and Georgia Pryor for Snake, the final athlete to go, she pulled it back for them as well.
An absolute exhaustion. And a massive crew of volunteers here at the TYR Torian Pro for 2026. The judges, volunteers, athlete control, so many in the office. Everything cool, calm and collected now, but 10 minutes ago, absolutely out of control. We'll wait for our official results. We know who our top 3 teams are going to be, who our males and females are. We'll have to wait and see. Grace Walton having to withdraw, unfortunately, today with some health issues. So we wish you well, Grace, as well as Khan Porter. Oh, Poppy's back from the brink. A little bit more color in her face. Been an incredible 3 days. Can't believe 2 days ago we were sitting up top of a mountain waiting for some athletes to come over the line.
You were sitting at the top of a mountain.
Yes, I was. I was sitting at the bottom of the mountain first. It was a lot easier to drive up the mountain than get up the mountain 20 minutes later. But incredible performance, not just for Ricky to go start to finish, but Ellie Turner to finish 40 seconds slower than Ricky did. What better way to test your body out? Hey, let's run up a mountain at Mount Cootha.
And from all reports as well, she finished that in better condition than a lot of people as well. It looked like she had another lap in her.
Oh, big time. And she could have gone, honestly, she could have gone for another kilometre, another mile. Wouldn't have mattered. We get ready for our presentations. Honestly, the crowd here at Pat Rafter have been amazing all weekend. They were really given a treat last night with Mr. Mister. But our females got to work today, and King Arthur Mark II. And it was just as unforgiving as version 1.
Absolutely grueling event for these athletes. Ellie Turner with that grit and determination on that final rep to be one of the only athletes to finish. And then into a completely different test for these athletes. A sprint down the floor. Daisy McDonald. She did exactly what we just saw Isaac Newman do, which was just full send. She didn't have the start to competition that she would have liked, but it was awesome to see her turn it around in the final and take the event win. She didn't just take it either, she dominated it.
Oh, the tears, they come. She's realised, look what I've done. Our team competition wrapped up. Our women earlier on, there's a absolute legend, not just here in the Oceania region, but absolute stalwart of CrossFit over the last 10 years, Claire Toomey. So fortunate to have her here in commentary as well. But our men's, just as good as our women.
Just as good, and the fight between, really it's been this top heat of men all weekend long. We have our front runners, Jay, Ricky, Justin, Bailey, but all of these men in this top heat have been fighting for 3 days straight. Jay Crouch, he was so dominant in King Arthur 2, did it easy. And Bailey Martin coming through again right when he needed it. His execution all weekend has been spot on.
Well, it was just that slow build over the last 12 months for Bailey Martin since having to withdraw last year and then having to rebuild. And what a rebuild it was.
That it was, and then again, a repeat with the front runners out early, but Isaac Newman was not going to let them have this moment. It was his for the taking. Ricky Garrard doing enough to be the 4-time Torian Pro champion.
And what a title to have as well as heading to the CrossFit Games once again. And we aren't far away from heading down. And we are about to head down to Kobe Head on the competition floor for our presentation ceremony.
Thank you, Rookie. And welcome everyone to the presentations for the TYR Torian Pro. Did you have fun? We are going to start with our teams category. Firstly, I would like to call out Heather Lawrence, the Director of Sport Operations, CrossFit. Everyone, give a big Torian Pro welcome to Heather. What an epic battle our teams gave us this weekend. But there was one team that stood atop the rest and will now take the top position on the podium. In first place, with a score of 685 points, Homefront CrossFit Proven! In second place, just 6 points behind, Snake CrossFit HWPO. Your third team to punch their ticket to this year's CrossFit Games. On 661 points, Kia May Mahi Dogs. I would now like to invite Heather and the team up to present the medals and trophy for our pro teams. The teams are presented with the Hannah Clark Trophy. Here at the Torian Pro, especially on Saturday, we are all here to support Hannah Clark and her family, and the good work that Small Steps for Hannah has done for the community. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's give a big Torian Pro applause to your 3 teams representing us at the 2026 CrossFit Games. We will now tell you the top 3 female pro individuals representing us at the CrossFit Games. In first place, on 607 points, Maddie Sturt. In second place, 6 points behind on 601 points, Ali Turner. And our third athlete representing the pro individual females on 589 points, Kyra Milligan. And to present the medals, Krista Adams from Brisbane City Council, representing the Lord Mayor, who is unavailable to attend today. And you all should know the person who is going to present the CJ Walker Trophy. Tia Claire Toomey! Actually presenting the TYR Torian Pro trophy to Maddie Sturr. Torian Pro, put your hands together. One last round of applause for your top pro individual female athletes representing us at the CrossFit Games. And now we move on to our pro individual male athletes. In first place, on 655 points, Ricky Gara! Second place on 643 points, Jay Crouch. And your third athlete representing the Torian Pro at this year's CrossFit Games. He said he had one goal this weekend. Does everyone remember what it was? Good. It's Bailey Martin! And to present the medals, I would like to invite the Honourable Andrew Powell, Minister for the Environment and Tourism and Minister for Science and Innovation, along with CJ Walker to present the Walker Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 days of battling through some grueling events, here at the Torian Pro, these are your pro teams and pro individuals representing us at the red, white and blue!
What an incredible finish to an incredible 3 days of competition. The 2026 TYR Torian Pro. How about writing the script for this finish?
Oh, so many personal triumphs standing on top of those podiums. Maddie Sturt, how many years has she been here? And to stand on the top, that has got to feel good for her.
Not even at the Torian Pro, but
regionals.
CrossFit Games qualification, and she's never won a competition. And now she finds herself on top of the podium for the first time. Ellie Turner has absolutely blown my mind this weekend.
Oh, Ellie Turner, I think there are so many athletes that can relate to what Ellie Turner was saying about their identity being attached to their sport, and she's come here and done this for her. There was not a dry eye in this building when she crossed that finish line, including my home.
A massive crew goes into putting on an event like this. And so many people, volunteers, judges, equipment, administration, our whole production team here as well. Our team on the floor. There are just so many people that are responsible for putting on an event like the TYR Torian Pro. Our team competition, our top 3 heading to the CrossFit Games in July. Pia Maya, Mahi Dogs in 3rd, Snake CrossFit HWPO in 2nd, and Homefront CrossFit Proven in 1st position. Our women, Kyra Milligan coming all the way up from the US and snagging a ticket. Ellie Turner in 2nd, and Maddie Sturt with her first win at a competition. And finally, our men, Bailey Martin doing exactly what job was required. Jay Crouch and Ricky Garrard making up our top 3 men. Magic competition. Last thoughts from yourself?
We are sending the best athletes over to America for the CrossFit Games 20th anniversary. We are very well represented. I don't think anybody can be disappointed.
Absolutely not. And on behalf of the entire production crew and the whole team here at the 2026 TYR Torian Pro, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing you all the pictures and all the drama that unfolded over the last 3 days for Gemma Ashworth and Pip Malone. I'm Jeremy Austin. We look forward to your company next year, and let's go the Aussies.